of the floor. Pitt was aware of her misery, as if she had touched him, but he had no idea what caused it. She wanted to defend Shaw, but why? Affection, simple compassion because she believed his suffering to be genuine, or some other reason unguessed by him yet? And what held her back? "I regret we cannot help you," Hatch said civilly, but he could not mask the exhaustion in his voice, nor the shock in his eyes. He was on the point of collapse, and it was nearly 4 a.m. Pitt gave up. "Thank you for your time now and your courtesy. We will not keep you up longer. Good night, sir. Mrs. Hatch." Outside the night was black, and the wind whined in the darkness, glaring red over towards the ruins of Amos Lindsay's house. The street was still full of fire engines, and firemen were walking the horses up and down to keep them from chilling. "Go home," Pitt said to Murdo, stamping his feet on the ice around the pavement. "Get a few hours' sleep, and I'll see you at the station at 10. "Yes, sir. Do you think Shaw did it himself, sir? To cover the murder of his wife?" Pitt looked at Murdo's scorched and miserable face. He knew what he was thinking. "Over Flora Letterworth? Possibly. She's a handsome girl, and can expect a lot of money. But I doubt Flora had any part in it. Now, go home and sleep, and get that hand attended to. If that blister breaks and you get it dirty, God knows what infection you could get. Good night, Murdo." "Good night, sir." And Murdo turned and made his way hastily across the road and past the firemen up towards Highgate. It took Pitt nearly half an hour to find a cab, and then he only succeeded because some late-night junketer had failed to pay his fare, and the cabby was standing on the pavement, calling after him, instead of making a hasty return to his own bed. He grumbled and asked for extra, but since Bloomsbury was more or less on his way, he weighed exhaustion against profit and came out on the side of profit. Charlotte came flying down the stairs almost before Pitt had the door shut, a shawl caught half around her shoulders and no slippers on. She stared at him, waiting for the answer. "Amos Lindsay is dead," he said, taking off his boots and moving frozen toes inside his socks. Really, he ought to put his socks in the kitchen to dry out. "Shaw was out on a call again. He got back soon after we arrived." His coat fell off the hook behind him and landed in a heap on the floor. He was too tired to care. "The servants are all right." She hesitated only a moment, absorbing the knowledge. Then she came down the rest of the stairs and put her arms around him, her head against his shoulder. There was no need to talk now. All she could think of was relief, and how cold he was, and dirty and tired. She wanted to hold him and ease out the horror, make him warm again and let him sleep, as if he had been a child. "The bed's warm," she said at last. "I'm covered in smut and the smell of smoke," he answered, stroking her hair. "I'll wash the sheets," she said without moving. "You'll have to soak them," he warned. "I know. What time do you have to go back?" "I told Murdo 10 o'clock. "Then don't stand here shivering." She stood back and held out her hand. Silently, he followed her upstairs, and as soon as his outer clothes were off, fell gratefully into the warm sheets and held her close to him. Within minutes, he was asleep. Pitt slept late, and when he woke, Charlotte was already up. He dressed quickly and was downstairs for hot water to shave within 5 minutes, and at the breakfast table in 10 to share the meal with his children. This was a rare pleasure, since he was too often gone when they ate. "Good morning, Jemima," he said formally. "Good morning, Daniel." "Good morning, Papa," they replied as he sat down. Daniel stopped eating his porridge, spoon in the air, a drop of milk on his chin. His face was soft, and the features still barely formed. His baby teeth were even and perfectly formed. He had Pitt's dark curls, unlike Jemima, 2 years older, who had her mother's auburn coloring, but her hair had to be tied in rags all night if it were to curl. "Eat your porridge," Jemima ordered him, taking another spoonful of her own. She was inquisitive, bossy, fiercely protective of him, and seldom stopped talking. "You'll get cold in school if you don't." Pitt hid a smile, wondering where she had picked up that piece of information. Daniel obeyed. He had learned in his 4 years of life that it was a lot easier in the long run than arguing, and his nature was not quarrelsome or assertive, except over issues that mattered, like who had how much pudding, or that the wooden fire engine was his, not hers, and that since he was the boy, he had the right to walk on the outside. And the hoop was also his, and the stick that went with it. She was agreeable to most of these, except walking on the outside. She was older and taller, and therefore it only made sense that she should. "Are you working on a very important case, Papa?" Jemima asked, her eyes wide. She was very proud of her father, and everything he did was important. He smiled at her. Sometimes she looked so like Charlotte must have at the same age. The same soft little mouth, stubborn chin, and demanding eyes. "Yes, away up in Highgate." "Somebody dead?" she asked. She had very little idea what dead meant, but she had heard the word many times, and she and Charlotte and Daniel had buried several dead birds in the garden. But she could not remember all that Charlotte had told her, except it was all right, and something to do with heaven. Pitt met Charlotte's eyes over Jemima's head. She nodded. "Yes," he replied. "Are you going to solve it?" Jemima continued. "I hope so." "I'm going to be a detective when I grow up," she said, taking another spoonful of her porridge. "I shall solve cases as well." "So shall I," Daniel added. Charlotte passed Pitt his porridge, and they continued in gentle conversation until it was time for him to leave. He kissed the children. Daniel was still just young enough not to object, kissed Charlotte, who definitely did not object, and put on his boots, which she had remembered to bring in this morning to warm, and took his leave. Outside it was one of those crisp autumn mornings when the air is cold, tingling in the nostrils, but the sky is blue, and the crackle of frost under the feet is a sharp, pleasing sound. He went first to Bow Street to report to Micah Drummond. "Another fire?" Drummond frowned, standing by his window, looking over the wet rooftops towards the river. The morning sunlight made everything gleam and gray and silver, and there was mist only over the water itself. "Still, they didn't get Shaw?" He turned back and met Pitt's eyes. "Makes one think." He was very distressed. Pitt remembered the night before with an ache of pity. Drummond did not answer that. He knew Pitt felt it unarguably, and they both knew all the possibilities that rose from it. "I suppose the Highgate police are looking into all the known arsonists in the area, methods and patterns and so on. Made a note of all the people who turned out to watch, in case it's a pyromaniac who just lights them for the love of it." "Very keen," Pitt said ruefully. "But you think it's a deliberate murder?" Drummond eyed him curiously. "I think so." "Bit of pressure to get this cleared up." Drummond was at his desk now, and his long fingers played idly with the copper-handled paper knife. "Need you back here. They've taken 6 men for this Whitechapel business. I suppose you've seen the newspapers?" "I saw the letter to Mr. Lusk," Pitt said grimly, "with the human kidney in it, and purported to come from hell. I should think he may be right. Anyone who can kill and mutilate repeatedly like this must live in hell, and carry it with him." "Pity aside," Drummond said very seriously, "people are beginning to panic. Whitechapel is deserted as soon as it's dusk. People are calling for the commissioner to resign. The newspapers are getting more and more sensational. One woman died from a heart attack, with the latest edition in her hand." Drummond sighed in a twisted unhappiness, his eyes on Pitt's. "They don't joke about it in the music halls, you know. People usually make jokes about what frightens them most. It's a way of diffusing it. But this is too bad even for that." "Don't they?" Curiously, that meant more to Pitt than all the sensational press and posters. It was an indication of the depth of fear in the ordinary people. He smiled lopsidedly. "Haven't had much time to go to the halls lately." Drummond acknowledged the jibe with the good nature with which it was intended. "Do what you can with this Highgate business, Pitt, and keep me informed." "Yes, sir." This time, instead of taking a hansom, Pitt walked briskly down to the embankment and caught a train. He got off at the Highgate Road station, putting the few pence difference aside towards Charlotte's holiday. It was a beginning. He walked up Highgate Rise to the police station. He was greeted with very guarded civility. "Morning, sir." Their faces were grave and resentful, and yet there was a certain satisfaction in them. "Good morning," he replied, waiting for the explanation. "Discovered something?" "Yes, sir. We got an arsonist who'd done this kind of thing before. Never killed anyone, but reckon that was more luck than anything. Method's the same, fuel oil. Done it over Kentish Town way, up till now, but that's only a step away. Got too hot for him there, and he moved north, I reckon." Pitt was startled, and he tried without success to keep the disbelief out of his face. "Have you arrested him?" "Not yet, but we will. We know his name and where he lodges. Only a matter of time." The man smiled and met Pitt's eyes. "Seems like they didn't need to send a top officer from Bow Street to help us. We done it ourselves. Just solid police work, checking and knowing our area. Maybe you'd best go and give 'em a hand in Whitechapel. Seems this Jack the Ripper's got the whole city in a state of terror. Taking photographs of the dead women's eyes," another constable added unhelpfully. "'Cause they reckon that the last thing a person sees is there at the back of their eyes, if you can just get it. But we got no corpses worth mentioning. Poor devils." "And we've got no murderer worth mentioning yet, either," Pitt added. He remembered to exercise some tact just in time. He still had to work with these men. "I expect you are already looking into who owned the other property this arsonist burned, in case there is insurance fraud." The officer blushed and lied. "Yes, sir. Seeing into that today." "I thought so." Pitt looked back at him without a flicker. "Arsonists sometimes have a reason beyond just watching the flames and feeling their own power. Meanwhile, I'll get on with the other possibilities. Where's Murdo?" "In the duty room, sir." "Thank you." Pitt found Murdo waiting for him just inside the door of the duty room. He looked tired and had his hand bandaged and held stiffly at his side. He still looked uncertain whether to like Pitt or resent him, and he had not forgotten Pitt's treatment of Flora Letterworth, nor his own inability to prevent it. All his emotions were bare in his face, and Pitt was reminded again how young he was. "Anything new, apart from the arsonist?" he asked automatically. "No, sir, except the fire chief says this was just like the last one, but I reckon you know that." "Fuel oil?" "Yes, sir, most likely, and started in at least 3 places." "Then we'll go and see if Pasco is fit to talk to this morning." "Yes, sir." Quentin Pasco was up and dressed, sitting beside a roaring fire in his withdrawing room, but he still looked cold, possibly from tiredness. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his hands were knotted in his lap. He seemed older than Pitt had thought when they last met, and for all his stocky body, less robust.
End of Track 9. Track 10.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry. "Come in, Inspector, Constable," he said without rising. "I am sorry I was not able to see you last night, but I really cannot tell you anything anyway. I took a little laudanum. I have been most distressed over the turn of events lately, and I wish to get a good night of rest." He looked at Pitt hopefully, searching to see if he understood. "So much ugliness," he said with a shake of his head. "I seem to be losing all the time. It puts me in mind of the end of King Arthur's table, when the knights go out one by one to seek the Holy Grail, and all the honor and companionship begins to crumble apart. Loyalties were ended. It seems to me that a certain kind of nobility died with the end of chivalry, and courage for its own sake, the idealism that believes in true virtue and is prepared to fight and to die to preserve it, and counts the privilege of battle the only reward." Murdo looked nonplussed. Pitt struggled with memory of Mort d'Arthur and Idylls of the King, and thought perhaps he saw a shred of what Pasco meant. Was your distress due to Mrs. Shaw's death? Pitt asked. Or other concerns as well? You spoke of evil, a general sense? That was quite appalling. Pasco's face looked drained, as if he were totally confused and overcome by events. But there are other things as well. He shook his head a little and frowned. I know I keep returning to John Dalgetty, but his attitude towards deriding the old values and breaking them down in order to build new... He looked at Pitt. I don't condemn all new ideas, not at all. But so many of the things he advocates are destructive. Pitt did not reply, knowing there was no good response, and choosing to listen. Pasco's eyes wrinkled up. He questions all the foundations we have built up over centuries. He casts doubt on the very origin of man and God. He makes the young believe they are invulnerable to the evil of false ideals, the corrosion of cynicism and irresponsibility, and at the same time strips them of the armor of faith. They want to break up and change things without thought. They think they can have things without laboring for them. He bit his lip and scowled. What can we do, Mr. Pitt? I have lain awake in the night and wrestled with it, and I know less now than when I started. He stood up and walked towards the window, then swung around and came back again. I have been to him, of course, pleaded with him to withhold some of the publications he sells, asked him not to praise some of the works he does, especially this Fabian political philosophy. But to no avail. He waved his hands. All he says is that information is sacred, and all men must have the right to hear and judge for themselves what they believe. And similarly, everyone must be free to put forward any ideas they please, be they true or false, good or evil, creative or destructive. And nothing I say dissuades him, and of course Shaw encourages him with his ideas of what is humorous, when it is really at other people's expense. Murdo was unused to such passion over ideas. He shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other. The thing is, Pasco continued intently, people do not always know when he is joking. Take that wretched business of Lindsay. I am profoundly grieved he is dead, and I did not dislike him personally, you understand. But I felt he was deeply wrong to have written that monograph. There are foolish people, you know. He searched Pitt's face, who believe this new nonsense about a political order which promises justice by taking away private property and paying everyone the same, regardless of how clever or how diligent they are. I don't suppose you've read this miserable Irishman, George Bernard Shaw. He writes so divisively, as if he were trying to stir up contention and make people dissatisfied. He talks of people with large appetites and no dinner at one end, and at the other, people with large dinners and no appetites. And of course he is all for freedom of speech. He laughed sharply. He would be, wouldn't he? He wants to be able to say anything he pleases himself. And Lindsay reported him. He stopped suddenly. I'm sorry. I know nothing that can be of help to you, and I do not wish to speak ill of others when such an issue is at stake, especially the dead. I slept deeply until I was awoken by the fire bells, and poor Lindsay's house was a bonfire in the sky. Pitt and Murdo left, each in his own thoughts, as they stepped out of the shelter of the porch into the icy wind. All through an unfruitful visit to the Clithridges, they said nothing to each other. Lindsay's manservant could give them no help as to the origin of the fire, only that he had woken when the smell of smoke had penetrated his quarters at the back of the house, by which time the main building was burning fiercely, and his attempts to rescue his master were hopeless. He had opened the connecting door to be met by a wall of flame, and even as he sat hunched in Clithridge's armchair, his face bore mute witness to the dedication of his efforts. His skin was red and wealed with blisters. His hands were bound in thin gauze and linen, and were useless to him. Dr. Shaw was round here early this morning to put balm on them and bind them for him, Lally said with shining admiration in her eyes. I don't know how he can find the strength after this new tragedy. He was so fond of Amos Lindsay, you know, apart from the sheer horror of it. I think he must be the strongest man I know. There had been a bleak look of defeat in Clithridge's face for an instant as she spoke, and Pitt had imagined a world of frustration, petty inadequacies, and fear of other people's raw emotion that must have been the vicar's lot. He was not a man to whom passion came easily. Rather, the slow-burning inner turmoil of repressed feelings, too much thought and too much uncertainty. In that instant he felt an overwhelming pity for him. And then turning and seeing Lally's eager, self-critical face, for her also. She was drawn to Shaw in spite of herself, trying to explain it in acceptable terms of admiration for his virtues, and knowing it was immeasurably deeper than that, and quite different. They left having learned nothing that seemed of use, except Oliphant's address, where they discovered that Shaw was out on a call. At the Red Lion public-house they ate hot steak and kidney pudding, with a rich suet crust, which was light as foam, and green vegetables, then a thick fruit pie and a glass of cider. Murdo leaned back in his chair, his face flushed with physical well-being. Pitt rose to his feet, to Murdo's chagrin. "The Mrs. Whirlingham," he announced. "By the way, do we know who reported the fire? It seems no one we know saw it till the engines were here, except Lindsay's manservant, and he was too busy trying to get Lindsay out." "Yes, sir. A man over in Holly Village was away from home in Holloway." He flushed faintly as he searched for the right word. "An assignation." He saw the glow, and being in mind of the first fire, he knew what it was and called the engine. Reluctantly, he followed Pitt out into the wind again. "Sir, what do you expect to learn from the Mrs. Whirlingham?" "I don't know. Something about Shaw and Clemency, perhaps. Or Theophilus' death." "Do you think Theophilus was murdered?" Murdo's voice changed, and he faltered in his stride as the thought occurred to him. "Do you think Shaw killed him so his wife would inherit sooner? Then he killed his wife? That's dreadful. But why Lindsay, sir? What had he to gain from that? Surely he wouldn't have done it as a blind just because it was pointless." The enormity of it made him shudder and nearly miss his footstep on the path. "I doubt it," Pitt replied, stretching his pace to keep warm and pulling his muffler tighter around his neck. It was cold enough to snow. "But he stayed with Lindsay for several days. Lindsay's no fool. If Shaw made a mistake, betrayed himself in some way by a word or an omission, Lindsay would have seen it and understood what it meant. He may have said nothing at the time, but Shaw, knowing his own guilt and fearing discovery, may have been frightened by the smallest thing and acted immediately to protect himself." Murdo hunched his shoulders, and his face tightened as the ugliness of the thought caught hold of his mind. He looked cold and miserable in spite of his burned face. "Do you think so, sir?" "I don't know, but it's possible. We can't ignore it. It's brutal. Burning people to death is brutal." Pitt clenched his teeth against the wind, stinging the flesh and creeping into every ill-covered corner of neck and wrist and ankle. "We're not looking for a moderate or squeamish man. Or woman." Murdo looked away, refusing to meet Pitt's eyes or even guess his thoughts when he spoke of women and these crimes. "There must be other motives," he said doggedly. "Shaw's a doctor. He could have treated all kinds of diseases, deaths that someone wants hidden, or at least the way of it. What if someone else murdered Theophilus Whirlingham?" "Who?" Pitt asked. "Mrs. Shaw. She would inherit." "And then burned herself to death? And Lindsay?" Pitt said sarcastically. Murdo restrained an angry answer with difficulty. Pitt was his superior, and he dared not be openly rude, but the unhappiness inside him wanted to lash out. Every time Pitt mentioned motive, Flora's face came back to his mind, flushed with anger, lovely, full of fire. To defend Shaw. Pitt's voice broke through his thoughts. "But you are right. There is a whole area of motive we haven't even begun to uncover. God knows what ugly or tragic secrets. We've got to get Shaw to tell us." They were almost at the Whirlingham's house, and nothing more was said until they were in the morning room by the fire. Angeline was sitting upright in the large armchair, and Celeste was standing behind her. "I am sure I don't know what we can tell you, Mr. Pitt," Celeste said quietly. She looked older than the last time he had seen her. There were lines of strain around her eyes and mouth. and her hair was pulled back more severely in an unflattering fashion, but it made the strength of her face more apparent. Angeline, on the other hand, looked pale and puffy, and the softer shape of her jaw, sagging a little, showed her irresolution. There were signs of weeping in the redness of her eyelids, and she looked tremulous enough to weep again now. "We were asleep," Angeline added. "This is terrible. What is happening to us? Who would do these things?" "Perhaps if we learn why, we will also know who." Pitt guided them towards the subject he wanted. "Why?" Angeline blinked. "We don't know." "You may, Miss Whirlingham, without realizing it. There is money involved, inheritances." "Our money?" Celeste said the word unconsciously. "Your brother Theophilus's money, to be exact," Pitt corrected her. "But, yes, Whirlingham money. I know it is intrusive, but it is necessary that we know. Can you tell us all you remember of your brother's death, Miss Whirlingham?" He looked from one to the other of them, making sure they knew he included them both. "It was very sudden." Celeste's features hardened, her mouth forming a thin, judgmental line. "I am afraid I agree with Angeline. Stephen did not care for him as we would have wished. Theophilus was in the most excellent health. If you had known him," Angeline added, "you would have been as shocked as we were. He was such a—" She searched her memory for the vision of him as he had been. "He was so vigorous." She smiled tearfully. "He was so alive. He always knew what to do. He was so decisive, you know, a natural leader, like Papa. He believed in health in the mind, and a lot of exercise and fresh air for the body. For men, of course, not ladies. Theophilus always knew the right answer, and what one should believe. He was not Papa's equal, of course, but still I never knew him when he was mistaken about anything that mattered." She sniffed hard and reached for a wholly inadequate wisp of a handkerchief. "We always doubted the manner of his death. One may as well say so now. It was not natural, not for Theophilus." "What was the cause, Miss Whirlingham?" "Stephen said it was apoplexy," Celeste answered coldly. "But of course we have only his word for that." "Who found him?" Pitt pressed, although he already knew. "Clemency." Celeste's eyes opened wide. "Do you believe Stephen killed him? And then when he realized that Clemency knew what he had done, he killed her also? And then poor Mr. Lindsay? Dear heaven!" She shivered convulsively. "How evil! How monstrously evil! He shall not come into this house again, not set foot over the step." "Of course not, dear," Angeline sniffed noisily. "Mr. Pitt will arrest him, and he will be put in prison." "Hanged," Celeste corrected grimly. "Oh, dear." Angeline was horrified. "How dreadful. Thank heaven Papa did not live to see it. Someone in our family hanged." She began to weep, her shoulders bent, her body huddled in frightened misery. "Stephen Shaw is not in our family," Celeste snapped. "He is not and never was a Whirlingham. It is Clemency's misfortune that she married him, but she became a Shaw. He is not one of us." "It is still dreadful. We have never had such shame anywhere near us, even by marriage," Angeline protested. "The name of Whirlingham has been synonymous with honor and dignity of the highest order. Just imagine what poor Papa would have felt if the slightest spot of dishonor had touched his name. He never did anything in his entire life to merit an ugly word. And now his son has been murdered, and his granddaughter, and her husband will be hanged. He would have died of shame." Pitt let her continue because he was curious to see how easily and completely they both accepted that Shaw was guilty. Now he must impress on them that it was only one of several possibilities. "There is no need to distress yourself yet, Miss Whirlingham. Your brother's death may well have been apoplexy, just as Dr. Shaw said, and we do not know that he is guilty of anything yet. It may have nothing to do with money. It may well be that he has treated some medical case which he realized involved a crime, or some disease that the sufferer would kill to keep secret." Angeline looked up sharply. "You mean insanity? Someone is mad and Stephen knows about it?" Then why doesn't he say? They ought to be locked up in Bedlam with other lunatics. He shouldn't allow them to go around free, where they can burn people to death. Pitt opened his mouth to explain to her that perhaps the person only thought Shaw knew. Then he looked at the mounting hysteria in her, and at Celeste's tense eyes, and decided it would be a waste of time. "It is only a possibility," he said levelly. "It may be someone's death was not natural, and Dr. Shaw knew of it, or suspected it. There are many other motives, perhaps even some we have not yet thought of." "You are frightening me," Angeline said in a small, shaky voice. "I am very confused. Did Stephen kill anyone or not?" "No one knows," Celeste answered her. "It is the police's job to find out." Pitt asked them several more questions, indirectly about Shaw or Theophilus, but learned nothing more. When they left, the sky had cleared, and the wind was even colder. Pitt and Murdo walked side by side in silence till they reached Oliphant's lodging-house, and at last found Shaw sitting in the front parlor by the fire, writing up notes at a roll-top desk. He looked tired, his eyes ringed around with dark hollows, and his skin pale, almost papery in quality. There was grief in the sag of his shoulders, and the nervous energy in him was transmuted into tension and jumpiness of his hands. "There is no point in asking me who I treated, or for what ailment," he said tersely as soon as he saw Pitt. "Even if I knew of some disease that would prompt someone to kill me, there is certainly nothing that would cause anyone to harm poor Amos. But then I suppose he died because I was in his house." His voice broke. He found the words so hard to say. First Clemency, and now Amos. "Yes, I suppose you are right. If I really knew who it was, I would do something about it. I don't know what. Perhaps not tell you, but something." Pitt sat down in the chair nearest him without being asked, and Murdo stood discreetly by the door. "Think, Dr. Shaw," he said quietly, looking at the exhausted figure opposite him and hating the need to remind him of his role in the tragedy. "Please think of anything you and Amos Lindsay discussed while you were in his house. It is possible that you were aware of some fact that, had you understood it, would have told you who set the first fire." Shaw looked up, a spark of interest in his eyes for the first time since they had entered the room. "And you think perhaps Amos understood it, and the murderer knew?" "It's possible," Pitt replied carefully. "You knew him well, didn't you? Was he the sort of man who might have gone to them himself, perhaps seeking proof?" Suddenly Shaw's eyes brimmed with tears, and he turned away, his voice thick with emotion. "Yes," he said so quietly Pitt barely heard him. "Yes, he was. And God help me, I've no idea who he saw or where he went when I was there. I was so wrapped up in my own grief and anger, I didn't see and I didn't ask." "Then please think now, Dr. Shaw." Pitt rose to his feet, moved more by pity not to intrude on a very obvious distress than the sort of impersonal curiosity his profession dictated. "And if you remember anything at all, come and tell me. No one else." "I will." Shaw seemed sunk within himself again, almost as if Pitt and Murdo had already left. Outside, in the late afternoon sun, pale and already touched with the dying fire of autumn, Murdo looked at Pitt, his eyes narrowed against the cold. "Do you think that's what happened, sir? Mr. Lindsay realized who did it, and went looking for proof?" "God knows," Pitt replied. "What did he see that we haven't?" Murdo shook his head, and together, hands deep in pockets, they trudged back along the footpath towards the Highgate police station. Chapter 7. Charlotte was deeply distressed that Lindsay had died in the second fire. Her relief that Shaw had escaped was like a healing on the surface of the first fear, but underneath that skin of sudden ease there ached the loss of a man she had seen and liked so very shortly since. She had noticed his kindness, especially to Shaw, at his most abrasive. Perhaps he was the only one who understood his grief for Clemency and the biting knowledge that she might have died in his place, that some enmity he had earned, incited, somehow induced, had sparked that inferno. And now Amos Lindsay was gone too. burned beyond recognition. How must Shaw be feeling this morning? Grieved, bewildered, guilty that yet another had suffered a death meant for him, frightened in case this was not the end? Would there go on being fires, more and more deaths until his own? Did he look at everyone and wonder? Was he even now searching his memory, his records, to guess whose secret was so devastating they would murder to keep it? Or did he already know, but feel bound by some professional ethic to guard it even at this price? She felt the need for more furious action while the questions raced through her thoughts. She stripped the beds and threw the sheets and pillowcases down the stairs, adding nightshirts for all the family and towels, then followed them down, carrying armfuls into the scullery off the kitchen, where she filled both tubs with water and added soap to one, screwed the mangle between them, and began the laundry. She was in one of her oldest dresses, sleeves rolled up and a pinafore around her waist, scrubbing fiercely, and she let her mind return to the problem again. For all the possible motives to murder Shaw, including money, love, hate, and revenge, if indeed someone believed him guilty of medical neglect, the awfulest Whirlingham or anyone else, her thoughts still returned to Clemency and her battle against slum profiteers. She was up to her elbows in suds, her pinafore soaked, and her hair falling out of its pins, when the front doorbell rang. Fishmonger's boy, she thought. Gracie will get it. A moment later, Gracie came flying back up the corridor, her feet clattering on the linoleum. She swung around the kitchen doorway, breathless, her eyes wide with amazement, awe, and horror, as she saw her mistress.
"Lady Vespasia coming good," she said squeakily. "She's right here behind me, ma'am. I couldn't put her in the parlour, ma'am. She wouldn't stay."
And indeed Great Aunt Vespasia was on Gracie's heels, elegant and very upright in a dark teal gown embroidered in silver on the lapels and carrying a silver-topped cane. These days she was seldom without it. Her eyes took in the kitchen, scrubbed table, newly blacked range, rows of blue and white china on the dresser, earthenware, polished brown and cream, steaming tubs in the scullery beyond, and Charlotte like a particularly harassed and untidy laundry maid. Charlotte froze. Gracie was already transfixed to the spot as Vespasia swept past her. Vespasia regarded the mangle with curiosity.
"What in heaven's name is that contraption?" she inquired, with her eyebrows raised. "It looks like something that should have belonged to the Spanish Inquisition." "A mangle," Charlotte replied, brushing her hair back with her arm. "You push the clothes through it, and it squeezes out the soap and water." "I am greatly relieved to hear it." Vespasia sat down at the table, unconsciously arranging her skirts with one hand. She looked at the mangle again. "Very commendable. But what are you going to do about this second fire in Highgate? I presume you are going to do something. Whatever the reasons for it, it does not alter the fact that Clemency Shaw is dead, and deserves a better epitaph than that she was murdered in error for her husband." Charlotte wiped her hands and came to the table, ignoring the sheets still soaking in the tub. "I am not sure that she was. Would you like a cup of tea?" "I would. What makes you believe that? Why should anyone murder poor Amos Lindsay, if not in an attempt to get rid of Shaw more successfully than last time?" Charlotte glanced at Gracie, who at last moved from the doorway and reached for the kettle. "Maybe they were afraid Shaw had realized who they were, or that he might realize," she suggested, sitting down opposite Vespasia. "He may well have all the information, if he knew how to add it up and see the pattern. After all, he knew what Clemency was doing. She may have left papers which he had seen. In fact, that may be why they chose fire, to destroy not only Clemency, but all the evidence she had collected." Vespasia straightened a little. "Indeed, that is something I had not considered. It is foolish, because it makes no difference to her, poor creature. But I should prefer not to believe she did not even die in her own right. If Shaw knows already who it is, why does he not say so? Surely he has not yet worked it out, and certainly has no proof. You do not suggest he is in any kind of collusion with them?" "No." Behind Charlotte, Gracie was rather nervously heating the teapot and spooning in tea from the caddy. She had never prepared anything for someone of Great Aunt Vespasia's importance before. She wished to make it exactly right, and she did not know what exactly right might be. Also, she was listening to everything that was said. She was horrified by and very proud of Pitt's occupation and of Charlotte's occasional involvement. "I assume Thomas has already thought of everything that we have," Vespasia continued. "Therefore, for us to pursue that line would be fruitless." Gracie brought the tea, set it on the table, the cup rattling and slopping in her shaking hands. She made a half-curtsy to Vespasia. "Thank you." Vespasia acknowledged it graciously. She was not in the habit of thanking servants, but this was obviously different. The child was in a state of nervous awe. Gracie blushed and withdrew to take up the laundry where Charlotte had left off. Vespasia wiped out her saucer with the napkin Charlotte handed her. Charlotte made her decision. "I shall learn what I can about Clemency's work, who she met, what course she followed from the time she began to care so much, and somewhere I shall cross the path of whoever caused these fires." Vespasia sipped her tea. "And how do you intend to do it, so you survive to share your discoveries with the rest of us?" "By saying nothing whatever about reform," Charlotte replied, her plan very imperfectly formed. "I shall begin with the local parish." Her mind went back to her youth, when she and her sisters had trailed dutifully behind Caroline, doing good works, visiting the sick or elderly, offering soup and preserves and kind words. It was part of a gentlewoman's life. In all probability, Clemency had done the same, and then seen a deeper pain, and not turned away from it with complacency or resignation, but questioned and began to fight. Vespasia was looking at her critically. "Do you imagine that will be sufficient to safeguard you? If he murders every woman who is involved in visiting or inquiring after the parish poor, he will need a bigger conflagration than the Great Fire of London," Charlotte replied with decision. "Anyway," she added rather more practically, "I shall be a long way from the kind of person who owns the properties. I shall simply start where Clemency started. Long before I discover whatever someone murdered to keep, I shall draw other people in, you and Emily, and, of course, Thomas." Then suddenly she thought she might be being presumptuous. Vespasia had not said she wished to be involved in such a way. Charlotte looked at her anxiously. Vespasia sipped her tea again, and her eyes were bright over the rim of her cup. "Emily and I already have plans," she said, setting the cup down in its saucer and looking over Charlotte's shoulder at Gracie, who was self-consciously scrubbing at the washboard, her shoulders hunched. "If you think it advisable not to go alone, leave the children with your mother for a few days, and take your maid with you." Gracie stopped in mid-motion, laundry dripping in the sink, her back bent, her hands in the air. She let out a long sigh of exquisite anticipation. She was going to detect with the mistress. It would be the biggest adventure of her entire life. Charlotte was incredulous. "Gracie?" "And why not?" Vespasia inquired. "It would appear quite natural. I shall lend you my second carriage, and Percival to drive it for you. There is no point in doing it if you do not do it as well as possible. I am concerned in the matter. My admiration for Clemency Shaw is considerable. I shall require you to inform me of your findings, if any. Naturally, you will also tell Thomas. I have no intention of allowing the whole thing to be swallowed up in public assumption that the intended victim was Stephen Shaw, and Clemency's death can be dismissed as an error, however tragic." "Oh." Her face fell with sudden awful comprehension. "Do you think it is conceivable that that is why poor Lindsay was murdered? So we might well assume Clemency's death was unintended? How cold-bloodedly deliberate." "I am going to find out," Charlotte said quietly, with a little shiver. "As soon as Percival arrives with the carriage, I shall take the children to Mamma's, and we shall begin." "Fetch what they require," Vespasia commanded, "and I shall take them with me on my return. I have no errands until this evening, when the house rises." Charlotte got to her feet. "Somerset Carlyle?" "Just so. If we are to fight against the slum profiteers, we require to know the exact state of the law, and what it is most reasonable to expect we may achieve. One may assume that Clemency did much the same, and discovered some weakness in their position. We need to know what it was. Gracie was scrubbing so hard the board was rattling in the tub. "Stop that now, child," Vespasia ordered. "I can hardly hear myself think. Put it through that contraption and hang it up. I am sure it is clean enough. For goodness sake, they're only bed-sheets. Then when you have done that, go and tidy yourself up and put on a coat, and a hat if you have one. Your mistress will require you to accompany her to Highgate." "Yes, ma'am." Gracie heaved the entire lot of linen up, standing on tiptoe to get it clear of the water, dropped it in the clean water in the opposite tub, pulled the plug, then began to pay it through the mangle, winding like fury in her excitement. Vespasia seemed completely unaware that she had just given a complete hour's instructions to someone else's servant. It seemed common sense, and that was sufficient to justify it. "Go upstairs to the nursery and pack whatever is necessary," she continued, speaking to Charlotte in almost the same tone of voice. "For several days. You do not want to be anxious for them while you are endeavoring to unravel this matter." Charlotte obeyed with a very slight smile. She did not resent being ordered around. It was what she would have done anyway, and the familiarity with which Vespasia did it was a kind of affection, also an unspoken trust that they were involved in the affair together and desired the same end. Upstairs she found Jemima solemnly practicing her writing. She had progressed from the stage of rather carefully drawing letters, and now she did them with some abandon, confident she was making words, and of their meaning. Psalms she was considerably less fond of. Daniel was still struggling, and with immeasurable superiority now and again Jemima gave him assistance, explaining carefully precisely what he must do, and why. He bore it with placid good nature, imitating her round script, and concealing both his ignorance and his admiration behind a frown of attention. It can be very difficult being 4 and having a sister 2 years older. "You are going to stay with Grandmamma for a few days," Charlotte informed them with a bright smile. "You will enjoy it very much. You can take your lessons with you if you wish, but you don't have to do them more than an hour or 2 in the mornings. I shall explain why you are not at school. If you are good, Grandmamma might take you for a carriage ride. To the zoo, perhaps?" She had their immediate cooperation, as she had intended. "You will be going with Great-Aunt Vespasia, who is ready to take you as soon as you are packed. She is a very important lady indeed, and you must do everything exactly as she tells you." "Who is Great Vepsia?" Daniel asked curiously, his face puckered up, trying to remember. "I only remember Aunt Emily." "She is Aunt Emily's aunt," Charlotte simplified for the sake of clarity, and to avoid mentioning George, whom Jemima, at least, could recall quite clearly. She did not understand death, except in relation to small animals, but she knew loss. Daniel seemed satisfied, and rapidly Charlotte set about putting into a Gladstone bag everything they would require. When it was fastened, she made sure they were clean and wrapped up in coats, and that their gloves were attached to their cuffs, their shoes buttoned, their hair brushed, and their scarves tied. Then she took them downstairs to where Vespasia was waiting, still seated in the kitchen chair. They greeted her very formally, Daniel half a step behind Jemima. But as she took out her lorgnette to regard them, they were so fascinated by it they forgot to be shy. Charlotte had no qualms as she watched them mount into the carriage with considerable assistance from the footman and depart along the street. Gracie was so excited she could hardly hold her comb in her hand to tidy her hair, and her fingers slipped and made a knot in the strings of her bonnet, which she would probably have to cut with scissors ever to get it off again. But what did it matter? She was going with the mistress to help her detect. She had very little clear idea of what it would involve, but it would absolutely, without question, be marvelously interesting and very important. She might learn secrets and make discoveries concerning issues of such magnitude that people were prepared to commit murder in their cause, and possibly it would even be dangerous. Of course, she would walk a couple of steps behind, and only speak when she was invited to, but she would watch and listen all the time, and notice everything that anyone said or did, even the way their faces looked. Maybe she would notice something vital that no one else did. It was some 2 hours later when Charlotte and Gracie descended from the second carriage. They were handed down by Percival, to Gracie's intense delight. She had never ridden in a proper carriage before, still less been assisted by another servant. They walked up the path to St. Anne's Church, side by side, at Charlotte's insistence, in hope of finding someone there who might guide them in matters of parish relief, and thus to a more precise knowledge of Clemency Shaw's interest in housing. Charlotte had given the matter a good deal of thought. She did not wish to be open about her intentions, and it had been necessary to construct a believable story. She had tussled with the problem without success until Gracie, biting her lip and not wishing to be impertinent, had suggested they inquire about a relative who had been thrown on the parish as a result of widowhood, which they had just heard about and were anxious to help. Charlotte had thought this so unlikely to be true that even Hector Clithridge would doubt it. But then Gracie had pointed out that her Aunt Bertha had been in just such a predicament, and Gracie had indeed heard about it only 2 weeks ago. Then Charlotte realized what she meant, and seized upon the idea instantly. "Of course me Aunt Bertha didn't live in Highgate," Gracie said honestly. "She lived in Clerkenwell. But then they don't know that." And so, after learning that there was no one in at the parsonage, they repaired to the church of St. Anne's itself, and found Lally Clithridge arranging flowers in the vestry. She turned at the sound of the door opening, a look of welcome on her face. Then she recognized Charlotte, and the smile froze. She kept the Michaelmas daisy in her hand, and did not move from the bench. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Pitt. Are you looking for someone?" "I expect you could help me, if you would be so kind," Charlotte answered, forcing a warmth into her voice which did not come naturally in the face of Lally's chill gaze. "Indeed?" Lally looked beyond her at Gracie with slightly raised eyebrows. "Is this lady with you?" "She is my maid." Charlotte was conscious, as she said it, of sounding a trifle pompous, but there was no other reasonable answer. "Good gracious!" Lally's eyebrows shot up. "Are you unwell?" "I am perfectly well, thank you." It was becoming harder and harder to keep an amiability in her tone. She wanted to tell Lally she owed her no account of her arrangements, and would give none, but that would defeat her purpose. She needed, at the least, an ally, better still a friend. "It is on Gracie's behalf we are here," she continued her civil tone with an effort. "She has just heard that her uncle has died and left her aunt in very poor circumstances, most probably a charge on the parish. Perhaps you would be kind enough to tell me which of the ladies in the neighborhood have been most involved in charitable works, and might know of her whereabouts?" Lally was quite obviously torn between her dislike for Charlotte and her compassion for Gracie, who was staring at her belligerently, but Lally apparently took it for well-controlled grief. "You do not know her address?" She looked past Charlotte, as if she had not been there. It was an excellent compromise. Gracie's mind was quick. "I know her old house, ma'am, but I'm afraid what with poor Uncle Albert being took so sudden, and not much put by, that they might have been put out on the street. They'd have no one to turn to, except in the parish." Lally's face softened. "There's been no Albert buried in this parish, child, not in more than a year, and believe me, I mark every burial. It is part of my Christian duty, as well as my wish. Are you sure it is here in Highgate?" Gracie did not look at Charlotte, but she was acutely conscious of her a foot or two away. "Oh, yes, ma'am," she replied earnestly. "I'm sure that's what they said. Perhaps if you would just tell us the names of the other ladies as helps them as is in trouble, we could ask, and maybe they'd know, like." She smiled appealingly, putting to the front of her mind their purpose in having come. It was, after all, the greater loyalty. This must be what detecting involved, learning facts people were reluctant to tell you. Lally was won over in spite of herself. Still ignoring Charlotte, she directed her answer to Gracie. "Of course. Mrs. Hatch may be able to assist you, or Mrs. Dalgetty, or Mrs. Simpson, Mrs. Braithwaite, or Miss Crombie. Would you like their addresses?" "Oh, yes, ma'am, if you'd be so good." "Of course." Lally fished in her reticule for a piece of paper, and failed to find a pencil. Charlotte produced one and handed it to her. She took it in silence, wrote for several moments, then gave the slip to Gracie, who took it, still without looking at Charlotte, and held on to it tightly. She thanked Lally with a slight curtsy.
End of Track 10. This book will be continued on the next cassette. Track 11.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
"That's ever so kind of you, ma'am." "Not at all," Lally said generously. Then her expression clouded over again, and she looked at Charlotte. "Good day, Mrs. Pitt. I hope you're successful." She passed back the pencil. "Now, if you will excuse me, I have several vases of flowers to finish, and then some calls to make." And she turned her back on them and began furiously poking daisies into the rolled-up wire mesh in the vase, sticking them in at all angles. Side by side, Charlotte and Gracie left, eyes downcast until they were outside. Then immediately Gracie pushed the paper at Charlotte with a glow of triumph. Charlotte took it and read it. "You did expertly, Gracie," she said sincerely. "I couldn't have managed without you." Gracie flushed with pleasure. "What does it say, ma'am? I carsn't read that kind of writing." Charlotte looked at the sprawling cursive script. "It is exactly what we want," she answered approvingly. "The names and addresses of several of the women who might know where Clemency Shaw began her work. We shall start immediately with Maud Dalgetty. I rather liked her manner at the funeral. I think she may be a sensible woman and generous-spirited. She was a friend of Clemency's, and so I expect inclined to help us." And so it proved. Maud Dalgetty was both sensible and desirous to help. She welcomed them into a withdrawing room full of sunlight and bowls of late roses. The room had a graciousness of proportion and was elegantly furnished, although many of the pieces were beginning to show wear. There were little knots and gaps in some of the fringes around lamps and the sashes on the curtains, and some of the crystals were missing from the chandelier. But the warmth was unmistakable. The books were used. Here was one open on the side table. There was a large sewing basket with mending and embroidery clearly visible. The painting above the mantelpiece was a portrait of Maud herself, probably done a dozen years earlier, sitting in a garden on a summer day, the light on her skin and hair. She certainly had been a remarkable beauty, and much of it was left, even if a little more amply proportioned. Two cats lay curled up together in a single ball of fur by the fire, sound asleep. "How may I help you?" Maud said as soon as they were in. She paid no less attention to Gracie than to Charlotte. "Would you like a cup of tea?" It was, strictly speaking, too early for such a thing, but Charlotte judged it was sincerely offered, and since she was thirsty and had eaten no lunch, and she imagined Gracie was the same, she accepted. Maud ordered it from the maid, then inquired again how she might help. Charlotte hesitated. Sitting in this warm room, looking at Maud's intelligent face, she was uncertain whether to risk telling her the truth rather than a concocted lie, however plausible. Then she recalled Clemency's death and Lindsay's so soon after, and changed her mind. Wherever the heart of the murders lay, there were tentacles of it here. An unwitting word by even an innocent person might provoke more violence. It was one of the ugliest changes in the aftermath of murder that instinctive trusts disappeared. One looked for betrayal and suspected every answer of being a lie, every careless or angry word of hiding greed or hatred, every guarded comment of concealing envy. "Gracie has recently heard that an aunt of hers in this locality has been widowed," she explained. "She fears she may be in straitened circumstances, perhaps even to the degree of being put out on the street." Maud's face showed immediate concern, but she did not interrupt. "If she has fallen on the care of the parish, then perhaps you know what has become of her." Charlotte tried to put the urgency into her voice that she would have felt had it been true, and saw the compassion in Maud's eyes, and hated herself for the duplicity. She hurried on to cover it in speech. "And if you do not, then someone else may? I believe that the late Mrs. Shaw concerned herself greatly with such cases." She felt her cheeks burn. This was the kind of deception she most despised. Maud tightened her lips and blinked several times to control the very obvious grief that flooded her face. "Indeed she did," she said gently.
But if she had any record of whom she helped, it will have been destroyed when the house was burned." She turned to Gracie, since it was Gracie whose aunt they were speaking of. "The only other person likely to know would be the curate, Matthew Oliphant. I think she confided in him, and he gave her counsel, and possibly even help. She spoke very little of her work, but I know she felt more deeply about it as time passed. Most of it was not within the parish, you know. I am not at all sure she would have been directly involved with a local loss. You might be better advised to ask Mrs. Hatch, or perhaps Mrs. Wetherell." The maid returned with tea and the most delicious sandwiches, made with the thinnest of bread and tomato cut into minute cubes, so there was nothing squashy in them and no stringy skins to embarrass the eater. For several minutes Charlotte abandoned the purpose of her visit and simply enjoyed them. Gracie, who had never even seen anything so fine, let alone tasted it, was absolutely spellbound. It was early afternoon and becoming overcast when Percival drew up the carriage outside the lodging-house where Matthew Oliphant lived. He handed down Charlotte and then Gracie, and watched them walk up the path and knock on the door before he returned to the carriage seat and prepared to wait. The door was opened by a maid, who advised them that Mr. Oliphant was in the sitting-room and would no doubt receive them, since he seemed to receive everyone. They reached the sitting-room, an impersonal place furnished with extreme conservatism, armchairs with antimacassars, a portrait of the Queen over the mantel, and one of Mr. Gladstone on the far wall, several samplers of religious texts, 3 stuffed birds under glass, an arrangement of dried flowers, a stuffed weasel in a case, and 2 aspidistras. They reminded Charlotte immediately of the sort of things that had been left over after everyone else had taken what they liked. She could not imagine the person who would willingly have selected these. Certainly not Matthew Oliphant, with his humorous, imaginative face, rising in his chair to greet them, leaving his Bible open on the table. Nor Stephen Shaw, busy writing at the roll-top desk by the window. He stood up also when he saw Charlotte, surprise and pleasure in his face. "Mrs. Pitt, how charming to see you." He came towards her, his hand extended. He glanced at Gracie, who was standing well back, smitten with shyness, now they were dealing with gentlemen. "Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw," Charlotte replied, hastily concealing her chagrin. How could she question the curate with Shaw himself present? Her whole plan of action would have to be changed. "This is Gracie, my maid." She could think of no explanation for her presence, so she did not try. "Good afternoon, Mr. Oliphant." "Good afternoon, Mrs. Pitt. If you wish to be alone with the doctor, I can quite easily excuse myself. My room is not cold. I can pursue my studies there." Charlotte knew from the temperature of the hallway that that was almost certainly a fiction. "Not at all, Mr. Oliphant. Please remain. This is your home, and I should be most uncomfortable to have driven you away from the fire." "What may I do for you, Mrs. Pitt?" Shaw asked, frowning at her in grave concern. "I hope you are as well as you seem. And your maid?" "We are very well, thank you. Our visit has nothing to do with your profession, Dr. Shaw." There was now no purpose whatsoever in continuing with the tale of Gracie's uncle. He would see through it and despise them both, not only for the lie, but for the inadequacy of it. "I did not come about myself." She faced him boldly, meeting his eyes, and being considerably disconcerted by the acute intelligence in them, and the directness of his gaze back at her. She took a deep breath and plunged on. "I have determined to pursue the work that your late wife was involved in, regarding the housing of the poor and their conditions. I would like to learn where she began, so I may begin in the same place." There was a full minute's total silence. Matthew Oliphant stood by the fire with the Bible in his hand, his knuckles white where he grasped it, his face pale, then flushed. Gracie was rooted to the spot. Shaw's expression flashed from amazement to disbelief, and then suspicion. "Why?" he said guardedly. "If you have some passion to work with the poor or the dispossessed, what is wrong with those in your own neighborhood?" His voice hovered on the edge of sarcasm. "Surely there are some. London is teeming with poor. Do you live in some area so select you have to come to Highgate to find anyone in need?" Charlotte could think of no answer.
"You are being unnecessarily rude, Dr. Shaw."
She heard herself mimicking Aunt Vespasia's tone, and thought for an awful moment that she sounded ridiculous. Then she saw Shaw's face and the sudden color of shame in his cheeks. "I apologize, Mrs. Pitt. Of course I am." He was contrite. "Please forgive me." He did not mention either his bereavement or the loss of his friend. As an excuse, it would have been cheap and beneath him. She smiled at him with all the warmth and deep empathy that she felt for him, and the very considerable liking. "The matter is forgotten." She dismissed it charmingly. "Can you help me? I should be so obliged. Her crusade is one in which I should like to become involved myself and draw others. It would be foolish not to profit from what she has already done. She has earned much admiration." Very slowly, wordlessly, Matthew Oliphant sat down again and opened his Bible upside down. "Do you?" Shaw frowned in some inner concentration. "I cannot see that it will be much advantage to you. She worked alone, so far as I know. She certainly did not work with the parish ladies or the vicar." He sighed. "Not that poor old Clithridge could fight his way out of a wet paper bag." He looked at her gravely. A kind of laughing admiration in his eyes she found a trifle discomfiting. One or two rather absurd thoughts flashed through her mind, and she dismissed them hastily, a flush in her cheeks. "Nevertheless, I should like to try," she insisted. "Mrs. Pitt," he said gently, "I can tell you almost nothing, only that Clemency cared very much about reforming the laws. In fact, I think she cared more about them than almost anything else." His face pinched a little. "But if, as I suspect, what you are really seeking is to discover who set fire to my house, you will not accomplish it this way. It is I who was meant to die in that fire, as it was when poor Amos died." She was at once fiercely sorry for him and extraordinarily angry. "Indeed?" Her eyebrows shot up. "How arrogant of you! Do you assume that no one else could possibly be important enough in the scheme of things, and only you arouse enough passion or fear to be murdered?" It was one sting too much. His temper exploded. "Clemency was one of the finest women alive. If you had known her, instead of arriving the moment she was dead, you wouldn't have to be told." He was leaning forward a little, his shoulders tight and hunched. "She did nothing to incur the kind of insane hatred that burns down houses and risks the lives of everyone in them. For heaven's sake, if you must meddle, at least do it efficiently." "I am trying to," she shouted back. "But you are determined to obstruct me. One would almost think you did not want it solved." She pointed at him sharply. "You won't help. You won't tell the police anything. You stick to your wretched confidences as if they were secrets of state. What do you imagine that we are going to do with them, except catch a murderer?" He jerked very upright, back straight. "I don't know any secrets that will catch anyone, but a few unfortunate devils who would rather keep their diseases private than have them spread round the neighborhood for every able and nosy busybody to turn over and speculate on," he shouted back. "Dear God, don't you think I want him caught, whoever he is? He murdered my wife and my best friend, and I may be next." "Don't give yourself airs," she said coldly, because suddenly her anger had evaporated, and she was feeling guilty for being so ruthless. But she did not know how to get out of the situation she had created. "Unless you know who it is, as it appears poor Mr. Lindsay did, you are probably not in danger at all." He threw an ashtray into the corner of the room, where it splintered and lay in pieces. Then he walked out, slamming the door. Gracie was still standing on the spot, her eyes like saucers. Oliphant looked up from his Bible, and at last realized it was upside down. He closed it quickly and stood up. "Mrs. Pitt," he said very softly, "I know where Mrs. Shaw began, and some of where it led her. If you wish, I will take you." Charlotte looked at his bony, agreeable face, and the quiet pain in it, and felt ashamed of her outburst for its noise and self-indulgence. "Thank you, Mr. Oliphant. I should be very grateful." Percival drove them. It was well beyond the area of Highgate and into Upper Holloway. They stopped at a narrow street and alighted from the carriage, once again leaving it to wait. Charlotte looked around. The houses were cheek by jowl, one room upstairs and one down, to judge by the width, but there may have been more at the back beyond view. The doors were all closed and the steps scrubbed and white-stoned. It was not appreciably poorer than the street on which she and Pitt had lived when they were first married. Come. Oliphant set out along the pavement, and almost immediately turned in along an alley that Charlotte had not observed before. Here it was dank, and a chill draught blew on their faces, carrying the smell of raw sewage and drains. Charlotte coughed and reached for her handkerchief. Even Gracie put her hand up to her face, but they hurried after him till he emerged in a small, dim courtyard and crossed it, warning them to step over the open gutters. At the far side he knocked on a paint-peeled door and waited. After several minutes, it was opened by a girl of 14 or 15, with a gray-white face and fair hair greasy with dirt. Her eyes were pink-rimmed, and there was a flicker of fear in the defiance with which she spoke. "Yeah? Who are you?" "Is Mrs. Bradley at home?" he asked quietly, opening his coat a fraction to show his clerical collar. Her face softened in relief. "Yeah, Ma's in bed. She took poorly again. The doc were here yesterday, and he gave her some medicine, but it don't do no good." "May I come in and see her?" Oliphant requested. "Yeah, I suppose. But don't wake her if she's sleeping." "I won't," he promised, and held the door wide for Charlotte and Gracie to enter. Inside, the narrow room was cold. Damp seeped through wallpaper, staining it with mold, and the air had an odor that was sour and clung in the back of the throat. There was no tap or standpipe, and a bucket in the corner, covered with a makeshift lid, served the purposes of nature. Rickety stairs led upwards through a gap in the ceiling, and Oliphant went up first, cautioning Charlotte and Gracie to wait their turn in case the weight of more than one person should collapse them. Charlotte emerged into a bedroom with 2 wooden cots, both heaped with blankets. In one lay a woman who at a glance might have been Charlotte's mother's age. Her face was gaunt, her skin withered and papery, and her eyes so hollow the bones of her brow seemed almost skull-like. Then, as Charlotte moved closer, she saw the fair hair and the skin of her neck above the patched nightshirt, and realized she was probably no more than 30. There was a handkerchief with blood on it grasped loosely in the thin hand. The 3 of them stood in silence for several minutes, staring at the sleeping woman, each racked with silent, impotent pity. Downstairs again, Charlotte turned to Oliphant and the girl. "We must do something. Who owns this heap of timber? It's not fit for horses, let alone women to live in. He should be prosecuted. We will begin straight away. Who collects the rent?" The girl was as white as flour. Her whole body shook. "Don't do that, please, miss. I beg you, don't turn us out. Me ma'll die if you put her in the street, and me and Alice and Becky'll have to go into the poorhouse. Please don't. We haven't done nothing wrong. Honest, we haven't. We paid the rent, I swear." "I don't want to put you out." Charlotte was aghast. "I want to force whoever owns this place to make it fit to live in." The girl looked at her with disbelief. "What you mean? If we makes a fuss, you'll have us out. There's plenty more as'd be glad to have it, and we'll have to go south into where it'll be worse. Please, miss, don't do it." "Worse?" Charlotte said slowly. "But he should make this fit to live in. You should have water at least, and drainage. No wonder your mother is ill. She'll get better. Just let her sleep a bit. We're all right, miss. Just leave us be." "But if that's what happened to Bessie Jones. She complained, and now she's gone to live in St. Giles, and she ain't got no more'n a corner of the room to herself. You let be. Please, miss." Her fear was so palpable that Charlotte could do no more than promise to say nothing, to swear it in front of Matthew Oliphant, and leave shivering, and by now aware of a rising nausea in her stomach,
and an anger so tight it made all the muscles in her body ache. "Tomorrow I'll take you to St. Giles," Oliphant said quietly, when they were out in the main street again. "If you want to go." "I want to go." Charlotte said the words without hesitation. If she had thought for even a moment, she might have lost her resolve. "Did you go there with Clemency also?" she asked more gently, trying to imagine the journey she was copying, thinking of Clemency's distress, as she must have seen sights just like these. "I expect she was very moved." He turned to her. His face was curiously luminous with memory, that for all its bleakness held some beauty for him that still shone in his mind and warmed him till he was temporarily oblivious of the street or the cold. "Yes, we came here," he answered with sweetness in his voice. "And then to St. Giles, and from there eastwards into Mile End and Whitechapel." He might have been speaking of the pillared ruins of Isfahan, or the golden road to Samarkand. So did his tongue caress the words. Charlotte hesitated only a moment before plunging on, ignoring what was suddenly so obvious to her. "Then could you tell me where she went last?" "If I could, Mrs. Pitt, I would have offered," he said gravely, his cheeks pink. "I only knew the general direction, because I was not with her when she found Bessie Jones. I only know that she did, because she told me afterwards. Would to God I had been." He strove to master his anguish, and almost succeeded. "Maybe I could have saved her." His voice cracked and finished husky and almost inaudible. Charlotte could not argue, although perhaps by then Clemency had already frightened those landlords and owners whose greed had eaten into them until they had destroyed her. Oliphant turned away, struggling for control. "But if you wish to go there, I shall try to take you, as long as you understand the risk. If we find the same place, then—" He stopped. The conclusion was not needed. "You are not afraid?" she asked, not as a challenge, but because she was certain that he was not. He was harrowed by feelings, almost laid naked by them, and yet fear was not among them. Anger, pity, indignation, loss, but not fear. He turned back to her, his face for a moment almost beautiful with the power of his caring. "You wish to continue Clemency's work, Mrs. Pitt, and I think perhaps even more than that. You wish to learn who killed her and expose them. So do I." She did not answer. It was hardly necessary. She caught a sudden glimpse of how much he had cared for Clemency. He would never have spoken. She was a married woman, older than he, and of higher social station. Anything more than friendship was impossible. But that had not altered his feeling, nor taken anything from his loss. She smiled at him politely, as if she had seen no more than anyone else, and thanked him for his help. She and Gracie would be most obliged. Naturally, she explained to Pitt what she was doing, and to what end. She might have evaded it had not Vespasia taken the children to Caroline, but their absence had to be explained, and she was in no mood to equivocate. She did not tell him what manner of place she would be going to, because nothing in her experience could have foreseen where the following 2 days would take her. She, Oliphant, and Gracie were driven by Percival from street to street, forever narrower, darker, and more foul, following the decline of the unfortunate Bessie Jones. Gracie was of inestimable help, because she had seen such places before, and she understood the desperation that makes men and women accept such treatment, rather than lose their frail hold on space and shelter, however poor, and be driven out into the streets to be huddled in doorways, shuddering with cold, exposed to the rain and casual violence. Finally, in the later afternoon of the 3rd day, they found Bessie Jones, as Clemency Shaw had done before them. It was in the heart of Mile End, off the Whitechapel Road. There seemed to be an unusual number of police around. Bessie was crouching in the corner of a room no more than 12 feet by 16, and occupied by 3 families, one in each corner. There were about 16 people in all, including 2 babies in arms, which cried constantly. There was a blackened pot-bellied stove against one wall, but it was barely alight. There were buckets for the necessities of nature, but no drain to empty either that or any other waste, except the one in the courtyard, which overflowed, and the stench filled the air, catching in the throat, soiling the clothes, the hair, and the skin. There was no running water. For washing, cooking, drinking, it all had to be fetched in a pail from the standpipe 300 yards away along the street. There was no furniture, except one broken wooden chair. People slept in what scraps of rag and blanket they could gather together for warmth. Men, women, and children, with nothing between them and the boards of the floor but more rags and loose ends of oakum, and the dross of the cloth industry, too wretched even to remake into drab for the workhouse. Above the crying of children, the snoring of an old man asleep under the broken window, boarded with a loose piece of linoleum, was the constant squeaking and scuttling of rats. On the floor below were the raucous sounds of a gin mill, and the shouts of drunkards as they fought, swore, and sang snatches of bawdy songs. 2 women lay senseless in the gutter, and a sailor relieved himself against the wall. Below street level, in ill-lit cellars, 98 women and girls sat shoulder to shoulder in a sweatshop, stitching shirts for a few pence a day. It was better than the match factory with its phosphorus poisoning. Upstairs, a brothel prepared for the evening trade. 20 yards away, rows of men lay in bunks, their bodies rotting, their minds adrift in the sweet dreams of opium. Bessie Jones was worn out, exhausted by the fruitless fight, and glad now at least to be under shelter from the rain and to have a stove to creep close to in the night, and 2 slices of bread to eat. Charlotte emptied her purse and felt it a gross and futile thing to have done, but the money burned her hand. In all of it she had followed the path that Clemency Shaw had taken, and she had felt as she must have felt. But she had learned nothing as to who might have killed her, although why was only too apparent. If the ownership of such places was accredited publicly, there would be some who would not care. They had no reputation or status to lose. But there were surely those who drew their money from such abysmal suffering, and who would pay dearly to keep it secret, and call it by some other name. To say one owned property implied estates somewhere in the shires. Farmlands might be envisioned. Rich earth yielding food, cattle, timber. Not the misery, crime, and disease Charlotte and Gracie had seen these few days. When she reached home, she stripped off all her clothes, even her shift and pantaloons, and put them all in the wash, and told Gracie to do the same. She could not imagine any soap that would cleanse them of the odor of filth. Her imagination would always furnish it as long as the memory lasted. But the sheer act of boiling and scrubbing would help. "What are you going to do, ma'am?" Gracie asked, wide-eyed and husky. Even she had never seen such wretchedness. "We are going to discover who owns these abominable places," Charlotte replied grimly. "And one of 'em murdered Miss Clemency," Gracie added, passing over her clothes and wrapping herself in Charlotte's old gown. The waist of it was around her hips, and the skirt trailed on the floor. She looked such a child, Charlotte had a moment of guilt for involving her in this fearful pursuit. "I believe so. Are you afraid?" "Yes, ma'am." Gracie's thin little face hardened. "But I isn't stopping here. I'm going to help you, never doubt that. And nobody ain't going to stop me. Nor I ain't going to let you go there on your own, neither." Charlotte gave her a great hug, taking her utterly by surprise, so she blushed fiercely with pleasure. "I wouldn't dream of going without you," Charlotte said candidly.
While Charlotte and Gracie were following the path of Clemency Shaw, Jack Radley looked up one of his less reputable friends from his gambling days, before he had met Emily, and persuaded him that it would be both interesting and profitable to take a turn around some of the worst rented accommodation in London. Anton was very dubious about the interest it would afford, but since Jack promised him his silver cigar cutter, he had given up the habit anyway. He understood the profit readily enough, and agreed to do it. Jack absolutely forbade Emily to go with them, and for the first time in their relationship, he brooked no argument whatsoever. "You may not come," he said with a charming smile and completely steady eyes. "But," she began, smiling back at him, searching for a lightness in him, a softness in his expression which would allow her to win him over. To her surprise, she found none. "But," she began again, looking for an argument in her favor, "you may not come, Emily." There was not a flicker in his eyes, and no yielding in his mouth. "It will be dangerous, if we have any success, and you would be in the way. Remember the reason we are doing this, and don't argue the toss. It is a waste of time, because whatever you say, you are not coming." She drew in a deep breath. "Very well," she conceded, with as much grace as she could muster. "If that is what you wish." "It is better than that, my love," he said with the first edge of a smile. "It is an order." When he and Anton had departed, leaving her on the doorstep, she felt completely betrayed. Then, as she gave the matter more reasoned consideration, she realized that he had done it to protect her from both the unpleasantness of the journey and the distress of what she would inevitably see, and she was pleased that he showed such concern. She had no desire to be taken for granted, and while she did not like being denied or countermanded, she also did not like being able to prevail over his wishes. Getting your own way too often can be singularly unsatisfying. With an idle afternoon on her hands, and a mind teeming with questions, she ordered the other carriage. After dressing extremely carefully in a new gown from Salon Worth in Paris, a deep thunder blue which flattered her fair coloring, and embroidered lavishly in blouse front and around the hem, she set out to visit a certain lady whose wealth and family interests were greater than her scruples. This she knew from high society friends she had met in the past, at places where breeding and money were of far more account than personal affection or any form of regard. Emily alighted and climbed the steps at the Park Lane address. When the door was opened, she presented her card and stood her ground, while a slightly disconcerted parlour-maid read it. It was one of Emily's old ones from before her remarriage, and still read the Viscountess Ashworth, which was very much more impressive than Mrs. Jack Radley. Normally, a lady would have left her card, so the lady of the house might in turn leave hers, and they would agree on a future time to meet. But Emily was clearly not going to depart. The parlour-maid was obliged either to ask her to go or to invite her in. The title left her only one choice. "Please come in, my lady, and I will see if Lady Priscilla will receive you." Emily accepted graciously, and, head high, walked through the large hallway decked with family portraits, even a suit of armor on a stand. She took her place in the morning room in front of the fire until the maid returned and ushered her upstairs into the first-story boudoir, the sitting room specially reserved for ladies. It was an exquisite room, decorated in the Oriental style, which had become popular lately, and full of chinoiserie of every sort: lacquer boxes, an embroidered silk screen, landscape paintings where mountains floated above mists and waterfalls, and tiny figures like black dots traveled on interminable roads. There was a glass-shelved cupboard containing at least 20 jade and ivory figures, and 2 carved ivory fans, like frozen white lace. Lady Priscilla herself was perhaps 50, thin and with black hair of an unnatural depth that only her fondest friends imagined to be her own. She was wearing magenta and rose, also embroidered, but perfectly symmetrical. She knew it was a mistake as soon as she saw Emily. "Lady Ashworth," she exclaimed with courteous surprise, "how charming of you to have called upon me, and how unexpected." Emily knew perfectly well she meant how uncouth and without the appropriate warning, but she had come with a highly practical purpose in mind, and had no intention of jeopardizing it with impulsive words. "I wished to find you alone," Emily replied with a slight inclining of her head. "I would like some confidential advice, and it suddenly occurred to me that no one in London would be better able to give it than you." "Good gracious, how you flatter me!" Lady Priscilla exclaimed. But her overriding expression was not vain so much as curious. "Whatever do I know that you do not know quite as well yourself?" She smiled. "A little scandal, perhaps. But surely you have not come alone at this time of day for that." "I am not averse to it." Emily sat down on the chair indicated. "But that is not why I am here. It is counsel I want, in certain matters in which I now have the freedom to be my own mistress." She let it hang in the air, and saw Priscilla's sharp face quicken with interest. Your own mistress? Of course I heard of Lord Ashworth's death. She composed her features to the appropriate solicitude. My dear, how awful. I am so sorry. It was some time ago now. Emily brushed it aside. I have remarried, you know. But your card... Oh, did I give you one of the old ones? How careless of me. I do apologize. I am getting so short-sighted these days. It was on Priscilla's tongue to say, a small pair of spectacles, perhaps? But she did not wish to be too offensive in case she did not learn the cause for Emily's consulting her, and then how could she relate it to others? It is of no consequence, she murmured. Emily smiled dazzlingly. How gracious of you. If I can help, Priscilla offered intently. Oh, I'm sure. Emily settled a little farther into her seat. This could have been quite entertaining, but she must not lose sight of her reason for coming. Clemency Shaw's death was enough to sober any amusement. I have a certain amount of money at my disposal, and I should like to invest it profitably, and if possible, where it is both safe and reasonably discreet. Oh. Priscilla let out her breath slowly, a dawn of comprehension in her face. You would like it to return you some profit, but be inaccessible to your family. And you are married again? I am. Silently, Emily thought of Jack and apologized to him. Hence the need for the utmost discretion. Absolute secrecy, Priscilla assured her, her eyes alight. I can advise you very well. You certainly came to the right person. I knew it, Emily said with triumph in her voice, not for investment, but because she was on the brink of discovering exactly what she sought. I knew you were the very best person. What should I do with it? I have quite a substantial amount, you understand. Property, Priscilla replied without hesitation. Emily schooled her face very carefully into disappointment. Property? But then anyone who wished could ascertain exactly what I owned, and what income it brought me, which is precisely what I wish to avoid. Oh, my dear, don't be naive. Priscilla waved her hands, dismissing the very idea. I don't mean domestic residences in Primrose Hill. I mean 2 or 3 blocks of old tenements in Mile End or Wapping or St. Giles. Wapping? Emily said with careful incredulity. What on earth would that be worth to me? A fortune, Priscilla replied. Place it in the hands of a good business manager, who will see that it is let advantageously, and that the rent is collected every week or month, and it will double your outlay in no time. Emily frowned. Really? How on earth would rent for places like that amount to much? Only the poorest people live in such areas, don't they? They could hardly pay the kind of rents I should wish. Oh, yes, they can, Priscilla reassured her. If there are enough of them, it will be most profitable, I promise you. Enough? Certainly. Ask no questions as to what people do and what profit they in turn can make. Then you can let every room in the building to a dozen people, and they will sublet it, and so on. There is always someone who will pay more, believe me. I am not sure I should care to be associated with such a place, Emily demurred. It is not something... Priscilla laughed aloud. Who would? That is why you do it through a business manager, and a solicitor, and his employees, and a rent collector, and so on. No one will ever know it is you who owns it, except your own man of affairs, and he will certainly never tell anyone. That is his purpose. Are you sure? Emily widened her eyes. Does anyone else do such a thing? Of course, dozens of people. Who, for instance? My dear, don't be so indiscreet. You will make yourself highly unpopular if you ask such questions. They are protected, just as you will be. I promise you no one will know. It is only a matter of... Emily shrugged her shoulders high and opened her eyes innocently. Really? People might not understand. There is nothing illegal, I presume. Of course not. Apart from having no desire to break the law, Priscilla smiled and pursed her lips. These are all highly respectable people with positions to maintain. It also would be very foolish." She spread elegant hands wide, palms upwards, her rings momentarily hidden. "Anyway, it is quite unnecessary. There is no law to prevent your doing everything I suggest, and believe me, my dear, the profits are exceedingly good." "Is there any risk?" Emily said lightly. "I mean, there are people agitating for reforms of one sort or another. Might one end up losing it all? Or, on the other hand, being exposed to public dislike if—" "None at all," Priscilla said with a laugh. "I don't know what reformers you have heard of, but they have not even a ghost of a chance of bringing about any real changes. Not in the areas I propose. New houses will be built here and there in manufacturing towns, but it will not affect the properties we are concerned with. There will always be slums, my dear, and there will always be people with nowhere else to live." Emily felt such a passion of revulsion, she found it almost impossible to hide it. She looked down to conceal her face, and searched in her reticule for a handkerchief, then blew her nose a good deal less delicately than was ladylike. Then she felt sufficiently composed to meet Priscilla's eyes again, and try to make the loathing in her own look like anxiety. "I thought it was such slums that reformers were involved in." Now the contempt in Priscilla's face was easily readable. "You are being timid for no reason, Emily." The use of her name added an infinite condescension to Priscilla's words. "There are very powerful people involved. It would not only be quite pointless trying to ruin them, it would be extremely dangerous. No one will cause more than a little inconvenience, I promise, and that will be dealt with without your needing even to know about it, much less involve yourself." Emily leaned back and forced a smile to her face, although it felt more like the baring of teeth. She met Priscilla's gaze without a flicker, though inside she was burning with a hatred that made her want to react with physical violence. "You have told me precisely what I wish to know, and I am sure you are totally reliable, and unquestionably are fully aware what you are dealing with. No doubt we will meet again on the matter, or at least you will hear from me. Thank you so much for sparing me your time." Priscilla smiled more widely as Emily rose to her feet. "I am always happy to be of assistance to a friend. When you have realized your assets and decided what you would like to invest, come back, and I shall put you in touch with the best person to help you, and to be utterly discreet." Money was not mentioned, but Emily knew perfectly well it was understood, and she was equally sure Priscilla herself took a proportion for her services. "Of course." Emily inclined her head very slightly. "You have been most gracious. I shall not forget it." And she took her leave and went out of the house into the cold air of the street, where even the manure on the cobbles could not spoil its comparative sweetness to her. "Take me home," she told the coachman as he handed her up. "Immediately." When Jack returned, tired and dirty, his face ashen, she was waiting for him. He was just as somber, with an underlying anger equal to hers.
End of Track 11. Track 12.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry. He stopped in the hallway, where she had come from the withdrawing room to meet him. She still found his step on the black and white flagstones quickened her heart, and the sound of his voice as the footman took his coat made her smile. She looked at him and searched his dark gray eyes, with the curling lashes she had marveled at and envied when they first met. She had considered him far too conscious of his own charm. Now that she knew him better, she still found him just as engaging, but knew the man behind the manners and liked him immensely. He was an excellent friend, and she knew the supreme value of that. "Was it very bad?" She did not waste words in foolish questions like, "How are you?" She could see in his face how he was, that he had been exhausted and hurt, and was as violently angry as she, and as impotent to change or destroy the offenders or to help the victims. "Beyond anything I can convey in words," he replied. "I'll be lucky if I can get the smell out of my clothes or the taste out of my throat. And I don't think I'll ever completely lose the picture of their misery. I can see their faces every time I close my eyes, as if they were painted on the inside of my eyelids." He looked around the huge hallway with its flagged floor, oak-paneled walls, the sweeping staircase up to a gallery, the paintings, the vases laden with flowers 2 and 3 feet tall, the huge carved furniture with gleaming wood, and the umbrella stand with 5 silver and horn-handled sticks. Emily knew what he was thinking. The same thoughts had passed through her head more than once. But it was George's house, Ashworth heritage, and belonged to her son Edward, not to her, except as a trust until he was of age. Jack knew that, too, but they both still felt a taste of guilt that they enjoyed its luxury as easily as if it had been theirs, which in all practical ways it was. "Come into the withdrawing room and sit down," she said gently. "Albert can draw you a bath. Tell me what you learned." Taking her arm, he went with her, and in a quiet, very grave voice, he described where Anton had taken him. He chose few words, not wanting to harass her, nor to relive the horror and the helpless pity he had felt himself, not the nauseating disgust. He told her of rat and lice-infected tenements, where the walls dripped and hung with mold, of open sewers and drains and piles of refuse. Many rooms were occupied by 15 or 20 people, all ages and both sexes, without privacy or sanitation of any kind, without water or drainage. In some, the roofs or windows were in such disrepair the rain came in, and yet the rent was collected every week without fail. Some desperate people sublet even the few square yards they had in order to maintain their own payments. He forbore from describing the conditions in the sweatshops, where women and girls worked beneath street level, by gaslight or candlelight, and without ventilation, 18 hours a day, stitching shirts or gloves or dresses for people who inhabited another world. He did not go into any detail about the brothels, the gin mills, and the narrow, fetid rooms where men found oblivion and opium. He simply stated their existence. By the time he had said all he needed to share the burden and feel her understanding, her anguish at the same things, her equal sense of outrage and helplessness, Albert had been twice to say his bath was getting cold, and had finally come a third time to say that a fresh bath had been drawn. They were in bed, close together and almost ready for sleep, when she finally told him what she had done, where she had been, and what she had learned. Vespasia took the questions to Somerset Carlyle, when the parliamentary business of the day was done. It was after 11 in the evening chill, with a rising fog, when she finally reached her home. She was tired, but too filled with concern to sleep. Part of her thoughts were turned towards the matters she had raised with him, but a good deal of her anxiety was for Charlotte. It was not untouched with guilt, lest by suggestion, the offer of Percival in the carriage, and the ready ease with which she had taken the children to Caroline Ellison, that she had enabled Charlotte to embark on a course which might become personally dangerous. At the time, she had simply thought of Clemency Shaw and the appalling injustice of her death. For once she had allowed anger to outweigh judgment, and had sent the woman she was most fond of into considerable risk. It was true. She cared for Charlotte as much as anyone, now her own daughter was dead. And more than that, she liked her, enjoyed her company, her humor, her courage. It was not only rash, it was completely irresponsible. She had not even consulted Thomas, and he, of all people, had a right to know. But it was not her nature to spend time over what could not be undone. She must bear it, and take the blame, should there be any. There was no purpose to be served in speaking or writing to Thomas now. Charlotte would tell him, or not, as she wished, and he would prevent her from continuing, or not, as he was able. Vespasia's meddling now would only compound the error. But she found it hard to sleep. The following evening they met at Vespasia's house for dinner, and to compare notes upon what they had learned, but primarily to hear from Somerset Carlyle the state of the law they must fight, deal with, and change if possible. Emily and Jack arrived early. Emily was less glamorously dressed than Vespasia could remember her being since she had ceased mourning for George. Jack looked tired. There were lines of strain on his normally handsome face, and the humor was absent from his eyes. He was courteous from habit, but even the usual compliments were not on his lips. Charlotte was late, and Vespasia was beginning to feel anxious, her mind wandering from the trivial conversation they maintained until the business of the evening could be shared. Somerset Carlyle came in, grim-faced. He glanced at Vespasia, then Emily and Jack, and forbore from asking where Charlotte was. But Charlotte finally arrived, brought by Percival and the returned carriage. She was breathless, tired, and her hair markedly less well done than customarily. Vespasia was so overwhelmingly relieved to see her, all she could do was criticize her for being late. She dared not to show her emotions. It would have been most unseemly. They repaired to the dining room, and dinner was served. Each reported what he or she had seen and done, cursorily, and with no unnecessary description. The facts were fearful enough. They did not speak as if they had been tired, sickened, or endangered themselves. What they had seen dwarfed self-pity or praise. When the last was finished, they turned as one to Somerset Carlyle. Pale-faced, weary of heart, he explained the law to them as he had ascertained it. He confirmed what they already knew, that it was almost impossible to discover who owned property if the owner wished to remain anonymous, and that the law required nothing to assist the tenant or shield him. There were no basic requirements of fitness for habitation concerning water, sewage, shelter, or any other facility. There were no means of redress regarding payment of rents or freedom from eviction. "Then we must change the law," Vespasia said when he had finished. "We will continue where Clemency Shaw was cut off by her murderers." "It may be dangerous," Somerset Carlyle warned. "We will be disturbing powerful people. The little I have learned so far indicates there are members of great families who come by at least part of their income that way, some industrialists with vast fortunes reinvested. It has not failed to touch others of ambition and greed, men who can be tempted and who have favors to sell, members of the House, judges of court. It will be a very hard struggle, and with no easy victories." "That is a pity," Vespasia said, without even consulting the others by so much as a glance. "But it is irrelevant. We need more people in power." Carlyle glanced at Jack. "More men in Parliament, prepared to risk a comfortable seat by fighting against the vested interests." Jack did not reply, but he spoke little the rest of the evening, and all the way home he was deep in thought. Chapter 8. Pitt and Murdo were working from early in the morning until long after dark, pursuing every scrap of material evidence until there was nothing else to learn. The Highgate police themselves were still searching for the arsonist they were convinced was guilty, but as yet they had not found him, although they felt that every day's inquiry brought them closer. There had been other fires started in similar manner: an empty house in Kentish Town, a stable in Hampstead, a small villa to the north in Crouch End. They questioned every source of fuel oil within a 3-mile radius of Highgate, but discovered no purchases other than those which were accounted for by normal household needs. They asked every medical practitioner if they had treated burns not explained to their certain knowledge. They counseled with neighboring police and fire forces on the name, present whereabouts, past history, and methods of every other person known to have committed arson in the last 10 years, and learned nothing of use. Pitt and Murdo also delved into the value, insurance, and ownership of all the houses that had been burned, and found nothing in common. Then they asked into the dispositions and wills and testaments of Clemency Shaw and Amos Lindsay. Clemency bequeathed everything of which he died possessed to her husband, Stephen Robert Shaw, with the solitary exception of a few personal items to friends, and Amos Lindsay left his works of art, his books, and the mementos of his travels also to Stephen Shaw, and the house itself, most surprisingly, to Matthew Oliphant, a startling and unexplained gift of which Pitt entirely approved. It was just one more evidence of a kind and most unconventional man. He knew that Charlotte was busy, but since she was traveling in Great-aunt Vespasia's carriage and with her footman in attendance, he was satisfied there was no danger involved. He thought there was also little profit, since she had told him she was pursuing Clemency Shaw's last known journeys, and he was quite sure, since Lindsay's death, that Clemency had been killed by chance, and the true intended victim was Stephen Shaw. So, the morning after the dinner at Vespasia's house, in which they had learned the extent and nature of the law, Charlotte dressed herself in tidy but unremarkable clothes. This was not in the least difficult, since that description encompassed the greater part of her wardrobe. She then waited for Emily and Jack to arrive. They came surprisingly early. She had not honestly thought Emily rose at an hour to make this possible, but Emily was at the door before 9, looking her usual fashionable self, with Jack only a pace behind her, dressed in plain, undistinguished browns. "It won't do," Charlotte said immediately. "I am quite aware that it won't." Emily came in, gave her a quick peck on the cheek, and made her way to the kitchen. "I am only half awake. For pity's sake, have Gracie put on the kettle. I shall have to borrow something of yours. Everything of mine looks as if it cost at least as much as it did, which of course was the intention. Have you got a brown dress? I look terrible in brown." "No, I haven't," Charlotte said a little stiffly. "But I have 2 dark plum-colored ones, and you would look just as terrible in either of them." Emily broke into laughter, her face lighting up and some of the tiredness vanishing. "Thank you, my dear. How charming of you. Do they both fit you, or might one of them be small enough for me?" "No," Charlotte joined in the mood, her eyes wide, preventing herself from smiling back with difficulty. "They will be excellent round the waist, but too big in the bosom." "Liar," Emily shot back. "They will bag around the waist, and I shall trip over the skirts." "Either will do excellently. I shall go and change while you make the tea. Are we taking Gracie as well? It will hardly be a pleasant adventure for her." "Please, ma'am," Gracie said urgently. She had tasted the excitement of the chase, of being included, and was bold enough to plead her own cause. "I can help. I understand them people." "Of course," Charlotte said quickly, "if you wish. But you must stay close to us at all times. If you don't, there is no accounting for what may happen to you." "Oh, I will, ma'am," she promised, her sober little face as grave as if she were swearing an oath. "And I'll watch and listen. Sometimes I knows when people is telling lies." Half an hour later, the 4 of them set out in Emily's second carriage on the journey to Mile End, to trace the ownership of the tenement house to which Charlotte had followed the trail of Clemency Shaw. Their first intent was to discover the rent collector and learn from him for whom he did this miserable duty. She had made note of the exact location. Even so, it took them some time to find it again. The streets were narrow, and took careful negotiation through the moil of costers' barrels, old clothes carts, peddlers, vegetable wagons, and clusters of people buying, selling, and begging. So many of the byways looked alike, pavements wide enough to allow the passage of only one person. The cobbled centers, often with open gutters meandering through them, filled with the night's waste. The jettied houses leaning far out over the street, some so close at the top as to block out most of the daylight. One could imagine people in the upper stories being able to all but shake hands across the divide, if they leaned out far enough, and were minded to do so. The wood was pitted where sections were rotten and had fallen away. The plaster was dark with stains of old leakage and rising dampness from the stones, and here and there ancient pargeting made half-broken patterns or insignia. People stood in doorways, dark forms huddled together, faces catching the light now and then as one or another moved. Emily reached out and took Jack's hand. The teeming, fathomless despair of it frightened her. She had never felt quite this kind of inadequacy. There were so many. There was a child running along beside them, begging. He was no older than her own son, sitting at home in his schoolroom, struggling with learning his multiplication tables and looking forward to luncheon, apart from the obligatory rice pudding which he loathed, and the afternoon when he could play. Jack fished in his pockets for a coin and threw it for the boy. The child dived on it as it rolled almost under the carriage wheels, and for a sickening moment Emily thought he would be crushed. But he emerged an instant later, jubilant, clutching the coin in a filthy hand and biting his teeth on it to check its metal. Within moments, a dozen more urchins were close around them, calling out, stretching their hands, fighting each other to reach them first. Older men appeared. There were catcalls, jeers, threats, and all the time the crowd closing in till the horses could barely make their way forward, and the coachman was afraid to urge them in case he crushed the weight of yelling, writhing, shoving humanity. Oh, my God! Jack looked ashen, realizing suddenly what he had done. Frantically, he turned out his pockets for more. Emily was thoroughly frightened. She hunched down on the seat, closer to his side. There seemed to be clamoring, reaching people all around them, hands grasping, faces contorted with hunger and hatred. Gracie was wrapped with her shawl around her, wide-eyed, frozen. Charlotte did not know what Jack intended that would help, but she emptied out her own few coins to add to his. He took them without hesitation, and forcing the window open, flung them as far behind the coach as he could. Instantly the crowd parted and dived where the coins had fallen. The coachman urged the horses forward, and they were free, clattering down the road, wheels hissing on the damp surface. Jack fell back on the seat, still pale, but the beginning of a smile on his lips. Emily straightened up and turned to look at him, her eyes very bright, and her color returned. Now, as well as pity and fear, there was a new sharp admiration. Charlotte, too, felt a very pleasant respect which had not been there before. When they reached the tenement, it was decided Charlotte and Gracie should go in, since they were familiar to the occupants. To send more might appear like a show of force, and produce quite the opposite effect from the one they wished. "Mr. Thicket?" A small group of drab women looked from one to another. "Dunno where he comes from. He just comes every week and takes the money." "Is it his house?" Charlotte asked. "How the hell do we know?" a toothless woman said angrily. "And why do you care, eh? What's it to you? Who are you, anyhow, coming here asking questions?" "We pays our rent, and we don't make no trouble," another added, folding fat arms over an even fatter bosom. It was a vaguely threatening stance, although she held no weapon, nor had any within reach. It was the way she rocked very slightly on her feet, and stared fiercely at Charlotte's face. She was a woman with little left to lose, and she knew it. "We want a rent," Gracie said quickly. "We've been put out of our own place, and we gotta find something else quick. We can't wait till rent day. We gotta find it now." "Oh, why didn't you say so?" The woman looked at Charlotte with a mixture of pity and exasperation. "Proud, are you? Stupid, more like. Fallen on hard times, have you? Living too high on the hog? And now you gotta come down in the world? Happens to lots of folk. Well, Thicket don't come today. But for a consideration, I'll tell you where to find him." "We're on hard times," Gracie said plaintively. "Yeah? Well, your hard times isn't the same as my hard times." The woman's pale mouth twisted into a sneer. "I ain't asking money. Of course you ain't got no money, or you wouldn't be here. But I'll have your hat." She looked at Charlotte, then at her hands, and saw their size, and looked instead at Gracie's brown woolen shawl. "And her shawl. Then I'll tell you where to go." "You can have the hat now." Charlotte took it off as she spoke. "And the shawl, if we find Thicket where you say. If we don't—" She hesitated, a threat on her lips, then looked at the hard, disillusioned face and knew its futility. "Then you'll do without," she ended. "Yeah." The woman's voice was steeped in years of experience. "And when you've got Thicket, you're going to come back here and give me your shawl. What you take me for, eh? Shawl now or no Thicket?" "Gone," Gracie said with withering scorn. "Take the hat and be happy. No Thicket, no hat. She may look like gentry, but she's mean when she's crossed, and she's crossed right now. What's the matter with you? You're stupid or something? Take the hat and give us Thicket." Her little face was tight with disgust and concentration. She was on an adventure, and prepared to risk everything to win. The woman saw her different mettle, heard the familiar vowels in her voice, and knew she was dealing with one more her own kind. She dropped the bluff, shrugging her heavy shoulders. It had been a reasonable attempt, and you could not blame one for trying. "You'll find Thicket in Scepter Street. Big house on the corner of Usk. Go to the back and ask for Tom Thicket, and say it's to give him rent. They'll let you in, and if you says aught about money, he'll listen to you." She snatched the hat out of Charlotte's hands and ran her fingers over it appreciatively. Her lips pursed in concentration.
"If you're on hard dimes, hock a few of these, and you'll have enough to eat for days." "Hard times? You don't know hard times from nothing."
No one argued with her. They knew their poverty was affected for the occasion, and a lie excusable only by its brevity, and their own flicker of knowledge as to what its reality would be. Back in the carriage, huddled against the chill, they rode still slowly to Sceptre Street, as the woman had told them. The thoroughfare was wider, the houses on each side broader fronted, and not jettied across the roadway, but the gutters still rolled with waste and smelled raw and sour, and Charlotte wondered if she would ever be able to get the stains out of the bottom of her skirts. Emily would probably throw hers away. She would have to make some recompense to Gracie for this. She looked across at her thin body, as upright as Aunt Vespasia in her own way, but a full head shorter. Her face, with its still childish softness of skin, was more alive with excitement than she had ever seen it before. They stepped down at the designated corner and crossed the footpath, wider here, and knocked on the door. When a tousle-headed maid answered, they asked for Mr. Thicket, stating very clearly that it was a matter of money and some urgency to it, Gracie putting in a dramatic sniff. They were permitted to enter and led to a chilly room apparently used for storing furniture, and for such occasional meetings as this. Several chests and old chairs were piled recklessly on top of each other, and there was a table missing a leg and a bundle of curtains which seemed to have rotted in places with damp. The whole smelled musty, and Emily pulled a face as soon as they were inside. There was no place to sit down, and she remembered with a jolt that they were supplicants now, seeking a favor of this man, and in no position to be anything but crawlingly civil. Only the remembrance of Clemency Shaw's death, the charred corpse in her imagination, enabled her to do it. "He won't tell us, the owner," she whispered quickly. "He thinks he has the whip hand of us, if we are here to beg half a room from him." "You are right, my lady," Gracie whispered back, unable to forget the title even here. "If he's a rat collector, he'll be a bully. They always is. And like as not big with it. He won't do nothing for nobody, less'n he asked her." For a moment they were all caught in confusion. The first story would no longer serve. Then Jack smiled just as they heard heavy footsteps along the passageway, and the door opened to show a big man, barrel-chested, with a hatchet face, jutting nose, and small, round, clever eyes. He hooked his thumbs in his waistcoat, which was once beige but was now mottled and faded with years of misuse. "Well?" He surveyed them with mild curiosity. He had only one yardstick by which he measured people. Could they pay the rent, either by means already in their possession, or by some they could earn, steal, or sublet to obtain? He looked at the women also, not as possessors of money or labor force worth considering, but to see if they were handsome or young enough to earn their livings on the street. He judged them all handsome enough, but only Gracie to have the necessary realism. The other two, and it showed plainly in his face, would have to come down a good deal further in the world before they were accommodating enough to please a paying customer. However, a friendliness made up for a lot of flaws, in fact almost anything except age. On the other hand, Jack looked like a dandy, in spite of his rather well-worn clothes. They might be old, but that did not disguise the flair with which he tied his cravat, or the good cut of the shoulders and the lie of the lapels. No, here was a man who knew and liked the good things. If he was on hard times, he would make no worker. His hands, smooth, well-manicured, and gloveless, attested to that. But then he did look shrewd, and there was an air about him of easiness, a charm. He might make an excellent trickster, well able to live on his arts. And he would not be the first gentleman to do that, by a long way. "So, you want a room," he said mildly. "I dare say as I can find you one. Maybe, if you can pay for it, one all to yourselves, like. Oh, about 5 shillings a week." Jack's lip curled with distaste, and he reached out and put his hand on Emily's arm. "Actually, you mistake our purpose," he said very frankly, looking at Thicket with hard eyes. "I represent Smurfit, Taylor, and Mordew solicitors. My name is John Constantine." He saw Thicket's face tighten in a mixture of anger and caution. "There is a suit due to be heard regarding property upon which there have been acts of negligence which bear responsibility for considerable loss. Since you collect the rents for this property, we assume you own it, and therefore are liable." "No, I don't." Thicket's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his body defensively. "I collect rents, that's all. Just collect. That's an honest job, and you got no business with me. I can't help you." "I am not in need of help, Mr. Thicket," Jack said with considerable aplomb. "It is you, if you own the property, who will shortly be in prison for undischarged debt." "Oh, no, I won't. I don't own nothing but this house, which didn't add nothing wrong with it for years. Anyway," he screwed up his face in new appraisal, his native common sense returning, now the first alarm had worn off. "If you're a lawyer, who are they? Lawyers' clerks, eh?" He jabbed a powerful finger towards Emily, Charlotte, and Gracie. Jack answered with transparent honesty. "This is my wife, this is my sister-in-law, and this is her maid. I brought them because I knew you would be little likely to see me alone, having a good idea who I was and why I came. And circumstances proved me right. You took us for a family on hard fortune and needing to rent your rooms. The law requires that I serve papers on you." He made as if to reach into his inside pocket. "No, it don't," Thicket said rapidly. "I don't own no buildings. Like I said, I just collect the rents." "And put them in your pocket," Jack finished for him. "Good. You'll likely have a nice fund somewhere to pay the costs. All I have is me wage, what I'm paid for it. I give all the rest, excepting my bit over." "Oh, yes?" Jack's eyebrows went up disbelievingly. "To whom?" "To the manager, of course. To him what manages the business for whoever owns all them buildings along Lisbon Street." "Indeed? And who is he?" The disbelief was still there. "I dunno. Where the hell are you from? Do you think people who has places like that puts their names on the door? You daft or something?" "The manager," Jack backtracked adeptly. "Of course the owner wouldn't tell the likes of you if you don't report to him. Who is the manager? I'm going to serve these papers on someone." "Mr. Buffery. Fred Buffery. You'll find him at Nicholas Street, over beyond the brewery. That's where he does business. You go and serve your papers on him. It ain't nothing to do with me. I just take the rents. It's a job, like yours." Jack did not bother to dispute it with him. They had what they wanted, and he had no desire to remain. Without expressing any civilities, he opened the door, and they all left, finding the carriage a few houses away, and proceeding to the next address. Here they were informed that Mr. Buffery was taking luncheon at the neighboring public house, the Goat and Compasses, and they decided it would be an excellent time to do the same. Emily, particularly, was fascinated. She had never been inside such an establishment before, and Charlotte had only in more salubrious neighborhoods, and that on infrequent occasions. Inside was noisy with laughter, voices and excited and often bawdy conversation, and the clink of glasses and crockery. It smelled of ale, sweat, sawdust, vinegar, and boiled vegetables. Jack hesitated. This was not a suitable place for ladies. The thought was as plain on his face as if he had spoken it. "Nonsense," Emily said fiercely just behind him. "We are all extremely hungry. Are you going to refuse to get us luncheon?" "Yes, I am, in this place," he said firmly. "We'll find something better, even if it's a pie stall. We can get Mr. Buffery when he returns to his office." "I'm staying here," Emily retorted. "I want to see. It's all part of what we are doing." "No, it isn't." He took her arm. "We need Buffery to tell us who he manages the building for. We don't need this place. I'm not going to argue about it, Emily. You are coming out." "But, Jack—" Before the altercation could proceed any further, Gracie slid forward and grasped the bartender waiting on the next table, pulling his sleeve till he turned to see what was upsetting his balance. "Please, mister," she appealed to him with wide eyes. "Is Mr. Buffery in here? I can't hear his voice.
and I don't see too well. He's me uncle, and I got a message for him."
"Give it to me, girl, and I'll give it to him," the bartender said, not unkindly.
"Oh, I can't do that, mister. It'd be more'n me life's worth. Me pa'd turn me something wicked."
"Here, I'll take you. He's over here in the corner. Don't you bother him now, mind. I'll not have me customers bothered. You give your message, then scarper, right?"
"Yes, mister. Thank you, mister."
And she allowed him to lead her over to the far corner, where a man with a red face and golden red hair was seated behind a small table and a plate generously spread with succulent pie and crisp pickles and a large slice of ripe cheese. 2 tankards of ale stood a hand's reach away.
"Uncle Fred,"
she began for the bartender's benefit, hoping fervently at least Charlotte, if not all of them, were immediately behind her. Buffery looked at her with irritation. "I ain't your uncle. Go and bother someone else. I ain't interested in your sort. If I want a woman, I'll find me own, a lot sassier than you, and I don't give to beggars." "Here," the bartender said angrily, "you said as he were your uncle."
"So he is,"
Gracie said desperately.
"Me pa said us to tell him me grandma's took bad, and we need money for help for her. She's that cold."
"That right?" the bartender demanded, turning to Buffery. "You running out on your own, Ma?" By this time, Charlotte, Emily, and Jack were all behind Gracie. She felt the warmth of relief flood through her. She sniffed fiercely, half afraid, half determined to play this for all it was worth.
"You got all them houses, Uncle Fred. All Lisbon Street, mostly. You can find Grandma a nice place where she can be warm. She's real bad. Ma'll look after her, if'n you just find a better place. We got water on all the walls, and it's cold something awful."
"I ain't your Uncle Fred," Buffery said furiously. "I ain't never seen you before. Get out of here. Here, take this." He thrust a 6pence at her. "Now get out of here." Gracie ignored the 6pence with difficulty and burst into tears with ease.
"That won't buy more than one night. Then what'll we do? You got all the houses on Lisbon Street. Why can't you get Ma and Pa a room in one of 'em, so we can keep dry? I'll work, honest I will. We'll pay you."
"They ain't my houses, you little fool." Buffery was embarrassed now, as other diners turned to look at the spectacle. "Do you think I'd be here eating cold pie and drinking ale if I got the rents for that lot? I just manages the business of 'em. Now get out and leave me alone, you little bleeder. I ain't never seen you, and I got no ma what's sick." Gracie was saved further dramatic effort by Jack stepping forward and pretending to be a lawyer's clerk again, entirely unconnected with Gracie, and offering his services to dispatch her on her way. Buffery accepted eagerly, very aware now of his associates and neighbors staring at him. His discomfort offered a better sideshow than many of the running patterers who sang ballads of the latest news or scandal. This was immediate, and the afflicted one was known to them. When Buffery had identified himself, Jack told Gracie to leave, which she did rapidly and with deep gratitude, after picking up the 6pence. Jack then proceeded to threaten him with lawsuits as accessory to fraud, and Buffery was ready to swear blind that he did not own the buildings in Lisbon Street, and prove it if necessary, before the lawyer who took the rent money from him every month, less his own miserable pittance for the service he performed. After a brief luncheon, early afternoon found them in the offices on Bethnal Green Road of Folsom & Son, Penrose and Folsom, a small room up narrow stairs where Jack insisted on going alone. He returned after a chilly half-hour. Emily and Charlotte and Gracie were wrapped in carriage rugs, Gracie still glowing from her triumph in the public house, and the subsequent praise she had received. They spent until dark trying to track down the property management company whose name Jack had elicited by a mixture of lies and trickery from the seedy little Mr. Penrose, but eventually were obliged to return home unsuccessful. Charlotte intended to recount the day's events to Pitt, but when he arrived home late, lines of weariness deep in his face, and in his eyes a mixture of eagerness and total bafflement, she set aside her own news and asked after his. He sat down at the kitchen table and picked up the mug of tea she had automatically put before him, but instead of drinking it, he simply warmed his hands holding it and began to talk. "We went to Shaw's solicitors today and read Clemency's will. The estate was left to Shaw, as we had been told, all except a few personal items to friends. The most remarkable was her Bible, which she left to Matthew Oliphant, the curate." Charlotte could see nothing very odd in this. One might well leave a Bible to one's minister, especially if he were as sincere and thoughtful as Oliphant. She could almost certainly have had no idea of his feelings for her. They had been so desperately private. She recalled his bony, vulnerable face as clearly as if she had seen it a few moments ago. Why was Pitt so concerned? It seemed ordinary enough. She looked at him, waiting. "Of course, the Bible was destroyed in the fire." He leaned forward a little, elbows on the table, his face puckered in concentration. "But the solicitor had seen it. It was an extraordinary thing, leather-bound, tooled in gold, and with a hasp and lock on it, which he thought must be brass, but he wasn't sure." His eyes were bright with the recollection. "And inside, every initial letter of a chapter was illuminated in color and gold leaf, with the most exquisite tiny paintings." He smiled slowly, as if one glimpsed a vision of heaven or hell through lighted keyholes. She showed it to him just once, so he would know what item he was dealing with, and there could be no mistake. It had been her grandfather's. His face shadowed for a moment with distaste. Not Whirlingham, on the other side. Then the awareness of the present returned, and with it the waste and the destruction. His face was suddenly blank, and the light died out of it. "It must have been marvelous, and worth a great deal. But, of course, it's gone with everything else." He looked at her, puzzled and anxious. "But why on earth should she leave it to Oliphant? He's not even the vicar. He's only a curate. He almost certainly won't stay there in Highgate. If he gets a living, it will be elsewhere, possibly even in a different county." Charlotte knew the answer immediately, and without any effort of reasoning. It was as obvious to her as to any woman who had loved and not dared to show it, as she had once, ages ago, before Pitt. She had been infatuated with Dominic Cord, her eldest sister's husband, when Sarah was alive and they all lived in Cater Street. Of course, that had died as delusion became reality, and impossible, agonizing love resolved into a fairly simple friendship. But she thought that for Clemency Shaw it had remained achingly real. Matthew Oliphant's character was not a sham she had painted on by dream, as Charlotte had with Dominic. He was not handsome, dashing, there at every turn in her life. He was at least 15 years her junior, a struggling curate with barely the means of subsistence, and to the kindest eye he was a little plain and far from graceful. And yet a spirit burned inside him. In the face of other people's agony, Clithridge was totally inadequate, graceless, inarticulate, and left on the outside untouched. Oliphant's compassion robbed him of awkwardness because he felt the pain as if it were his own, and pity taught his tongue. The answer was clear. Clemency had loved him just as much as he had loved her, and been equally unable to show it even in the slightest way, except when she was dead, to leave him something of infinite value to her, and yet which would not seem so very remarkable that it would hurt his reputation. A Bible, not a painting or an ornament or some other article which would betray an unseemly emotion, just a Bible to the curate. Only those who had seen it would know, and perhaps that would be the solicitor, and Stephen Shaw. Pitt was staring at her across the table. "Charlotte?" She looked up at him, smiling a very little, suddenly a tightness in her throat. "He loved her too, you know," she said, swallowing hard. "I realized that when he was helping me to follow Bessie Jones and those awful houses. He knew the way she went." Pitt put the cup down and reached to take her hands, gently, holding them and touching her fingers one by one. There was no need to say anything else, and he did not wish to. In fact, it was the following morning, just before he left, that he told her the other thing that had so troubled him. He was tying up his boots at the front door, and she was holding his coat. "The lawyers have sorted the estate already. It's quite simple.
There is no money. Only a couple of £100 left. What? She felt she must have misunderstood him. He straightened up, and she helped him on with the coat.
End of Track 12. This book will be continued on the next cassette. Track 13.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
There is no money left, he repeated. All the Whirlingham money she inherited is gone, except about £214 and 15 shillings. But I thought there was a lot. I mean, wasn't Theophilus rich? Extremely. And all of it went to his 2 daughters, Prudence Hatch and Clemency Shaw. But Clemency has none left. There was one ugly thought which she had to speak, because it would haunt her mind anyway. Did Shaw spend it? No. The solicitor says definitely not. Clemency herself paid huge drafts to all kinds of people, individuals and societies. Whatever for? Said Charlotte, although the beginning of an idea was plain in her mind, as she could see that it was in his also. Housing reform? Yes, most of it that the solicitor knew about, but there is a great deal he cannot trace, to individuals he has never heard of. Are you going to find them? Of course, although I don't think it has anything to do with the fire. I still believe that was intended for Shaw, although I haven't even the beginning of proof as to why. And Amos Lindsay? He shrugged. Because he knew, or guessed, who was responsible. Perhaps from something Shaw said without realizing its significance himself. Or even uglier, and perhaps more likely, whoever it is still after Shaw, and that fire was a failed attempt to kill him also. He pulled his muffler off the hook and put it around his neck, the ends hanging loosely. And, of course, it is still not impossible. Shaw set them himself, the first to kill Clemency, the second to kill Lindsay, because in some way he had betrayed himself to him, or feared he had. That's vile, she said fiercely. After Lindsay had been his closest friend. And why? Why should Shaw murder Clemency? You just said there was no money to inherit. He hated saying it, and the revulsion showed in his face as he formed the words. Precisely because there is no money. If it was all gone and he needed more, then Flora Letterworth was young, very pretty, and the sole heiress to the biggest fortune in Highgate. And she is certainly very fond of him, to the point where it is the cause of local gossip. Oh, she said very quietly, unable to find anything to refute what he said, although she refused to believe it unless there was inescapable proof. He kissed her very gently, and she knew he understood what she felt and shared it. Then he left, and she turned immediately and went upstairs to dress for the day's journey with Emily, Jack, and Gracie. It took all morning to trace the management company, and a mixture of evasions and trickery to elicit from them the name of the solicitors. This time a highly reputable firm in the city, which took care of the affairs of the company which actually owned the properties in Lisbon Street, and also several others. At 2 o'clock they were all seated in the warm and extremely comfortable offices of Messrs. Warburg, Body, and Body, awaiting Mr. Body Sr.'s return from an extended luncheon with a client. Grave young clerks perched on stools, writing in perfect copperplate script on documents of vellum, which had scarlet seals dangling from them. Errand boys scurried on silent feet, discreet and obedient, and a wrinkled man in a stiff winged collar kept a careful eye on them, never moving from his wooden chair behind the desk. Gracie, who had never been in an office of any sort before, was fascinated, and her eyes followed every movement. Eventually Mr. Body returned. He was silver-haired, smooth-faced, impeccably bland in voice and manner. He disregarded the women and addressed himself solely to Jack. It seemed he had not moved with the times, and recognized that women now had a legal entity. To him they were still appendages to a man's property. His pleasure, possibly, his responsibilities, certainly, but not to be informed or consulted. Charlotte bristled, and Emily took a step forward, but Jack's hand stayed her, and as a matter of tactics she obeyed. In the last 2 days she had learned a quite new respect for his ability to read character and to obtain information.
But Mr. Body was of an entirely different metal than those they had dealt with to date. He was smooth, quite certain of his own safety from suit of any kind, and his calm, unctuous face did not flicker when he explained with barely civil condescension that, yes, he handled affairs of property and rent for certain clients, but he was not at liberty to name them, nor give any particulars whatsoever. Yes, most certainly Mrs. Shaw had called upon him with similar questions, and he had been equally unable to answer her. He was profoundly grieved that she should have met so tragic a fate. His eyes remained chill and expressionless. Please accept his sincerest condolences, but the facts remained. This was a murder inquiry, Jack explained. He was acting on behalf of persons whom he also was unable to name, and would Mr. Body prefer it if the police came and asked these questions? Mr. Body did not take kindly to threats. Was Jack aware that the persons who owned these properties were among the most powerful in the city, and had friends they could call upon, if need be, to protect their interests? Some of these said people had high positions, and were able to give, or to withhold, favors which might make a considerable difference to the agreeability of one's life and the prospect of one's future advancement in profession, finance, or society. Jack raised his eyebrows and asked with very slight surprise if Mr. Body was telling him that these people to whom he was referring were so embarrassed by their ownership of the property in question that they were prepared to damage the reputation or interests of anyone who might inquire. "You must assume whatever you will, Mr. Radley," Body replied with a tight smile. "I am not answerable for your situation. I have discharged my duty towards you. Now, I have further clients to see. Good day to you." And with that they were obliged to depart, with no more than the company name, which they had already gleaned from the management. No names were given, and no principals. The matter was not described in any way, except by the rather amorphous threat. "Odious little person," Aunt Vespasia replied when they told her. "But what we might have expected. If he were to repeat names to any Tom, Dick, and Harry who came to the door, he would not have lasted long as lawyer to the kind of people who own such properties." She had already ordered tea, and they were sitting around the fire in her withdrawing-room, thawing out from the chill, both of the weather outside and of their disappointment at having met, at least for the time being, what seemed to be a dead end. Even Gracie was permitted on this occasion to sit with them and to take tea, but she said nothing at all. Instead, she stared with huge eyes at the paintings on the walls, the delicate furniture with its satin-smooth surfaces, and when she dared, at Vespasia herself, who was sitting upright, her silver hair coiled immaculately on the crown of her head, great pearl drops in her ears, ecru-colored French lace at her throat, and in long ruffles over her thin, tapered hands, bright with diamonds. Gracie had never seen anyone so splendid in all her life, and to be sitting in her house, taking tea with her, was probably the most memorable thing she would ever do. "But he did say he'd seen Clemency," Charlotte pointed out. "He didn't make the slightest attempt to conceal it. He was as bold as brass and twice as smooth. He probably told whoever owns it that she had been there and what she meant to do. I would dearly like to have hit him as hard as I could." "Impractical," Emily said, biting her lip. "But so would I, preferably with an exceedingly sharp umbrella point. But how can we find who owns this company? Surely there must be a way." "Perhaps Thomas could," Vespasia suggested, frowning slightly. "Commerce is not something with which I have any familiarity. It is at times like these I regret my lack of knowledge of certain aspects of society." "Charlotte?" "I don't know whether he could." She was sharply reminded of the previous evening. "But he doesn't think there is any purpose. He is quite convinced that Dr. Shaw is the intended victim, not Clemency." "He may well be right," Vespasia conceded. "It does not alter the fact that Clemency was fighting a battle in which we believe intensely, and that since she is dead, there is no one else, so far as we know. The abuse is intolerable, for the wretchedness of its victims, and for the abysmal humbug. Nothing irks my temper like hypocrisy. I should like to rip the masks off these sanctimonious faces, for the sheer pleasure of doing it." "We are with you," Jack said instantly. I didn't know I had it in me to be so angry, but at the moment I find it hard to think of much else." A very slight smile touched Vespasia's lips, and she regarded him with considerable approval. He seemed unaware of it, but it gave Emily a feeling of warmth that startled her, and she realized how much it mattered to her that Vespasia should think well of him. She found herself smiling back. Charlotte thought of Pitt still struggling with Shaw's patience, seeking for the one piece of knowledge that was so hideous it had led to 2 murders and might lead to more, until Shaw himself was dead. But she still felt it was Clemency that had been meant to die in that first fire, and the second was merely to cover it. The murderer in act might be any one of dozens of arsonists for hire, but the murderer in spirit was whoever owned those fearful, rotting, teeming tenements in Lisbon Street, and was afraid of the public embarrassment Clemency would expose him to when she succeeded in her quest. "We don't know how to find who owns the company." She set her cup down and stared at Vespasia. "But surely Mr. Carlyle will, or he will know someone else who does. If necessary, we must hire someone." "I will speak to him," Vespasia agreed. "I think he will see that the matter is of some urgency. He may be persuaded to set aside other tasks and pursue this." And so he did, and the following evening reported to them, again in Vespasia's withdrawing room. He looked startled and a little confused when he was shown in by the footman. His usual wry humor was sharp in his eyes, but there was a smoothness in his face, as if surprise had ironed out the customary lines deep around his mouth. He gave the greetings of courtesy briefly, and accepted Vespasia's offer of a seat. They all stared at him, aware that he bore extraordinary news, but they could only guess at its nature. Vespasia's silver-gray eyes dared him to indulge in histrionics. Words of caution were superfluous. "You may begin," she informed him. "The company which owns the buildings is in turn owned by another company." He told the story without embroidery, just the bare details that were required in order for it to make sense, looking from one to another of them, including Gracie, so that she might feel equally involved. "I called upon certain people who owe me favors, or will wish for my goodwill in the future, and managed to learn the names of the holders of stock in this second company. There is only one of them still alive. In fact, only one has been alive for several years. Even when the company was formed in 1873 from the remnants of another similar company, and that apparently in the same way from an even earlier one, even in 1873 the other holders of stock were either absent from the country indefinitely, or of such age and state of health as to be incapable of active interest." Vespasia fixed him firmly with her level, penetrating gaze, but he had no guilt of unnecessary drama, and he continued in his own pace. "This one person who was active, and who signed all necessary documents, I succeeded in visiting. She is an elderly lady, unmarried, and therefore always mistress of her own property, such as it is, and only acts as go-between, holding shares in name, but hardly in any act. Her income is sufficient to keep her in some form of comfort, but certainly not luxury. It was obvious, as soon as I was through the door, that the bulk of the money, which will amount to several thousands each year, was going somewhere else." Jack shifted in his chair, and Emily drew in her breath expectantly. "I told her who I was." Carlyle blushed faintly. She was extremely impressed. The government, especially when expressed as Her Majesty's instrument for ruling her people and the Church, are the two fixed and immutable forces for good in this lady's world. Charlotte made a leap of imagination. "You are not saying that the person for whom she acts is a member of Parliament, are you?" Vespasia stiffened. Emily leaned forward, waiting. Jack drew in his breath, and Charlotte had her hands clenched in her lap. Carlyle smiled broadly, showing excellent teeth. "No, but you are almost right. He is, or was, a most distinguished member of the Church. In fact, Bishop Augustus Whirlingham." Emily gasped. Even Vespasia gave a little squeak of amazement. "What?" Charlotte was incredulous. Then she began to laugh a little hysterically, wild, absurd humor welling up inside her, black as the charred ruins of Shaw's house. She could scarcely grasp the horror Clemency must have felt when she came this far. And surely she had. She had found this innocent, befuddled old lady who had funneled the slum rents, the waves of misery and sin, into her own family coffers to make the bishop's house warm and rich, and to buy the roasts and wine she and her sister ate, to clothe them in silk and be waited upon by servants. No wonder Clemency spent all her inheritance, hundreds of pounds at a time, uncounted, to right his wrongs. Had Theophilus known? What about Angeline and Celeste? Did they know where the family money came from, even while they sought donations from the people of Highgate to build a stained-glass window to their bishop's memory? She imagined what Shaw would make of this when he knew, and surely one day he would. It would become public knowledge when Clemency's murderer was tried. Then she stopped. But if the owner were Bishop Whirlingham, he was long dead 10 years ago, and Theophilus too. The income was Clemency's, and for Prudence, Angeline, and Celeste. Would they really murder their sister and niece to protect their family money? Surely Clemency would not have revealed the truth. Would she? Or would she? Had they had a fearful quarrel, and she had told them precisely the cost of their comfort, and that she meant to fight for a law to expose all such men as the bishop to the public obloquy and disgust they deserved? Yes, it was not inconceivable Celeste, at least, might kill to prevent that. Her whole life had been used up caring for the bishop. She had denied herself husband and children in order to stay at his side and obey his every command, write out his letters and sermons, look up his references, play the piano for his relaxation, read aloud to him when his eyes were tired, always his gracious and unpaid servant. It was a total sacrifice of her own will, all her choices eaten up in his. She must justify it. He must remain worthy of such a gift, or her life became ridiculous, a thing thrown away for no cause. Perhaps Pitt was right, and it was close to home, the heart as well as the act in Highgate all the time. They were all watching her, seeing in her eyes her racing thoughts, and in the shadows across her face the plunges from anger to pity to dawning realization. Bishop Augustus Whirlingham, Somerset Carlyle repeated, letting each syllable fall with full value. The whole of Lisbon Street was owned, very tortuously, and with extreme secrecy, by the good bishop, and when he died, inherited by Theophilus, Celeste, and Angeline. I presume he provided for his daughters so generously because they had spent their lives as his servants, and certainly they would have no other means of support, and it would be beyond any expectation, reasonable or unreasonable, that they might marry at that point, or would wish to by then. I looked up his will, by the way. 2/3 went to Theophilus, the other third, plus the house, which is worth a great deal, of course, to the sisters. That would be more than enough to keep them in better than comfort for the rest of their lives. Then Theophilus must have had a fortune, Emily said with surprise. He inherited one, Carlyle agreed. But he lived extremely well, according to what I heard, ate well, had one of the finest cellars in London, and collected paintings, some of which he donated to local museums and other institutions. All the same, he left a very handsome sum indeed to each of his daughters when he died unexpectedly. So Clemency had a great deal of money, Vespasia said almost to herself, until she began to give it away. Do we know when that was? She looked at Jack, then at Carlyle. The lawyer would not say when she was there, Jack replied, his lips tightening at remembrance of his frustration and the lawyer's bland, supercilious face. Her fight to get some alteration in the disclosure of ownership began about 6 months ago, Carlyle said somberly. And she made her first large donation to a charitable shelter for the poor at about the same time. I would hazard a guess that that is when she discovered her grandfather was the owner she had sought. Poor Clemency. Charlotte remembered the sad trail of sick women and children, gaunt and hopeless men, which she herself had followed from Shaw's patient list in Highgate, down through worse and worse houses and tenements, till she at last found Bessie Jones huddled in one corner of an overcrowded and filthy room. Clemency had followed the same course, seen the same wretched faces, the illness and the resignation. And then she had started upwards towards the owners, as they had done. "We must not let the fight die with her," Jack said, sitting a little more upright in his chair. "Whirlingham may be dead, but there are scores, perhaps hundreds of others. She knew that, and she would have given her life to exposing them." He stopped. "And I still think she may have died because of it. We were warned specifically that there are powerful people who could make us if we are discreet and withdraw, or break us if we persist. Obviously, Whirlingham himself did not kill her, but one of the other owners may well have. They have a great deal to lose, and I don't imagine Clemency paid any heed to threats. There was too much passion in her, and revulsion for her own inheritance. Nothing but death would have stopped her." "What can we do?" Emily looked at Vespasia, then at Carlyle. Carlyle's face was very grave, and he drew his brows down in thought. "I'm not sure. The forces against it are very large. They are vested interests, a great deal of money. Lots of powerful families may not be sure where all their income originates, nor will they be in any haste to embarrass their friends." "We need a voice in Parliament," Vespasia said with decision. "I know we have one." She glanced at Carlyle. "We need more. We need someone new who will address this matter in particular. Jack, you are doing nothing whatever but enjoying yourself. Your honeymoon is over. It is time you were useful." Jack stared at her as if she had risen out of the ground in front of him. Their eyes met, hers steady silver-gray and absolutely unflinching, his dark gray-blue, long-lashed and wide in total incredulity. Then, gradually, the amazement passed into the beginning of an idea. His hands tightened on the arm of his chair. Still his gaze never left hers, nor did hers waver for a second. No one else moved or made the tiniest sound. Emily all but held her breath. "Yes," Jack said at last. "What an excellent idea. Where do I begin?" Chapter 9. Charlotte had recounted to Pitt at least the salient points of her experiences searching for the ownership of the buildings in Lisbon Street, and when she made the shattering discovery not only that it was the Whirlingham family themselves, but that Clemency had learned it several months before she died, she poured it all out to him the moment she arrived home. She saw his coat in the hall, and without even taking off her hat, she raced down the corridor to the kitchen. Thomas, Lisbon Street was owned by Bishop Whirlingham himself. Now the family takes all the rents. Clemency discovered it. She knew." "What?" He stared at her, half-turned in his seat, his eyes wide. "Bishop Whirlingham owned Lisbon Street," she said again. "All those slums and gin houses were his. Now they belong to the rest of the family. And Clemency discovered it. That's why she felt so awful." She sat down in a heap in the chair opposite him, skirts awry, and leaned across the table towards him. "That's probably why she worked so hard at undoing it all. Just think how she must have felt." She closed her eyes and put her head in her hands, elbows on the table. "Oh." "Poor Clemency," Pitt said very quietly. "What a very remarkable woman. I wish I could have known her." "So do I," Charlotte agreed through her fingers. "Why do we so often get to know about people only when it's too late?" It was a question to which she expected no answer. They both knew that they would have no occasion to know of Clemency Shaw had she not been murdered, and it required no words to convey their understanding. It was another half-hour before she even remembered to tell him that Jack was seriously considering standing for Parliament. "Really?" His voice rose in surprise, and he looked at her carefully to make sure she was not making some obscure joke. "Oh, yes, I think it's excellent. He ought to do something, or they'll both be bored to pieces." She grinned. "We cannot meddle in all your cases." He let out a snort and refrained from comment, but there was a sense of deep comfort in him, experiences and emotions shared, horror, exultation, pity, anger, at times fear, all the multitude of feelings that are roused by terrible events common purpose, and the unique bond that comes of sharing. Consequently, when he joined Murdo at the Highgate police station the next day, there were several things he had to tell him, most of which only added to Murdo's growing anxiety about Flora Letterworth. He thought of their few brief and rather stilted conversations, the hot silences, the clumsiness he felt standing there in her magnificent house, his boots shining like huge wedges of coal, his uniform buttons so obviously marking him out as a policeman, an intruder of the most unwelcome sort. And always her face came back, burning across his mind, wide-eyed, fair-skinned, with that wonderful color in her cheeks, so proud and full of courage. Surely she must be one of the most beautiful women he could ever see. But there was far more than beauty to her. There was spirit and gentleness. She was so very alive, it was as if she could smell winds and flowers he only imagined, see beyond his everyday horizons into a brighter, more important world, hear melodies of which he only knew the beat. And yet he also knew she was afraid. He longed to protect her, and was agonizingly aware that he could not. He did not understand the nature of what threatened her, only that it was connected with Clemency Shaw's death, and now with Lindsay's as well. And with a part of him he refused even to listen to, in spite of its still, cold voice in his brain, he was also aware that her role in it might not be entirely innocent. He would not even think that she was personally involved, perhaps actually to blame, but he had heard the rumors, seen the looks and blushes and the secrecy. He knew there was a special relationship between Flora and Stephen Shaw, one so definite that her father was furious about it. Yet she felt it so precious to her she was prepared to brave his anger and defy him. Murdo was confused. He had never felt jealousy of this muddled nature before, at once so sure she had done nothing shameful, and yet unable to deny himself that there was a real and deep emotion inside her towards Shaw. And, of course, the alternative fear was large. Perhaps it was its very size which blocked out the other, even more hideous thought, that Alfred Letterworth was responsible for the attempts on Shaw's life. There were two possible reasons for this, both quite believable and both ruinous. The one he refused to think was that Shaw had dishonored Flora, or even knew of some fearful shame in her life, perhaps an illegitimate child, or worse, an abortion. And Letterworth had tried to kill him when somehow he had learned of it, to keep him silent. He could hardly hope for a fine marriage for her, if such a thing were known. In fact, no marriage at all would be possible. She would grow old alone, rich, excluded, whispered about, and forever an object of pity or contempt. At the thought of it, Murdo was ready to kill Shaw himself. His fists were clenched so tight his nails, short as they were, bit into the flesh of his palms. That thought must be cast out, obliterated from his mind. What betrayal that he would let it enter, even for an instant. He hated himself even for having thought it. Shaw was pestering her. She was young and very lovely. He lusted after her, and she was too innocent to see how vile he was. That was far more like it. And, of course, there was her father's money. Shaw had already spent all his wife's money, and there was extraordinary evidence for that. Inspector Pitt had found out just yesterday that Clemency Shaw's money was all gone. Yes, that made perfect sense. Shaw was after Flora's money. And Alfred Letterworth had a great deal of money. That thought was also wretched. Murdo was a constable, and likely to remain so for a long time. He was only 24. He earned enough to keep himself in something like decency. He ate 3 times a day and had a pleasant room and clean clothes. But it was as far from the splendor of Alfred Letterworth's house as Letterworth's was in turn from what Murdo imagined of the Queen's castle at Windsor. And Letterworth might as well cast eyes upon one of the princesses as Murdo upon Flora. It was with a finality of despair that he forced the last thought, the one prompted by Inspector Pitt's wife's discovery of the ownership of some of the worst slum tenements by old Bishop Whirlingham. Murdo was not so very amazed. He had long known that some outwardly respectable people could have very ugly secrets, especially where money was concerned. But what Pitt had not mentioned was that if Mrs. Shaw, poor lady, had discovered who owned those particular houses, she might also have discovered who owned several others. Pitt had mentioned members of Parliament, titled families, even justices of the courts.
Had he not also thought of retired industrialists who wanted to enter society and needed a good continuing income and might not be too particular as to where their money was invested? Alfred Lutterworth might well have been in every bit as much danger from Clemency Shaw as the Whirlinghams were, in fact more. Clemency might protect her own. It appeared she had. But why should she protect Lutterworth? He had every reason to kill her, and if Lindsay had guessed this, to kill him too. That is, if he owned slum property too. And how could they ever find that out? They could hardly trace the ownership of every piece of rotten plaster and sagging timber in London, every blind alley, open drain, and crumbling pile of masonry, every wretched home of cold and frightened people. He knew because he had tried. He blushed hot at the memory of it. It was a kind of betrayal that he had let the thought take root in his mind and had asked questions about Lutterworth's finances, the source of his income, and if it could involve rents. But it was not as easy as he'd imagined. Money came from companies, but what did those companies do? Time had been short, and he had no official instructions to give his questions the force of law. Nothing had been resolved. He was simply uncertain and appallingly conscious of his guilt. Nothing he could even imagine doing would remove the ache of fear and imagination at the back of his mind. He saw Flora's face in his heart's eye, and all the pain and the shame she would feel burned through him, till he could hardly bear it. He was even glad to hear Pitt's footsteps return, and to be told their duty for the morning. Part of him was still outraged that they sent an outsider. Did they think Highgate's own men were incompetent? And part of him was immensely grateful that the responsibility was not theirs. This was a very ugly case, and the resolution seemed as far off now as it had when they were standing in the wet street, staring at the smoldering remains of Shaw's house, long before the taper was struck to set Lindsay's alight. "Yes, sir?" he said automatically as Pitt came around the corner and into the foyer where he was standing. "Where to, sir?" "Mr. Alfred Lutterworth's, I think." Pitt barely hesitated on his way out. He had been to the local superintendent as a matter of courtesy, and on the small chance that something had occurred that Murdo did not know about, some thread worth following. But the superintendent had looked at him with his habitual disfavor and reported with some satisfaction another fire in Kentish Town, a possible lead on the arsonist he personally was sure was the guilty party in all cases, and rather a negative report on house insurance and the unlikelihood of either Shaw or Lindsay being involved in fire for the purposes of fraud. "Well, I hardly imagined Lindsay burned himself to death to claim the insurance," Pitt had snapped back. "No, sir," the superintendent had said coldly, his eyes wide. "Neither did we. But then we are confident the fires were all set by the arsonist in Kentish Town, sir." "Indeed." Pitt had been noncommittal. "Odd there were only 2 houses that were occupied." "Well, he didn't know Shaw's was, did he?" the superintendent had said irritably. "Shaw was out, and everyone thought Mrs. Shaw was too. She only cancelled at the last minute." "The only people who thought Mrs. Shaw was out were the people who knew her," Pitt had said with satisfaction. The superintendent had glared at him and returned to his desk, leaving Pitt to go out of the door in silence. Now he was ready to go and probe and watch and listen to people, where his true art lay. He had, days ago, given up expecting things to tell him anything. Murdo's heart sank, but there was no escaping duty. He followed Pitt and caught up with him, and together they walked along the damp, leaf-scattered footpath towards the Lutterworths' house. They were admitted by the maid and shown into the morning room, where there was a brisk fire burning and a bowl of tawny chrysanthemums on the heavy Tudor dresser. Neither of them sat, although it was nearly 1/4 of an hour before Lutterworth appeared, closely followed by Flora, dressed in a dark blue stuff gown and looking pale but composed. She glanced at Murdo only once, and her eyes flickered away immediately, a faint, self-conscious flush on her cheeks. Murdo remained in a bitterly painful silence. He longed to help her. He wanted to hit out at someone, Shaw, Lutterworth, for allowing all this to happen and not protecting her, and Pitt for forging blindly ahead with his duty, regardless of the chaos it caused. For an instant he hated Pitt for not hurting as much as he did, as if he were oblivious of pain. Then he looked sideways for just a moment at him,
and realized his error. Pitt's face was tense. There were shadows under his eyes, and the fine lines in his skin were all weary and conscious of realms of suffering past and to come, and of his inability to heal it. Murdo let out his breath in a sigh and kept silent. Lutterworth faced them across the expensive Turkish carpet. None of them sat. "Well, what is it now?" he demanded. "I know naught I haven't told you. I've no idea why anyone killed poor old Lindsay, unless it was Shaw, because the old man saw through him and had to be silenced. Or it were that daft Pasco, because he thought his Lindsay were an anarchist. Take that horse." He pointed to a fine figurine on the mantel-shelf. "Bought that with me first big year's profit, when the mill started to do well. Got a fine consignment of cloth and sold it ourselves, in the Cape. Turned a pretty penny, did that. Got the horse to remind me of me early days, when me and Ellen, that's Flora's mother—" He took a deep breath and let it out slowly to give himself time to regain his composure. "When me and Ellen went courting. Didn't have no carriage. We used to ride an horse like that. Her up in front of me, and me behind, with me arms round her. Them was good days. Every time I look at that horse, I think of them. Like I could still see the sunlight through the trees on the dry earth, and smell the horse's warm body, and the hay in the wind, and see the blossom in the edges like fallen snow, sweet as honey, and my Ellen's hair brighter than a peeled chestnut, and hear her laugh." He stood motionless, enveloped in the past. No one wanted to be the first to invade with the ugliness and immediacy of the present. It was Pitt who broke the spell, and with words Murdo had not foreseen. "What past do you think Mr. Lindsay recalled in his African artifacts, Mr. Lutterworth?" "I don't know." Lutterworth smiled ruefully. "His wife, maybe. That's what most men remember." "His wife?" Pitt was startled. "I didn't know Lindsay was married." "No. Well, no reason why you should." Lutterworth looked faintly sorry. "He didn't tell everyone. She died a long time ago, 20 years or more. Reckon as that's why he came home. Not that he said so, mind." "Were there any children?" "Several, I think." "Where are they?" "They've not come forward. His will didn't mention any." "It wouldn't. They're in Africa." "That wouldn't stop them inheriting." "What, an house in Highgate and a few books and mementos of Africa?" Lutterworth was smiling at some deep inner satisfaction. "Why not?" Pitt demanded. "There were a great many books. Some on anthropology must be worth a great deal." "Not to them." Lutterworth's lips smiled grimly. "Why not? And there's the house." "Not much use to a black man who lives in a jungle." Lutterworth looked at Pitt with dour satisfaction, savoring the surprise on his face. "That's it. Lindsay's wife was African. Beautiful woman, black as your hat. I saw a picture of her once. He showed me. I was talking about my Ellen, and he showed me. Never saw a gentler face in my life. Couldn't pronounce her name, even when he said it slow, but he told me it meant some kind of river bird." "Did anyone else know about her?" "No idea. He may have told Shaw. I suppose you haven't arrested him yet?" "Papa!" Flora spoke for the first time, a cry of protest torn out in spite of herself. "And I'll not have a word about it from you, my girl," Lutterworth said fiercely. "He's done enough damage to you already. Your name's a byword round here, running after him like a lovesick parlour-maid." Flora blushed scarlet and fumbled for words to defend herself, and found none. Murdo was in an agony of impotence. Had Lutterworth glanced at him, he would have been startled by the fury in his eyes, but he was occupied with the irresponsibility he saw in his daughter. "Well, what do you want with me?" he snapped at Pitt. "Not to hear about Amos Lindsay's dead wife, poor devil." "No," Pitt agreed. "Actually, I came to ask you about what properties you own in the city." "What?" Lutterworth was so utterly taken aback it was hard not to believe he was as startled as he seemed. "What in heaven's name are you talking about, man?
What property? Housing, to be exact. Pitt was watching him closely, but even Murdo, who cared more intensely about this case than about anything else he could remember, did not see a flicker of fear or comprehension in Lutterworth's face. I own this house, lock, stock, and barrel, and the ground it stands on. Lutterworth unconsciously stiffened a fraction and pulled his shoulders straighter. And I own a couple of rows of terraced houses outside of Manchester. Built 'em for my workers, I did. And good houses they are, solid as the earth beneath 'em. Don't let water, chimneys don't smoke, privies in every back garden, and a standpipe to every one of 'em. Can't say fairer than that. And that's all the property you own, Mr. Lutterworth? Pitt's voice was lighter, a thread of relief in it already. Could you prove that? I could if I were minded to. Lutterworth was eyeing him curiously, his hands pushed deep into his pockets. But why should I? Because the cause of Mrs. Shaw's murder, and Mr. Lindsay's, may lie in the ownership of property in London, Pitt replied, glancing for less than a second at Flora and away again. Balderdash, Lutterworth said briskly. If you ask me, Shaw killed his wife so he could be free to come after my Flora, and then he killed Lindsay because Lindsay knew what he was up to. Give himself away somehow, bragging, I shouldn't wonder, and went too far. Well, he'll damn well not marry Flora, for my money or anything else. I won't let her. And he'll not wait till I'm gone for her, I'll be bound. Papa! Flora would not be hushed any more, by discretion or filial duty, or even the embarrassment which flamed scarlet up her cheeks now. You are saying wicked things which are quite untrue. I'll not have argument. He rounded on her, his own color high. Can you tell me you haven't been seeing him? Sneaking in and out of his house when you thought no one was looking? She was on the verge of tears, and Murdo tensed as if to step forward, but Pitt shot him a stony glare, his face tight. Murdo longed to save her so desperately, his body ached with the fierceness of his effort to control himself. But he had no idea what to say or do. It all had a dreadful inevitability, like a stone that has already started falling and must complete its journey. It was not illicit. She chose her words carefully, doing her best to ignore Pitt and Murdo standing like intrusive furniture in the room, and all her attention was focused on her father. It was just private. Lutterworth's face was distorted with pain as well as fury. She was the one person left in the world he loved, and she had betrayed herself, and so wounded him where he could not bear it. Secret! He shouted, pounding his fist on the back of the armchair beside him. Decent women don't creep in the back door of men's houses to see them in secret. Was Mrs. Shaw there? Was she? And don't lie to me, girl. Was she in the room with you all the time?
End of Track 13, please. Track 14.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
Flora's voice was a whisper, so strained it was barely heard. No? Of course she wasn't. He threw out the words in a mixture of anguish because they were true, and a desperate kind of triumph that at least she had not lied. I know that. I know she'd gone out, because half Highgate knows it. But I'll tell you this, my girl. I don't care what Highgate says, or all London society either. They can call you anything they can lay their tongues to. I'll not let you marry Shaw, and that's final. I don't want to marry him. The tears were running down her face now. Her hand flew to her mouth, and she bit her teeth on her finger, as if the physical pain relieved her distress. He's my doctor. He's my doctor, too. Lutterworth had not yet understood the change in her. I don't go creeping in at the back door after him. I go to him openly, like an honest man. You don't have the same complaint as I do. Her voice was choked with tears, and she refused to look at any of them, least of all Murdo. He allowed me to go whenever I was in pain, and he... Pain? Lutterworth was horrified. All his anger drained away, leaving him pale and frightened. What sort of pain? What's wrong with you? Already he moved towards her, as if she were about to collapse. Flora? Flora, what is it? We'll get the best doctors in England. Why didn't you tell me, girl? She turned away from him, hunching her shoulders.
It's not an illness. It's just... Please let me be. Leave me a little decency. Do I have to detail my most private discomforts in front of policemen?"
Letterworth had forgotten Pitt and Murdo. Now he swung around, ready to attack them for their crassness. Then, only just in time, remembered that it was he who had demanded the explanation of her, not they. "I have no property in London, Mr. Pitt, and if you want me to prove it to you, I dare say I can." His face set hard, and he balanced squarely on his feet. "My finances are open to you whenever you care to look at them. My daughter has nothing to tell you about her relationship with her doctor. It is a perfectly correct matter, but it is private, and is privileged to remain so. It is only decent." He met Pitt's eyes defiantly. "I am sure you would not wish your wife's medical condition to be the subject of other men's conversation. I know nothing further with which I can help you. I wish you good day." And he stepped over and rang the bell to have the maid show them out. Pitt dispatched Murdo to question Shaw's previous servants again. The butler was recovering slowly, and so was able to speak more lucidly. He might recall some details which he had been too shocked and in too much pain to think of before. Also, Lindsay's manservant might be more forthcoming on a second or third attempt. Pitt most especially wanted to know what the man knew of Lindsay's last 2 days before the fire. Something, a word or an act, must have precipitated it. All the pieces gathered from one place and another might point to an answer. Pitt himself returned to the boarding-house, where he intended to wait for Shaw as long as might be necessary, and question the man until he learned some answers, however long that took, and however brutal it required him to be. The landlady was getting used to people coming to the door and asking for Dr. Shaw, and to several of them requesting to sit in the parlor and wait for him to return. She treated Pitt with sympathy, having forgotten who he was, and regarding him as one of the doctor's patients, in need of a gentle word and a hot cup of tea. He accepted both with a slight twinge of conscience, and warmed himself in front of the fire for 20 minutes, until Shaw came in a whirl of activity. Setting his bag down on the chair by the desk, his stick up against the wall, having forgotten to put it in the hall-stand, his hat on top of the desk, and his coat where the landlady was waiting to take it from him. She picked up the rest of his apparel, scarf, gloves, hat, and stick, and took them all out, as if it were her custom and her pleasure. It seemed she had already developed a certain fondness for him, even in these few days. Shaw faced Pitt with some surprise, a guardedness in his eyes, but no dislike. "Morning, Pitt. What is it now? Have you discovered something?" He stood near the center of the room, hands in his pockets, and yet giving the appearance of being so balanced on his feet that he was ready for some intense action, only waiting to know what it might be. "Well, what is it, man? What have you learned?" Pitt wished he had something to tell him, for Shaw's own sake, and because he felt so inadequate that he still had almost no idea who had started the fires or why, or even beyond question whether it was Shaw who was the intended victim or Clemency. He had begun by being sure it was Shaw. Now, with Charlotte's conviction that it was Clemency's activities to expose slum profiteers which had provoked it, his own certainty was shaken. But there was no point in lying. It was shabby, and they both deserved better. "I'm afraid I don't know anything further." He saw Shaw's face tighten, and a keenness die from his eyes. "I'm sorry," he added unhappily. "The forensic evidence tells me nothing, except that the fire was started in 4 separate places in your house, and 3 in Mr. Lindsay's, with some kind of fuel oil, probably ordinary lamp oil, poured onto the curtains in the downstairs rooms where it would catch quickly, climb upwards, taking the whole window embrasure, and then any wooden furniture." Shaw frowned. "How did they get in? We'd have heard breaking glass, and I certainly didn't leave any downstairs windows open." "It isn't very difficult to cut glass," Pitt pointed out. "You can do it silently if you stick a piece of paper over it with a little glue. In the criminal fraternity, they call it star glazing. Of course, they use it to reach in and undo the catch, rather than to pour in oil and drop a taper." "You think it was an ordinary thief turned assassin?" Shaw's brows rose in incredulity. "Why, for heaven's sake? It doesn't make any sense." There was disappointment in his face, primarily in Pitt for having thought of nothing better than this. Pitt was stung. Even though Shaw might be the murderer himself, and he hated to acknowledge that thought, he still respected the man and wanted his good opinion in return. "I don't think it was an ordinary thief at all," he said quickly. "I am simply saying that there is a very ordinary method of cutting glass without making a noise. Unfortunately, in the mass of shattered glass, bricks, rubble, and timbers around, it was impossible to say whether that was done or not. Everything was trodden on by the firemen or broken by falling masonry. If there was any cut glass rather than broken, it was long since destroyed. Not that it would have told us anything, except that he came prepared in skills as well as materials, which is fairly obvious anyway." "So?" Shaw stared at him across the expanse of the worn, homely carpet and the comfortable chairs. "If you know nothing more, what are you here for? You haven't come simply to tell me that." Pitt kept his temper with an effort and tried to order his thoughts. "Something precipitated the fire in Amos Lindsay's house," he began levelly, fixing his eyes on Shaw's, at the same time sitting down in one of the big easy chairs, letting Shaw know that he intended the discussion to be a long and detailed one. "You were staying with him for the few days preceding. Whatever happened, you may have noticed something which you could now recall, if you tried." The skepticism vanished out of Shaw's face and was replaced by thought, which quickly deepened into concentration. He sat down in the opposite chair and crossed his legs, regarding Pitt through narrowed eyes. "You think it was Lindsay they meant to kill?" A flicker of emotion crossed his face with peculiar pain, half hope and a release from guilt, half a new darkness of unknown violence and forces not guessed at yet. "Not me?" "I don't know." Pitt pulled his mouth into a grimace that had been intended as a wry smile, but died before humor touched it. "There are several possibilities." He took the wild risk of being honest. It crossed his mind to wonder what good an attempt at deception would do anyway. Shaw was neither gullible nor innocent enough to be taken in. Possibly the first fire was meant for Mrs. Shaw, and the second was because either you or Lindsay had discovered who it was, or they feared you had. "I certainly haven't," Shaw interrupted. "If I had, I'd have told you. For heaven's sake, man, what do you—" "Oh." His whole body sagged in the chair. "Of course. You have to suspect me. You'd be incompetent not to." He said it as if he could not believe it himself, as if he were repeating a rather bad joke. "But why should I kill poor Amos? He was about the best friend I had." Suddenly his voice faltered, and he looked away to hide the emotion that filled his face. If he was acting, he was superb. But Pitt had known men before who killed someone they loved to save their own lives. He could not afford to spare Shaw the only answer that made sense. "Because during the time you stayed with him, you said or did something that betrayed yourself to him," he replied. "And when you knew that he understood, you had to kill him because you could not trust him to keep silent. Not forever, when it meant the noose for you." Shaw opened his mouth to protest. Then the color drained from his skin as he realized how terribly rational it was. He could not sweep it away as preposterous, and the words fled before he began. "Or the other possibilities," Pitt continued, "are that you said something which led him to learn or deduce who it was, without his mentioning it to you. That person became aware that Lindsay knew, perhaps he made further inquiries, or even faced them with it, and to preserve themselves, they killed him." "What? For heaven's sake!" Shaw sat upright, staring at Pitt. "If I had said anything at all that threw any light on it, he would have said so to me at the time, and then we should have reported it to you." "Would you?" Pitt said it with such heavy doubt that it was not a question. "Even if it concerned one of your patients, or someone you had thought to be a close friend, or even family?" He did not need to add that Shaw was related in one degree or another to all the Whirlinghams. Shaw shifted his position in the chair, his strong, neat hands lying on the arms. Neither of them spoke, but remained staring at each other. Past conversations were recalled like living entities between them. Pitt struggled to get Shaw to reveal any medical knowledge that might point to motive. Shaw's steady and unswerving refusal. Finally, Shaw spoke slowly, his voice soft and very carefully controlled. "Do you think I could have told Amos anything I would not tell you?" "I doubt you would tell him anything you considered a confidence," Pitt answered frankly. "But you could have spoken to him far more than to me. You were a guest in his house, and you were friends." He saw the pain flash across Shaw's face again, and found it hard to imagine it was not real. But emotions are very complex, and sometimes survival can cut across others that are very deep, the wrenching of which never ceases to hurt. In ordinary speech, a word dropped in passing in the course of your day, an expression of success over a patient recovered or relapsed, and then at another time mention of where you had been, any number of things which added together gave him some insight. Perhaps it was not total, merely something he wanted to pursue, and in doing so forewarned the murderer that he knew. Shaw shivered, and a spasm of distaste crossed his features. "I think I liked Amos Lindsay as much as any man alive," he said very quietly. "If I knew who had burned him to death, I should expose them to every punishment the law allows." He looked away as if to conceal the tenderness in his face. "He was a good man, wise, patient, honest not only with others but with himself, which is far rarer, generous in his means and his judgments. I never heard him make a hasty or ill-natured assessment of another man, and there wasn't a shred of hypocrisy in him." He looked back at Pitt, his eyes direct and urgent. "He hated cant, and wasn't afraid to show it for what it was. Dear God, how I'm going to miss him. He was the only man around here I could talk to for hours on end, about any subject under the sun. New ideas in medicine, old ideas in art, political theory, social order and change." He smiled suddenly, a luminous expression full of joy as fragile as sunlight. "A good wine or cheese, a beautiful woman, the opera, even a good horse, other religions, other people's customs, and not be afraid to say exactly what I thought." He slid down a little in his chair and put his hands together, fingertips to fingertips. "Couldn't do that with anyone else here. Clithridge is such a complete fool he can't express an opinion on anything." He let his breath out in a snort. "He's terrified of offending. Josiah has opinions on everything, mostly old Bishop Whirlingham's. He wanted to take the cloth, you know." He looked at Pitt quizzically to see what he made of the idea, whether he understood. "Studied under the old bastard. Took everything he said as holy writ. Adopted his entire philosophy, like a suit of clothes ready-made. I must say it fitted him to the quarter-inch." He pulled a face. "But he was the only son, and his father had a flourishing business, and he demanded poor Josiah take it over when he fell ill. The mother and sisters were dependent. There was nothing else he could do." He sighed, still watching Pitt. "But he never lost the passion for the church. When he dies, his ghost will come back to haunt us, dressed in mitre and robes, or perhaps a Dominican habit. He considers all argument heresy. Pasco's a nice enough old fossil, but his ideas are wrapped in the romance of the Middle Ages, or more accurately, the age of King Arthur, Lancelot, the Song of Roland, and other beautiful but unlikely epics. Dalgetty's full of ideas, but such a crusader for liberality of thought, I find myself taking the opposing view simply to bring him back to some sort of moderation. Maud has more sense. Have you met her? Excellent woman." His mouth twitched at the corners, as if at last he had found something that truly pleased him, something without shadow. "She used to be an artist's model, you know, in her youth. Magnificent body, and not coy about it. That was all before she met Dalgetty and became respectable, which I think her soul always was. But she's never lost her sense of proportion or humor, or turned her nose up at her old friends. She still goes back to Mile End now and again, taking them gifts." Pitt was stunned, not only at the fact, but that Shaw should know, and now be telling him. Shaw was watching him, laughing inwardly at the surprise in his face. "Does Dalgetty know?" Pitt asked after a moment or two. "Oh, certainly. And he doesn't care in the slightest, to his eternal credit. Of course, he couldn't spread it around for her sake. She very much wants to be the respectable woman she appears, and if Highgate society knew, they'd crucify her, which would be their loss. She's worth any 10 of them. Funnily enough, Josiah, for all his narrow limits, knows that. He admires her as if she were a plaster saint. Some part of his judgment must be good, after all." "And how did you find out about her modeling?" Pitt asked, his mind scrambling after explanations, trying to fit this new piece in to make sense of all the rest, and failing. Was it conceivable Dalgetty had tried to kill Shaw to keep this secret? He hardly seemed like a man who cared so desperately for social status. He did enough to jeopardize it quite deliberately with his liberal views. And yet that was fashionable in certain literary quarters. Not the same thing as posing naked for young men to paint and all the world to see. Could he love his wife so much he would murder to keep the respectability she enjoyed? By accident, Shaw was watching him with bright, amused eyes. "I was making a medical call on an artist on hard times, and he tried to pay me with a painting of Maud. I didn't take it, but I would like to have. Apart from the irony of it, it was damned good. But someone would have seen it. My heaven, she was a handsome woman. Still is, for that matter." "Does Dalgetty know that you know this?" Pitt was curious whether he would believe the answer either way. "I've no idea," Shaw replied with apparent candor. "Maud does. I told her." "And was she distressed?" "A trifle embarrassed at first. Then she saw the humor of it, and knew that I'd not tell anyone." "You told me," Pitt pointed out. "You are hardly Highgate society." Shaw was equally blunt, but there was no cruelty in his face. Highgate society was not something he admired, nor did he consider exclusion from it to be any disadvantage. "And I judge you not to be a man who would ruin her reputation for no reason but malice, or a loose tongue." Pitt smiled in spite of himself. "Thank you, Doctor," he said with undisguised irony. "Now, if you would turn your attention to the few days you were staying at Mr. Lindsay's house, especially the last 48 hours before the fire. Can you remember any conversations you had with him about the first fire, about Mrs. Shaw, or about anyone who could possibly be connected with a reason to kill her or you?" Shaw pulled a bleak face, and the humor died from his eyes. "That covers just about everyone, since I haven't any idea why anyone should hate me enough to burn me to death. Of course, I've quarreled with people now and again, who hasn't? But no sane person bears grudges over a difference of opinion." "I don't mean a general philosophy, Doctor." Pitt held him to the point. The answer might lie in his memory. Something had triggered in a murderer's mind the need to protect himself, or herself, so violently that the person had risked exposure by killing again. Recall which patients you saw those last few days. You must have notes if you can't remember. What times did you come and go? When did you eat? What did you say to each other at table? Think. Shaw slumped in his chair, and his face became lost in an effort of concentration. Pitt did not interrupt or prompt him. "I remember Clithridge came on the Thursday," Shaw said at last. "Early in the evening, just as we were about to dine. I had been out to see a man with stones. He was in great pain. I knew they would pass in time, but I wished there was more I could do to ease him. I came home very tired. The last thing I wanted was a lot of platitudes from the vicar. I'm afraid I was rude to him. He intends well, but he never gets to the point. He goes round and round things without saying what he means. I've begun to wonder if he really does mean anything, or if he thinks in the same idiotic homilies he speaks. Perhaps he's empty, and there's no one inside?" He sniffed. Poor Lally. Pitt allowed him to resume in his own time. "Amos was civil to him," Shaw continued after a moment. "I suppose he picked up my errors and omissions rather often, especially in the last few weeks." Again the deep pain suffused his face, and Pitt felt like an intruder sitting so close to him. Shaw drew a deep breath. Clithridge went off as soon as he had satisfied his duty. I don't remember that we talked about anything in particular. I wasn't really listening. But I do remember the next day, the day before the fire, that both Pasco and Dalgetty called, because Amos told me about it over dinner. It was about that damn monograph, of course. Dalgetty wanted him to do another, longer one, on the new social order, all wrapped round in the essential message that freedom to explore the mind is the most sacred thing of all, and knowledge itself is the holiest thing, and every man's God-given right. He leaned forward a little again, his eyes searching Pitt's face, trying to deduce his reaction. Apparently he saw nothing but interest, and continued more quietly. Of course, Pasco told him he was irresponsible, that he was undermining the fabric of Christianity, and feeding dangerous and frightening ideas to people who did not want them and would not know what to do with them. He seemed to have got the idea that Amos was propagating seeds of revolution and anarchy, which had an element of truth. I think Dalgetty was interested in the Fabian Society and its ideas on public ownership of the means of production, and more or less equal remuneration for all work. He laughed sharply. With the exception of unique minds, of course, by which I gather they mean philosophers and artists. Pitt was compelled to smile as well. Was Lindsay interested in such ideas? He asked. Interested, yes. In agreement, I doubt. But he did approve of their beliefs in appropriation of capital wealth that perpetuates the extreme differences between the propertied classes and the workers. Did he quarrel with Pasco? It seemed a remote motive, but he could not leave it unmentioned. Yes, but I think it was more flash than heat. Pasco is a born crusader. He's always tilting at something, mostly windmills. If it hadn't been poor Amos, it would have been someone else. The faint flicker of motive receded. Were there any other callers, so far as you know? Only Oliphant, the curate. He came to see me. He made it seem like a general call out of concern for my welfare, and I expect it was. He's a decent chap. I find myself liking him more each time I see him. Never really noticed him before this, but most of the parishioners speak well of him. He made it seem? Pitt prompted. Oh, well, he asked several questions about Clemency and her charity work on slum ownership. He wanted to know if she'd said anything to me about what she'd accomplished. Well, of course she did. Not every day, just now and again. Actually, she managed very little. There are some extremely powerful people who own most of the worst and most profitable streets. Financiers, industrialists, members of society, old families. Did she mention any to you that you might have repeated to Oliphant, and thus Lindsay? Pitt jumped at the thought, slender as it was, and Charlotte's face came to his mind, eyes bright, chin determined as she set out to trace Clemency's steps. Shaw smiled bleakly. I honestly don't remember. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying much attention. I tried to be civil because he was so earnest, and he obviously cared, but I thought he was wasting his time, and mine. He drew his brows together. Do you really think Clemency was actually a threat to someone? She hadn't a dog in hell's chance of getting a law passed to disclose who profited out of slum tenements, you know. The worst she could have done would be to get herself sued for slander by some outraged industrialist, which you would not have liked, Pitt pointed out quietly. It would have cost you all you possess, including your reputation and presumably your livelihood. Shaw laughed harshly. Touché, Inspector. That may look like a perfect motive for me. But if you think she'd have done that and left me exposed, you didn't know Clem. She wasn't a foolish woman, and she understood money and reputation. His eyes were bright, with a sad humor close to tears. Far better than anyone will know now. You won't understand how much I miss her. And why should I try to explain? I stopped being in love with her long ago. But I think I liked Clem better than anyone else I've ever known, even Amos. She and Maud were good friends. She knew all about the modeling, and didn't give a damn. He stood up slowly, as if his body ached. I'm sorry, Pitt. I have no idea who killed Clem, or Amos.
But if I did, I should tell you immediately. In the middle of the night, if that's when it occurred to me. Now get out of here and go and dig somewhere else. I've got to eat something, and then go out on more calls. The sick can't wait." The following morning, Pitt was disturbed by a loud banging on his front door, so urgent he dropped his toast and marmalade, and swung up from the kitchen chair and along the hallway in half a dozen strides. In his mind, the horror of fire was already gaping at him, nightmarish, and he had a sick premonition that this time it would be the lodging-house and the gentle curate, who found the right words to touch grief, would be in the ashes. It hurt him almost intolerably. He yanked the door open and saw Murdo standing on the step, damp and miserable in the pre-dawn light. The gas lamp, a little beyond him to the left, gave him the remnants of a halo in the mist. "I'm sorry, sir, but I thought I should tell you, just in case it has to do with it. Sir," he said wretchedly. His words were unexplained, but apparently made sense to him. "What are you talking about?" Pitt demanded, beginning to hope it was not fire after all. "The fight, sir." Murdo shifted from one foot to the other, patently wishing he had not come. What had begun as a good idea now seemed a very bad one. "Mr. Pasco and Mr. Dalgetty. Mrs. Dalgetty told the station sergeant last night, but I only just learned of it half an hour ago. Seems they didn't take it serious." "What fight?" Pitt pulled his coat off the hook by the door. "If they fought last night, couldn't it have waited till after breakfast?" He scowled. "What do you mean, fight? Did they hurt each other?" He found the idea absurd and faintly amusing. "Does it really matter? They are always quarreling. It seems to be part of their way of life. It seems to give them a kind of validity." "No, sir." Murdo looked even more miserable. "They're planning to fight this morning, at dawn, sir." "Don't be ridiculous," Pitt snapped. "Who on earth is going to get out of a warm bed at dawn and plan to have a quarrel? Somebody's having a very ill-considered joke at your expense." He turned to hang up his coat again. "No, sir," Murdo said stolidly. "They already had the quarrel yesterday. The fight is this morning at sunrise, in the field between Highgate Road and the cemetery, with swords." Pitt grasped, for one more wild instant, at the concept of a joke, saw in Murdo's face that it was not, and lost his temper. "Hell's teeth," he said furiously. "We've got 2 houses in ruins, charred bodies of 2 brave, kind people, others injured and terrified, and 2 bloody idiots want to fight a duel over some damnable piece of paper." He snatched the coat back again and pushed Murdo off the step onto the pavement, slamming the door. The cab Murdo had come in was only a few yards away. "Come on!" Pitt yanked the door open and climbed in. "Highgate Road," he shouted. "I'll show these 2 prancing fools what a real fight is. I'll arrest them for disturbing the Queen's peace." Murdo scrambled in beside him, falling sideways as the cab jerked into motion, and only just catching the door as it swung away. "I don't suppose they'll hurt each other," he said lamely. "Pity." Pitt was totally without sympathy. "Serve them both right if they were skewered like puddings." And he rode the rest of the way in furious silence, Murdo not daring to make any further suggestions. Eventually the cab came to an abrupt halt, and Pitt threw open the door and jumped out, leaving the fare to Murdo to pay, and set off across the path through the field, Highgate Road to his left, and the wall of the magnificent cemetery to his right. 300 yards ahead of him, paced out on the grass, their figures squat in the distance, were 5 people. The solid figure of Quentin Pasco was standing, feet a little apart, a cape slung over one shoulder, the cold, early sun, clear as spring water, on his shock of white hair. In front of him the dew was heavy on the bent heads of the grass, giving the leaves a strange hint of turquoise as the light refracted. No more than half a dozen yards away, John Dalgetty, dark-headed, his back to the sun, the shadow masking his face, stood with one arm thrown back and a long object raised, as if he were about to charge. Pitt thought at first it was a walking stick. The whole thing was palpably ridiculous. He started to run towards them as fast as his long legs would carry him. Standing well back were 2 gentlemen in black frock coats, a little apart from each other. Presumably they were acting as seconds. Another man, who had taken his coat off for no apparent reason, it was a distinctly chilly morning, was standing in shirt-sleeves and shouting first at Pasco, then at Dalgetty.
His voice came to Pitt across the distance, but not his words. With a flourish, Pasco swung his cloak around his arm and threw it onto the ground in a heap, regardless of the damp. His second rushed to pick it up and held it in front of him, rather like a shield. Dalgetty, who had no cloak, chose to keep his coat on. He flourished the stick, or whatever it was, again, and let out a cry of "Liberty!" and lunged forward at a run. "Honor!" Pasco shouted back, and brandishing something long and pale in his hand, ran forward as well. They met with a clash in the middle, and Dalgetty slipped as his polished boots failed to take purchase on the wet grass. Pasco turned swiftly, and only just missed spearing him through the chest. Instead, he succeeded in tearing a long piece from Dalgetty's jacket and thoroughly enraging him. Dalgetty wielded what Pitt could now see was a sword-stick, and dealt Pasco a nasty blow across the shoulders. "Stop it!" Pitt bellowed as loudly as his lungs would bear. He was running towards them, but he was still 150 yards away, and no one paid him the slightest attention. "Stop it at once!" Pasco was startled, not by Pitt, but by the blow, which must have hurt considerably. He stepped back a pace, shouted, "In the name of chivalry!" and swiped sideways with his ancient and very blunt sword, possibly an ill-cared-for relic of Waterloo or some such battle. Dalgetty, with a modern sword-stick sharp as a needle, parried the blow so fiercely the neglected metal broke off halfway up and flew in an arc, catching him across the cheek and opening up a scarlet wheal which spurted blood down his coat front. "You antiquated old fool!" he spluttered, startled and extremely angry. "You fossilized bigot! No man stands in the path of progress. A medieval mind like you won't stop one single good idea whose time has come. Think you can imprison the imagination of man in your old-fashioned ideas? Rubbish!" He swung his broken sword high in the air, so wildly the singing sound of it was audible to Pitt even above the rasping of his own breath and the thud of his feet. It missed Pasco by an inch, and clipped a tuft off the top of his silver head and sent it flying like thistledown. Pitt tore off his coat and threw it over Dalgetty. "Stop it!" he roared, and caught him across the chest with his shoulder, sending them both to the ground. The broken sword-stick went flying, bright in the sun, to fall end down, quivering in the ground a dozen yards away. Pitt picked himself up and disregarded Dalgetty totally. He did not bother to straighten his clothes and dust off the earth and grass. He faced a shaken, weaponless, and very startled Pasco. By this time Murdo had dealt with the cab-driver and run across the field to join them. He stood aghast at the spectacle, helpless to know what to do. Pitt glared at Pasco. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" he demanded at the top of his voice. "Two people are dead already. God knows who did it or why, and you are out here trying to murder each other over some idiotic monograph that nobody will read anyway. I should charge you both with assault with a deadly weapon." Pasco was deeply affronted. Blood was seeping through the tear across the shoulder of his shirt, and he was clearly in some pain. "You cannot possibly do that." His voice was high and loud. "It was a gentleman's difference of opinion." He jerked his hand up wildly. "Dalgetty is a desecrator of values, a man without judgment or discretion. He propagates the vulgar and destructive, and what he imagines to be the cause of freedom, but which is actually license, indiscipline, and the victory of the ugly and the dangerous." He waved both arms, nearly decapitating Murdo, who had moved closer. "But I do not lay any charge against him. He attacked me with my full permission, so you cannot arrest him." He stopped with some triumph and stared at Pitt out of bright round eyes. Dalgetty climbed awkwardly to his feet, fighting his way out of Pitt's coat, his cheek streaming blood. "Neither do I lay charge against Mr. Pasco," he said, reaching for a handkerchief. "He is a misguided and ignorant old fool who wants to ban any idea that didn't begin in the Middle Ages. He will stop any freedom of ideas, any flight of the imagination, any discovery of anything new whatsoever. He would keep us believing the earth is flat and the sun revolves around it. But I do not charge him with attacking me. We attacked each other. You are merely a bystander who chose to interfere in something which is none of your affair. You owe us an apology, sir." Pitt was livid, but he knew that without a complaint he could not make an arrest that would be prosecuted. "On the contrary," he said with sudden freezing contempt, You owe me a considerable gratitude that I prevented you from injuring each other seriously, even fatally. If you can scramble your wits together long enough, think what that would have done to your cause, not to mention your lives from now on." The possibility, which clearly had not occurred to either of them, stopped the next outburst before it began, and when one of the seconds stepped forward nervously, Pitt opened his mouth to round on him for his utter irresponsibility. But before he could continue on his tirade, the other second shouted out and swung around, pointing where across the field from the Highgate direction were rapidly advancing 5 figures, strung out a dozen yards from each other. The first was obviously, even at that distance, the vigorous, arm-swinging Stephen Shaw, black bag in his hand, coat-tails flying. Behind him loped the ungainly but surprisingly rapid figure of Hector Clithridge, and running after him, waving and calling out, his wife Eulalia. Separated by a slightly longer space was a grim figure with scarf and hat, which Pitt guessed to be Josiah Hatch, but he was too distant to distinguish features. And presumably the woman behind him, just breaking into a run, was Prudence. "Thank God," one of the seconds gasped. "The doctor. And why in God's name didn't you call him before you began, you incompetent ass?" Pitt shouted at him. "If you are going to second in a duel, at least do it properly. It could have meant the difference between a man living or dying." The man was stung at last by the injustice of it, and the thoroughgoing fear that Pitt was right. "Because my principal forbade me," he retaliated, pulling himself up very straight. "I'll wager he did," Pitt agreed, looking at Dalgetty, now dripping blood freely and very pasty-faced. Then at Pasco, holding his arm limply and beginning to shake from cold and shock. "Knew damned well he'd prevent this piece of idiocy." As he spoke, Shaw came to a halt beside them, staring from one to the other of the 2 injured men, then at Pitt. "Is there a crime?" he said briskly. "Is any of this palaver," he waved his hands, dropping the bag to the ground, "needed for evidence?" "Not unless they want to sue each other," Pitt said disgustedly. He could not even charge them with disturbing the peace, since they were out in the middle of a field and no one else was even aware of their having left their beds. The rest of Highgate was presumably taking its breakfast quietly in its dining rooms, pouring its tea, reading the morning papers, and totally unaffected. Shaw looked at the 2 participants and made the instant decision that Dalgetty was in the more urgent need of help, since he seemed to be suffering from shock, whereas Pasco was merely in pain, and accordingly began his work. He had done no more than open his bag when Clithridge arrived, acutely distressed and embarrassed. "What on earth has happened?" he demanded. "Is somebody hurt?" "Of course somebody's hurt, you fool," Shaw said furiously. "Here, hold him up." He gestured at Dalgetty, who was covered in blood, and was beginning to look as if he might buckle at the knees. Clithridge obeyed gladly, his face flooding with relief at some definite task he could turn himself to. He grasped Dalgetty, who rather awkwardly leaned against him. "What happened?" Clithridge made one more effort to understand, because it was his spiritual duty. "Has there been an accident?" Lally had reached them now, and her mind seized the situation immediately. "Oh, how stupid," she said in exasperation. "I never thought you'd be so very childish. And now you've really hurt each other. And does that prove which of you is right? It only proves you are both extremely stubborn, which all Highgate knew anyway." She swung around to Shaw, her face very slightly flushed. "What can I do to be of assistance, Doctor?" By that time, Josiah Hatch had also reached them, but she disregarded him. "Do you need linen?" She peered in his bag, then at the extent of the bloodstains, which were increasing with every minute. "How about water? Brandy?" "Nobody's going to pass out," he said sharply, glaring at Dalgetty. "For heaven's sake, put him down," he ordered Clithridge, who was bearing most of Dalgetty's weight now. "Yes, please, Lally. Get some more linen. I'd better tie some of this up before we move them. I've got enough alcohol to disinfect." Prudence Hatch arrived breathlessly, gasping as she came to a halt. "This is awful. What on earth possessed you?" she demanded. "As if we haven't enough grief."
End of Track 14. This book will be continued on the next cassette. Please. Track 15.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
A man who believes in his principles is sometimes obliged to fight in order to preserve them, Josiah said grimly. The price of virtue is eternal vigilance. That is freedom, his wife corrected him. What? He demanded, his brows drawing down sharply. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance, she replied. You said virtue. Without being told, she was taking a piece of clean cloth out of Shaw's bag, unfolding it and soaking it in clean spirit from one of his bottles. Sit down, she commanded Pasco smartly, and as soon as he did, she began to clean away the torn outer clothing and then the blood till she could see the ragged tear in the flesh. Then she held the pad of cloth to it and pushed firmly. He winced and let out a squeak as the spirit hit the open wound, but no one took any notice of him. Freedom and virtue are not the same thing at all, Hatch argued with profound feeling, his face intent, his eyes alight. To him, the issue obviously far outweighed the ephemeral abrasions of the encounter. That is precisely what Mr. Pasco risked his life to defend. Balderdash, Shaw snapped. Virtue isn't in any danger, and prancing about on the heath with swords certainly isn't going to defend anything at all. There is no legal way to prevent the pernicious views and the dangerous and degrading ideas he propagates, Pasco shouted across Prudence's instructions, his lips white with pain. Lally was already setting off again towards the road on her errand. Her upright figure, shoulders back, was well on its way. There should be. Hatch shook his head. It is part of our modern sickness that we admire everything new, regardless of its merit. His voice rose a little, and he chopped his hands in the air. We get hold of any new thought, rush to print any idea that overturns and makes mock of the past, the values that have served our forefathers, and upon which we have built our nation and carried the faith of Christ to other lands and peoples. His shoulders were hunched with the intensity of his emotion. Mr. Pasco is one of the few men in our time who has the courage and the vision to fight, however futilely, against the tide of man's own intellectual arrogance, his indiscriminate greed for everything new without thought as to its value, or the result of our espousing it. This is not the place for a sermon, Josiah. Shaw was busy working on Dalgetty's cheek, and did not even look up at him. Murdo was assisting him with considerable competence. Especially the errant rubbish you're talking, he went on. Half these old ideas you're rehearsing are fossilized walls of cant and hypocrisy, protecting a lot of rogues from the light of day. It's long past time a few questions were asked, and a few shoddy pretenses shown for what they are. Hatch was so pale he might have been the one wounded. He looked at Shaw's back with a loathing so intense it was unnerving that Shaw was oblivious of it. You would have every beautiful and virtuous thing stripped naked and paraded for the lewd and the ignorant to soil, and yet at the same time you would not protect the innocent from the mockery and the godless innovations of those who have no values but constant titillation and endless lust of the mind. You are a destroyer, Stephen, a man whose eyes see only the futile and whose hand holds only the worthless. Shaw's fingers stopped, the swab motionless, a white blob half-soaked with scarlet. Dalgetty was still shaking. Maud Dalgetty had appeared from somewhere, while no one was watching the path across the field. Shaw faced Hatch. There was dangerous temper in every line of his face, and the energy built up in the muscles of his body till he seemed ready to break into some violent motion. It would give me great pleasure, he said almost between his teeth, to meet you here myself tomorrow at dawn and knock you senseless. But I don't settle my arguments that way. It decides nothing. I shall show you what a fool you are by stripping away the layers of pretense, the lies and the illusions. Pitt was aware of Prudence, frozen, her face ashen pale, her eyes fixed on Shaw's lips, as if he were about to pronounce the name of some mortal illness whose diagnosis she had long dreaded. Maud Dalgetty, on the other hand, looked only a little impatient. There was no fear in her at all. And John Dalgetty, half lying on the ground, looked aware only of his own pain and the predicament he had got himself into. He looked at his wife with a definite anxiety, but it was obvious he was nervous of her anger, not for her safety, or for Shaw and temper ruining her long-woven reputation.
Pitt had seen all he needed. Dalgetty had no fear of Shaw. Prudence was terrified. "The whited sepulchres," Shaw said viciously, 2 spots of color high on his cheeks. "This is not the time," Pitt interrupted, putting himself physically between them. "There's more than enough blood spilled already, and enough pain. Doctor, get on with treating your patients. Mr. Hatch, perhaps you would be good enough to go back to the street and fetch some conveyance, so we can carry Mr. Pasco and Mr. Dalgetty back to their respective homes. If you want to pursue the quarrel on the merits or necessities for censorship, then do it at a more fortunate time, and in a more civilized manner." For a moment he thought neither of them was going to take any notice of him. They stood glaring at each other, with the violence of feeling as ugly as that between Pasco and Dalgetty. Then slowly Shaw relaxed, and as if Hatch had suddenly ceased to be of any importance, turned his back on him and bent down to Dalgetty's wound again. Hatch, his face like gray granite, his eyes blazing, swiveled on his heel, tearing up the grass, and marched along the footpath back towards the road. Maud Dalgetty went, not to her husband, with whom she was obviously out of patience, but to Prudence Hatch, and gently put her arm around her. Chapter 10. "I suppose we should have expected it, had we bothered to take the matter seriously at all," Aunt Vespasia said when Charlotte told her about the duel in the field. "One might have hoped they would have more sense, but had they any proportion in things in the first place, they would not have become involved in such extremes of opinion. Some men lose track of reality so easily." "Thomas said they were both injured," Charlotte went on. "Quite unpleasantly. I knew they said a great deal about the subject of freedom of expression and the need to censor certain ideas in the public interest, but I did not expect it to come to actual physical harm. Thomas was very angry indeed. It all seemed so farcical in the face of real tragedy." Vespasia sat very upright, and her concentration seemed to be entirely inward, as if she did not see the graciousness of the room around her, or the gentle movement of the bronzing beech leaves outside the window, dappling the light. Failure, disillusion, and love rejected can all make us behave in ways that seem absurd, my dear, perhaps loneliness most of all. It does not lessen the pain in the slightest, even if you are one who is able to laugh while you weep. I have thought at times that laughter is man's greatest salvation, and at other times that it is what damns him beneath the animals. Beasts may kill one another, they may ignore the sick or distressed, but they never mock. Blasphemy is a peculiarly human ability." Charlotte was confused for a moment. Vespasia had taken the thought much further than anything she had intended. Perhaps she had over-dramatized the scene. "The whole quarrel was about the rights of censorship," she said, starting to explain herself. "That wretched monograph of Amos Lindsay's, which is academic now, since the poor man is dead anyway." Vespasia stood up and walked over towards the window. "I thought it was the question as to whether some men have the right to make mock of other men's gods, because they believe them to be either vicious or absurd, or simply irrelevant." "One has the right to question them," Charlotte said with irritation. "One must, or there will be no progress of ideas, no reforming. The most senseless ideologies could be taught, and if we cannot challenge them, how are we to know whether they are good or evil? How can we test our ideas except by thinking and talking?" "We cannot," Vespasia replied. "But there are many ways of doing it, and we must take responsibility for what we destroy, as well as for what we create. Now tell me, what was it Thomas said about Prudence Hatch being so mesmerized with fright? Did she imagine Shaw was going to let slip some appalling secret? That is what Thomas thought, but he has never persuaded Shaw to tell him anything at all that would indicate any secret he knows worth killing to hide." Vespasia turned to face Charlotte. "You have met the man? Is he a fool?" Charlotte thought for several seconds, visualizing Shaw's dynamic face with its quick, clear eyes, the power in him, the vitality that almost overflowed. "He is extremely intelligent," she replied frankly. "I dare say," Vespasia agreed dryly. "That is not the same thing. Many people have high intelligence and no wisdom at all. You have not answered me." Charlotte smiled very slightly. "No, Aunt Vespasia, I am not sure that I can. "I don't think I know." "Then perhaps you had better find out." Vespasia arched her brows very gently, but her eyes were unwavering. Very reluctantly, Charlotte rose to her feet, a quiver of excitement inside her, and a very real sense of fear, which was getting larger with every moment. This time she could not hide behind a play of innocence, as she had done so often in the past when meddling in Pitt's cases, nor would she go with some slight disguise, as she had often done, the pretense of being some gentlewoman of no account, up from the country, and insinuate herself into a situation, then observe. Shaw clearly knew exactly who she was, and the precise nature of her interest. To try to deceive him would be ridiculous, and demean them both. She must go, if she went at all, quite openly as herself, frank about her reasons, asking questions without opportunity of camouflage or retreat. How could she possibly behave in such a way that it would be anything but intrusive and impertinent, and hideously insensitive? It was on the edge of her tongue to make an excuse, simply say all that was in her mind. Then she saw Vespasia's slender shoulders, stiff as a general commanding a charge to battle, and her eyes as steady as a governess controlling a nursery. Insubordination was not even to be considered. Vespasia had already understood all her arguments, and would accept none of them. "England expects that every man will do his duty," Charlotte said with the ghost of a smile. A spark of laughter lit Vespasia's eyes. "Quite," she agreed relentlessly. "You may take my carriage." "Thank you, Aunt Vespasia." Charlotte arrived at the lodging-house where Shaw was temporarily resident exactly as the landlady was serving luncheon. This was ill-mannered in the extreme, but most practical. It was probably the only time when she could have found him present, and not either in the act of repacking his bag to leave again, or trying to catch up with his notes and messages. He was obviously surprised to see her when the landlady showed her in, but the expression on his face showed far more pleasure than irritation. If he minded being interrupted in his meal, he hid it with great skill. "Mrs. Pitt, how very agreeable to see you." He rose, setting his napkin aside, and came around to greet her, holding out his hand and taking hers in a strong, warm grip. "I apologize for calling at such an inconvenient time." She was embarrassed already, and she had not yet even begun. "Please do not allow me to spoil your luncheon." It was a fatuous remark. She had already done so by her mere presence. Whatever she said, he would not allow her to wait in the parlor while he ate in the dining-room, and even if he were to, it could hardly be a comfortable repast in such circumstances. She felt her face coloring with awareness of the clumsy way she had begun. How could she possibly ask him all the intimate and personal questions she wished? Whether she ever learned if he was a fool, in Aunt Vespasia's terms of reference, she herself most certainly was. "Have you eaten?" he asked, still holding her hand. She seized the opportunity he offered. No, I have somehow mislaid time this morning, and it is much later than I had realized." It was a lie, but a very convenient one. "Then Mrs. Turner will fetch you something, if you care to join me." He indicated the table set for one. Whatever other lodgers there were resident, they appeared to take their midday meal elsewhere. "I would not dream of inconveniencing Mrs. Turner." She had only one answer open to her. She cooked herself. She knew perfectly well any woman with the slightest economy in mind did not prepare more than she knew would be required. "She cannot have been expecting me, but I should be most happy to take a cup of tea, and perhaps a few slices of bread and butter, if she would be so good. I had a late breakfast, and do not wish for a full meal." That was not true either, but it would serve. She had eaten a considerable number of tomato sandwiches at Aunt Vespasia's. He swung his arms wide in an expansive gesture and walked over to the bell, pulling it sharply. "Excellent," he agreed, smiling, because he knew as well as she did that they were reaching a compromise of courtesy and truth. "Mrs. Turner!" His voice rang through the room, and must have been clearly audible to her long before she had even entered the hall, let alone the dining-room. "Yes, Dr. Shaw?" she said patiently as she opened the door. "Ah, Mrs. Turner, can you bring a pot of tea for Mrs. Pitt, and perhaps a few slices of bread and butter? She is not in need of luncheon, but some slight refreshment would be most welcome." Mrs. Turner shook her head in a mixture of doubt and acceptance, glanced once at Charlotte, then hurried away to do as she was requested. Sit down, Shaw offered, drawing out a chair for her and holding it while she made herself comfortable. Please continue with your meal. She meant it as more than good manners. She knew he worked hard, and hated to think of him obliged to eat his boiled mutton, potatoes, vegetables, and caper sauce cold. He returned to his own seat and began to eat again with considerable appetite. What can I do for you, Mrs. Pitt? It was a simple question, and no more than courtesy dictated. Yet meeting his eyes across the polished wood set with dried flowers, a silver cruet stand, and assorted handmade doilies, she knew any evasion would meet his immediate knowledge and contempt. She did not want to make a fool of herself in his estimation. She was surprised how painful the idea was, and yet she must say something quickly. He was watching her and waiting. His expression had a remarkable warmth. He was not seeking to find the slightest fault with her, and her sudden realization of that only made it worse. Old memories of other men who had admired her, more than admired, came back with a peculiar sharpness and a sense of guilt which she had thought forgotten. She found herself telling the truth because it was the only thing that was tolerable. I followed Mrs. Shaw's work, she said slowly. I began with the Parish Council, where I learned very little. You would, he agreed, his eyes puzzled. She started from my patients. There was one in particular who did not get better, regardless of my treatment of her. Clemency was concerned, and when she visited her, she began to realize it was the condition of the house, the damp, the cold, the lack of clean water, and any sanitation. She never would recover as long as she lived there. I could have told her that, but I didn't, because I knew there was nothing that could be done to better it, and it would only cause her distress. Clem felt people's misery very much. She was a remarkable woman. Yes, I know, Charlotte said quickly. I went to those same houses, and I asked the same questions she had. I have learned why they didn't complain to the landlord, and what happened to those who did. Mrs. Turner knocked briskly on the door, opened it, and brought in a tray with teapot, cup, and saucer, and a plate of thin bread and butter. She put it down on the table, was thanked, and departed. Charlotte poured herself a cup of tea, and Shaw resumed his meal. They got evicted, and had to seek accommodation even less clean or warm, Charlotte continued. I followed them down the scale from one slum to another, until I saw what I think may be the worst there is, short of sleeping in doorways and gutters. I was going to say I don't know how people survive, but of course they don't. The weak die. He said nothing, but she knew from his face that he understood it even better than she did, and felt the same helplessness, the anger that it should be, the desire to lash out at someone, preferably the clean and comfortable, who chose to laugh and look the other way, and the same pity that haunted both of them whenever the eyes closed and the mind relaxed vigilance, when the hollow faces came back, dull with hunger and dirt and weariness. I followed her all the way to one particular street she went, where the houses were so crammed with people, old and young, men and women, children and even babies, all together without privacy or sanitation, 20 or 30 in a room. She ate a piece of bread and butter because it had been provided. Memory robbed her of appetite. Along the corridor and up the stairs was a brothel. Down 2 doors was a gin mill with drunken women rolling about on the steps and in the gutter. In the basement was a sweatshop where women worked 18 hours a day without daylight or air. She stopped, but again she saw in his eyes that he knew these places. If not this particular one, then a dozen others like it. I discovered how hard it is to find out who owns such buildings, she continued. They are hidden by rent collectors, companies, managers, lawyers' offices, and more companies. At the very end, there are powerful people. I was warned that I would make enemies, people who could make life most unpleasant for me if I persisted in trying to embarrass them. He smiled bleakly, but still did not interrupt. She knew without question that he believed her. Perhaps Clemency had shared the same discoveries and the same feelings with him. Did they threaten her also? He asked. Do you know how close she came to learning names of people who might have been afraid she would make their ownership public? He had stopped eating altogether, and now he looked down at his plate, his face shadowed. a painful mixture of emotions conflicting within him. "You think it was Clem they meant to kill in the fire, don't you?" "I did," she admitted, and saw him stiffen. His eyes lifted instantly and met hers, searching, startled. "Now I'm not sure," she finished. "Why should anyone wish to kill you? And please don't give me an evasive answer. This is too serious to play games with words. Clemency and Amos Lindsay are dead already. Are you sure there will be no more? What about Mrs. Turner and Mr. Oliphant?" He winced, as if she had struck him, and the pain in his eyes was dark, the tightening of his lips undisguised. The knife and fork slid from his hands. "Do you imagine I haven't thought? I've been through every case I have treated in the last 5 years. There isn't a single one that it would be even sane to suspect of murder, let alone anything one would pursue." There was no point in turning back now, even though no doubt Thomas had already asked exactly the same questions. "Every death?" she said quietly. "Are you sure, absolutely, every death was natural? Couldn't one of them somewhere be murder?" A half-unbelieving smile curled the corners of his lips. "And you think whoever did it may fear I knew, or may come to realize that, and is trying to kill me to keep me silent?" He was not accepting the idea, simply turning over the possibility of it, and finding it hard to fit into the medicine he knew, the ordinary domestic release or tragedy of death. "Couldn't it be so?" she asked, trying to keep the urgency out of her voice. "Aren't there any deaths which could have been profitable to someone?" He said nothing, and she knew he was remembering, and each one had its own pain. Each patient who had died had been some kind of failure for him, small or great, inevitable or shocking. A new thought occurred to her. Perhaps it was an accident, and they covered it up, and they are afraid you realized the truth, and then they became afraid you would suspect them of having done it intentionally. "You have a melodramatic idea of death, Mrs. Pitt," he said softly. "Usually it is simple, a fever that does not break, but exhausts the body and burns it out, or a hacking cough that ends in hemorrhage and greater weakness until there is no strength left. Sometimes it is a child or a young person, perhaps a woman worn down by work and too many childbirths, or a man who has labored in the cold and the wet till his lungs are wasted. Sometimes it's a fat man with apoplexy, or a baby that was never strong enough to live. Surprisingly often, in the very end, it is peaceful." She looked at his face, the memories so plain in his eyes, the grief not for the dead, but for the confusion, anger, and pain of those left behind, his inability to help them, even to touch the loneliness of that sudden, awful void when the soul of someone you love leaves the shell, and gradually even the echo of life goes, and it becomes only clay in the form of a person, but without the substance, like a cold hearth when the fire is gone. "But not always," she said with regret, hating to have to pursue it. "Some people fight all the way, and some relatives don't accept. Might there not be someone who felt you did not do all you could? Perhaps not from malice, simply neglect or ignorance?" She said it with a small, sad smile, and so gently he could not think that she believed it herself. A pucker formed between his brows, and he met her eyes with a mild amusement. "No one has ever showed anything beyond a natural distress. People are often angry if death is unexpected, angry because fate has robbed them, and they have to have something to blame. But it passes, and to be honest, no one has suggested I could have done more." "No one?" She looked at him very carefully, but there was no evasion in his eyes, no faint color of deceit in his cheeks. "Not even the Mrs. Whirlingham, over Theophilus's death?" "Oh." He let out his breath in a sigh. "But that is just their way. They are among those who find it hard to accept that someone as full of opinion and as sound as Theophilus could die. It was always so much in evidence. If there was any subject under discussion, Theophilus would express his views, with lots of words and with great certainty that he was right." "And of course Angeline and Celeste agreed with him," she prompted. He laughed sharply. Of course, unless he was out of sympathy with his father. The late bishop's opinions took precedence over everyone else's. And did they disagree over much? Very little. Only things of no importance, like tastes and pastimes, whether to collect books or paintings, whether to wear brown or gray, whether to serve claret or burgundy, mutton or pork, fish or game, whether chinoiserie was good taste or bad. Nothing that mattered. They were in perfect accord on moral duties, the place and virtue of women, and the manner in which society should be governed, and by whom. "I don't think I should have cared for Theophilus much," she said, without thinking first, and recalling that he had been Shaw's father-in-law. The description of him sounded so much like Uncle Eustace March, and her memories of him were touched with conflicting emotions, all of them shades of dislike. He smiled at her broadly. For a moment all thought of death banished, and nothing there but his intense pleasure in her company. "You would have loathed him," he assured her. "I did." An element in her wanted to laugh, to see only the easy and absurd in it, but she could not forget the virulence in Celeste's face as she had spoken of her brother's death, and the way Angeline had echoed it with equal sincerity. "What did he die of, and why was it so sudden?" "A seizure of the brain," he replied, this time looking up and meeting her eyes with complete candor. "He suffered occasional severe headaches, great heat of the blood, dizziness, and once or twice apoplectic fits, and, of course, now and again, gout. A week before he died, he had a spasm of temporary blindness. It only lasted a day, but it frightened him profoundly. I think he looked on it as a presage of death." He was right. She bit her lip, trying to find the words to ask without implying blame. It was difficult. "Did you know that at the time?" "I thought it was possible. I didn't expect it so soon. Why?" "Could you have prevented it, if you had been sure?" "No. No doctor knows how to prevent a seizure of the brain. Of course, not all seizures are fatal. Very often a patient loses the use of one side of his body, or perhaps his speech or his sight, but will live on for years. Some people have several seizures before the one that kills them. Some lie paralyzed and unable to speak for years, but as far as one can tell, perfectly conscious and aware of what is going on around them." "How terrible! Like death, but without its peace." She shivered. "Could that have happened to Theophilus?" "It could. But he went with the first seizure. Perhaps that was not so unlucky." "Did you tell Angeline and Celeste that?" His brows rose in slight surprise, perhaps at his own omission. No, I didn't." He pulled a face. "I suppose it is a trifle late now. They would think I was making excuses." "Yes," she agreed. "They blame you. But how bitterly, I don't know." "For heaven's sake!" he exploded, amazement filling his eyes. "You don't imagine Angeline and Celeste crept around in the dark and set fire to my house, hoping to burn me to death because they think I could have saved Theophilus? That's preposterous." "Someone did." The hilarity vanished and left only the hurt. "I know, but not over Theophilus." "Are you absolutely positive? Is it not possible that his death was murder, and someone is afraid you may realize it, and then know who killed him? After all, the circumstances were extraordinary." He looked at her with disbelief, which was almost comic. His eyes wide, his mouth open. Then gradually the thought became less absurd, and he realized the darkness of it. He picked up his knife and fork again and began to eat automatically, thinking. "No," he said at last. "If it was murder, which I don't believe, then it was perfect. I never suspected a thing, and I still don't. And who would want to kill him anyway? He was insufferable, but then so were a lot of people, and neither Prudence nor Clemency wanted his money." "Are you sure?" she said gently. His hand came up. He stopped eating and smiled at her with sudden charm, a light of sheer pleasure in his eyes. "Certainly. Clemency was giving her money away as fast as she could, and Prudence has quite sufficient from her books." "Books?" Charlotte was totally confused. "What books?" "Well, Lady Pamela's Secret, for one, he said, now grinning broadly. "She writes romances. Oh, under another name, of course. But she is really very successful. Josiah would have apoplexy if he knew. So would Celeste, for utterly different reasons." "Are you sure?" Charlotte was delighted and incredulous. "Of course I'm sure. Clemency managed the business for her, to keep it out of Josiah's knowledge. I suppose I shall have to now." Good gracious. She wanted to giggle. It was all so richly absurd, but there was too much else pressing in on both of them. All right. She sobered herself with an effort. If it was not over Theophilus, either personally or his money, over what then? I don't know. I've racked my brain, gone over and over everything I can think of, real or imaginary, that could cause anyone to hate or fear me enough to take the awful step of murder. Even the risk... He stopped, and a shred of the old irony came back. Not that it has proved to be much of a risk. The police don't seem to have any more idea who it was now than they did the first night. She defended Pitt in a moment of instinct, and then regretted it. You mean they have not told you of anything? That does not mean they don't know. His head jerked up, his eyes wide. Nor have they told me, she said quickly. But he had understood the difference. Of course, I was too hasty. They seem so candid, but then they would hardly tell me. I must be one of their chief suspects, which is absurd to me, but I suppose quite reasonable to them. There was nothing else for her to say to him, no other questions she could think of to ask, and yet she could not answer Aunt Vespasia's question yet. Was he a fool in her sense, blind to some emotional value that any woman would have seen? Thank you for sparing me so much time, Dr. Shaw. She rose from the table. I realize my questions are impertinent. She smiled an apology and saw the quick response in his face. I asked them only because, having followed Clemency's path, I have such a respect for her that I care very much that whoever killed her should be found, and I intend to see that her work is continued. My brother-in-law is actually considering standing for Parliament. He and my sister were so moved by what they learned, I think they will not rest until they are engaged in doing what they can to have such a law passed as she suggested. He stood also, as a matter of courtesy, and came around to pull her chair back so she might move the more easily. You are wasting your time, Mrs. Pitt, he said very quietly. It was not in the tone of a criticism, but rather of regret, as if he had said exactly the same words before, for the same reasons, and not been believed then either. It was as if Clemency were in the room with them, a benign ghost whom they both liked. There was no sense of intrusion, simply a treasured presence who did not resent their moments of friendship, not even the warmth and the touch of his hand on Charlotte's arm, his closeness to her as he bade her good-bye, nor the quick, soft brightness of his eyes as he watched her departing figure down the front steps and up into the carriage, helped by Vespasia's footman. He remained in the hallway, straight-backed, long after the carriage had turned the corner, before eventually he closed the door and returned to the dining-room. Charlotte had instructed the coachman to drive to the Whirlingham house. It did sound unlikely that either Celeste or Angeline would have attempted to kill Shaw, however derelict they believed him to have been in the matter of Theophilus's death. And yet Clemency, and thus Shaw, had inherited a great deal of money because of it. It was a motive which could not be disregarded, and the more she thought of it, the more did it seem the only sensible alternative, if it were not some powerful owner of tenements who feared the exposure she might bring. Was that realistic? Who else's name had she uncovered, apart from her own grandfather's? In the search, surely she must have found others, if not before Whirlingham's, then afterwards. That had been the beginning of her total commitment to change the law, which would mean highly unwelcome attention to quite a number of people. Somerset Carlyle had mentioned aristocratic families, bankers, judges, diplomats, men in public life who could ill afford such a source of income to be common knowledge. And the lawyer with the smug face had been so sure his clients would exercise violence of their own sort to keep themselves anonymous, he had been prepared to use threats. But who had gone so far out of the ordinary social or financial avenues of power as to commit murder? Was there any way whatsoever they could learn? Visions floated into her mind of searching the figures of the criminal world for the arsonist and trying to force him to confess his employer. It would be hopeless, but for a wild element of luck. How would they ever know? Had Clemency been rash enough to confront him? Surely not. What would be the purpose? And she had not exposed the Whirlinghams. That much was certain. They could hardly be building the magnificent memorial window to him and having the Archbishop of York dedicate it, were there the slightest breath of scandal around his name. Had Theophilus known? Certainly Clemency had not told him, because he had died long before she came anywhere near her conclusion, in fact, before she became closely involved in the matter at all. Had he ever questioned where the family money came from? Or had he simply been happy to accept its lavish bounty, smile, and leave everything well covered? And Angeline and Celeste? The carriage was already drawing up at the magnificent entrance. In a moment the footman would be opening the door, and she would climb out and descend the steps. She would have to have some excuse for calling. It was early. It would be unlikely for anyone else to be there. She was hardly a friend, merely the granddaughter of a past acquaintance, and an unfortunate reminder of murder and the police and other such terrible secret evils. The front door swung wide, and the parlour-maid looked at her with polite and chilly inquiry. Charlotte did not even have a card to present. She smiled charmingly. "Good afternoon. I am continuing some of the work of the late Mrs. Shaw, and I should so much like to tell the Mrs. Whirlingham how much I admired her. Are they receiving this afternoon?" The parlour-maid was too well trained to turn away someone who might present an oasis of interest in two extremely monotonous lives. The Mrs. Whirlingham hardly ever went out, except to church. What they saw of the world was what came to their door. Since there was no card, the parlour-maid put down the silver card tray on the hall table and stepped back to allow Charlotte inside. "If you would care to wait, ma'am, I shall inquire. Who shall I say is calling?" "Mrs. Pitt. The Mrs. Whirlingham are acquainted with my grandmother, Mrs. Ellison. We are all admirers of the family." That was stretching the truth a great deal. The only one Charlotte admired in the slightest was Clemency. But that was indeed enough, if spread fine, to cover them all. She was shown into the hall, with its marvelous tessellated floor and its dominating picture of the bishop, his pink face supremely confident, beaming with almost luminous satisfaction down at all who crossed his threshold. The other portraits receded into obscurity, acolytes, a congregation, not principals. Pity there was no portrait of Theophilus. She would like to have seen his face, made some judgment of him, the mouth, the eyes, seen some link between the bishop and his daughters. She imagined him as utterly unlike Shaw as possible, two men unintelligible to each other by the very cast of their natures. The parlour-maid returned and told Charlotte that she would be received, a shade coolly from her demeanor. Angeline and Celeste were in the withdrawing-room in very much the same postures as they had been when she had called with Caroline and Grandmamma. They were wearing afternoon gowns in black, similar to the ones they had worn then, good quality, a little strained at the seams, decorated with beads, and, in Angeline's case, black feathers also, very discreetly. Celeste wore jet earrings and a necklace, very long, dangling over her rather handsome bosom and winking in the light, its facets turning as she breathed. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Pitt," she said with a formal nod of her head. "It is kind of you to come to tell us how much you admired poor Clemency, but I thought you expressed yourself very fully on the subject when you were here before. And I may remind you, you were under some misapprehension as to her work for the less fortunate." "I am sure it was a mistake, dear," Angeline put in hastily. "Mrs. Pitt will not have meant to distress us or cause anxiety." She smiled at Charlotte. "Will you?" "There is nothing I have learned of Mrs. Shaw which could make you anything but profoundly proud of her," Charlotte replied, looking very levelly at Angeline and watching her face for the slightest flicker of knowledge. "Learned?" Angeline was confused, but that was the only emotion Charlotte could identify in her bland features. "Oh, yes," she answered, accepting the seat, which was only half offered, and sitting herself down comfortably well in the back of the lush, tasseled and brocaded cushions. She had no intention of leaving until she had said all she could think of, and watched their reactions minutely. This house had been bought and furnished with agony. The old bishop had known it. Had Theophilus? And far more recently, and more to the point, had these two innocent-looking sisters. Was it conceivable Clemency had come home in her desperate distress, when she first learned beyond doubt where her inheritance had been made, and faced them with it? And if she had, what would they have done? Perhaps fire, secretly and in the night, burning to its terrible conclusion when they were safely back in their own beds, was just the weapon they might choose. It was horrible to think of, close, like suffocation, and terrifying as the change from mildness to hatred in a face you have known all your life. Had these women, who had given the whole of their lives, wasted their youth and their mature womanhood pandering to their father, killed to protect that same reputation, and their own comfort in a community they had led for over half a century? It was not inconceivable. "I heard so well of her from other people," Charlotte went on, her voice sounding gushing in her ears, artificial and a little too highly pitched. Was she foolish to have come here alone? No, that was stupid. It was the middle of the day, and Aunt Vespasia's coachman and footman were outside. But did they know that? Yes, of course they did. They would hardly imagine she had walked here. But she might have come on the public omnibus. She frequently traveled on it. "Which other people?" Celeste said with raised eyebrows. "I hardly thought poor Clemency was known outside the parish." "Oh, indeed she was." Charlotte swallowed the lump in her throat and tried to sound normal. Her hands were shaking, so she clasped them together, digging her nails into her palms. "Mr. Somerset Carlyle spoke of her in the highest terms possible. He is a noted member of Parliament, you know. And Lady Vespasia Cumming-Gould also. In fact, I was speaking to her only this morning, telling her I should call upon you this afternoon, and she lent me her carriage for my convenience. She is determined that Mrs. Shaw shall not be forgotten, nor her work perish." She saw Celeste's heavy face darken. "And of course there are others," she ploughed on. "But she was so discreet, perhaps she was too modest to tell you much herself." "She told us nothing," Celeste replied, "because I believe, Mrs. Pitt, that there was nothing to tell. Clemency did the sort of kindnesses among the poor that all the women of our family have always done." She lifted her chin a fraction, and her tone became more condescending. "We were raised in a very Christian household, as I dare say you are aware. We were taught as children to care for those less fortunate, whether through their own indigence or not. Our father told us not to judge, merely to serve."
End of Track 15. Track 16.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry. Charlotte found it hard to hold her tongue. She ached to tell them precisely what she thought of the bishop's charity. "Modesty is one of the most attractive of all the virtues," she said aloud, gritting her teeth. "It seems that she said nothing to you of her work to have the laws changed with regard to the ownership of the very worst of slum properties." There was nothing at all in either of their faces that looked like even comprehension, let alone fear. "Slum properties?" Angeline was utterly confused. "The ownership of them," Charlotte continued, her voice sounding dry and very forced. "At present it is almost impossible to discern who is the true owner." "Why should anyone wish to know?" Angeline asked. "It seems an extraordinary and purposeless piece of knowledge." "Because the conditions are appalling." Charlotte murmured her answer and tried to make it as gentle as was appropriate to two elderly women who knew nothing of the world beyond their house, the church, and a few of the people in the parish. It would be grossly unfair now to blame them for an ignorance which it was far too late for them to remedy. The whole pattern of their lives, which had been set for them by others, had never been questioned or disturbed. "Of course we know that the poor suffer," Angeline said with a frown. "But that has always been so, and is surely inevitable. That is the purpose of charity, to relieve suffering as much as we can. A good deal of it could be prevented if other people did not exercise their greed at the expense of the poor." Charlotte sought for words they would understand, to explain the devastating poverty she had seen. She looked at the total lack of comprehension on their faces. When people are poor already, they are much more prone to illness, which makes them unable to work, and they become poorer still. They are evicted from decent housing, and have to seek whatever they can get. She was simplifying drastically, but a long explanation of circumstances they had never imagined would only lose their emotion. Landlords know their plight, and offer them room without light or air, without running water or any sanitary facilities. Then why do they take them? Angeline opened her eyes wide in inquiry. Perhaps they do not want such things as we would. They want the best they can get, Charlotte said simply. And very often that is merely a place where they can shelter and lie down, and perhaps, if they are lucky, share a stove with others so they can cook. That doesn't sound too bad, Celeste replied, if that is all they can afford. Charlotte put forward the one fact she knew would reach the bishop's daughters. Men, women, and children all in the same room? She stared straight into Celeste's strong, clever face, with no lavatory, but a bucket in the corner, for all of them, and nowhere to change clothes in privacy, or to wash, and no way of sleeping alone. Charlotte saw all the horror she could have wished. Oh, my dear, you don't mean that. Angeline was shocked. That is quite uncivilized, and certainly unchristian. Of course it is, Charlotte agreed. But they have no alternative, except the street, which would be even worse. Celeste looked distressed. It was not beyond her imagination to think of such conditions, and feel at least a shadow of their wretchedness. But she was still at a loss to see what purpose could be served by making the owners known. The owners cannot make more space, she said slowly, nor solve the problems of poverty. Why should you wish to discover who they are? Because the owners are making a very large profit indeed, Charlotte replied. And if their names were public, they might be shamed into maintaining the buildings, so they are at least clean and dry, instead of having mold on the walls and timbers rotting. It was beyond the experience of either Celeste or Angeline. They had spent all their lives in this gracious house, with every comfort that money and status could supply. They had never seen rot, never smelled it, had no conception of a running gutter or open sewerage. Charlotte drew her breath to try to depict it in words, and was prevented from beginning by the parlour-maid returning to announce the arrival of Prudence Hatch and Mrs. Clithridge. They came in together, Prudence looking a little strained, and unable to stand or to sit with any repose. Lally Clithridge was charming to Celeste, full of smiles to Angeline, and then when she turned to where Charlotte had risen to her feet, recognizing her before introductions were made, her face froze, and she became icily polite, her eyes hard and a brittle timbre to her voice. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Pitt. How surprising to see you here again so soon. I had not thought you such a personal friend." Celeste invited them to be seated, and they all obeyed, rearranging skirts. "She came to express her admiration for Clemency," Angeline said, with a slight nervous cough. "It seems Clemency really did look into the question of people making extreme profits out of the wretchedness of some of the poor. We really had no idea. She was so very modest about it." "Indeed?" Lally raised her eyebrows and looked at Charlotte with frank disbelief. "I had not realized you were acquainted with Clemency at all, let alone to the degree where you know more of her than her family." Charlotte was stung by the manner more than the words. Lally Clithridge was regarding her with the air one might show a rival who had tricked one out of a deserved advantage. "I did not know her, Mrs. Clithridge, but I know those who did. And why she chose to share her concern with them and not with her family and neighbors, I am unaware. But possibly it was because they were almost as concerned as she, and they understood and respected her feelings." "Good gracious!" Lally's voice rose in amazement and offense. "Your intrusion knows no bounds. Now you suggest she did not trust her own family, but chose instead these friends of yours, whom you have been careful not to name." "Really, Lally," Prudence said gently, knotting her hands together in her lap, "you are distressing yourself unnecessarily. You have allowed Flora Letterworth to upset you too much." She glanced at Charlotte.
We have had a rather distasteful encounter, and I am afraid hasty words were said. That young woman's behavior is quite shameless where poor Stephen is concerned. She is obsessed with him, and does not seem able to comport herself with any restraint at all, even now. Oh, dear, that again. Angeline sighed and shook her head. Well, of course she has no breeding, poor soul. What can you expect? And raised virtually without a mother. I dare say there is no one to instruct her how to behave. Her father is in trade, after all, and he's from the north. You could hardly expect him to have the least idea. No amount of money in the world makes up for lack of breeding, Celeste agreed. But people will insist upon trying. Exactly, Charlotte said, with a voice that cut like acid. People with breeding can lie, cheat, steal, or sell their daughters to obtain money. But people who only have money can never require breeding, no matter what they do.
There was a silence that was like thunder, prickling the air and touching the skin in a cold sweat. Charlotte looked at their faces one by one. She was quite sure, although there was no proof whatever, that neither Celeste nor Angeline had even the shadow of an idea where their family money came from. Nor did she believe that money was at the root of Prudence's fear. She looked aghast now, but not for herself. Her hands were quite still, even loose in her lap. She was staring at Charlotte in total incomprehension for her devastating rudeness, not because she was afraid of her. Lally Clithridge was dumbfounded. I thought Stephen Shaw was the rudest person I had ever met, she said with a tremor in her voice. But you leave him standing. You are totally extraordinary. There was only one possible thing to say. Thank you. Charlotte did not flinch in the slightest. Next time I see him, I shall tell him of your words. I am sure he will be most comforted. Lally's face tightened, almost as if she had been struck, and quite suddenly and ridiculously, Charlotte realized the root of her enmity. She was intensely jealous. She might regard Shaw as verbally reckless, full of dangerous and unwelcome ideas, but she was also fascinated by him, drawn from her pedestrian and dutiful life with the vicar toward something that promised excitement, danger, and a vitality and confidence that must be like elixir in the desert of her days. Now the whole charade not only made Charlotte angry, but stirred her to pity for its futility and the pointless courage of Lally's crusade to make Clithridge into something he was not, to do his duty when he was swamped by it, constantly to push him, support him, tell him what to say, and for her daydreams of a man so much more alive, the vigor that horrified and enchanted her, and the hatred she felt for Charlotte because Shaw was drawn to her, as easily and hopelessly as Lally was to Shaw. It was all so futile. And yet she could hardly take the words back. That would only make it worse by allowing everyone to see that she understood. The only possible thing now was to leave. Accordingly, she rose to her feet. Thank you, Miss Whirlingham, for permitting me to express my admiration for Clemency's work, and to assure you that despite any dangers or any threats that may be made, I will continue with every effort at my command. It did not die with her, nor will it ever. Miss Angeline? She withdrew her hand, clutched her reticule a trifle more closely, and turned to leave. What do you mean, Mrs. Pitt? Prudence stood up and came forward. Are you saying that you believe Clemency was murdered by someone who objected to this work you say she was doing? It seems very likely, Mrs. Hatch. Stuff and nonsense, Celeste said sharply. Or are you suggesting that Amos Lindsay was involved in it as well? Not so far as I know, Charlotte began, and was cut off instantly. Of course not, Celeste agreed, rising to her feet also. Her skirt was puckered, but she was unaware of it in her annoyance. Mr. Lindsay was no doubt murdered for his radical political views, this Fabian Society, and all these dreadful pamphlets he writes and supports. She glared at Charlotte. He associated with people who have all sorts of wild ideas, socialism, anarchy, even revolution. There are some very sinister plots being laid in our times. There is murder far more abominable than the fires here in Highgate, fearful as they were. One does not read the newspapers, of course, but one cannot help but be aware of what is going on. People talk about it even here.
Some madman is loose in Whitechapel, ripping women apart and disfiguring them in the most fearful way, and the police seem powerless either to catch him or prevent him." Her face was white as she spoke, and no one could fail to feel her horror rippling out in the room like coldness from a door opened on ice. "I am sure you are right, Celeste." Angeline seemed to withdraw into herself, as if she would retreat from these new and terrible forces that threatened them all. "The world is changing. People are thinking quite new and very dangerous ideas. It sometimes seems to me as if everything we have is threatened." She shook her head and pulled at her black shawl to put it more closely around her shoulders, as if it could protect her. "And I really believe from the way Stephen speaks that he quite admires this talk of overthrowing the old order and setting up those Fabian ideas." "Oh, I'm sure he doesn't," Lally contradicted strongly, her face pink and her eyes very bright. "I know he liked Mr. Lindsay, but he certainly never agreed with his ideas. They are quite revolutionary. Mr. Lindsay was reading some of the essays and pamphlets and things by that fearful Mrs. Besant, who helped to put the match girls up to refusing to work. You remember that in April? Or was it May? I mean, if people refuse to work, where will we all be?" Charlotte was powerfully tempted to put forward her own political views in favor of Mrs. Besant, and explaining the plight of the match girls, their physical suffering, the necrosis of the facial bones from breathing the phosphorus. But this was neither the time, nor were these the people. Instead, she turned to Lally with interest. "Do you believe they were political murders, Mrs. Clithridge? That poor Mrs. Shaw was killed because of her agitation for slum reform? You know, I think you may well be correct. In fact, it is what I believe myself, and have been saying so for some time." Lally was very much put out of composure by having to agree with Charlotte, but she could not backtrack now. "I would not have put it quite in those terms," she said, bridling. "But I suppose that is what I think. After all, it makes by far the most sense out of things. What other reason could there be?" "Well, there are others who have suggested more personal forms of passion," Prudence pointed out, frowning at Charlotte. "Perhaps Mr. Letterworth, because of Dr. Shaw's involvement with Flora. If, of course, it was Stephen he meant to kill, not poor Clemency." "Then why would he kill Mr. Lindsay?" Angeline shook her head. "Mr. Lindsay certainly never did her any harm." "Because he knew something, of course." Prudence's face tightened in impatience. "That does not take a great deal of guessing." They were all standing close together near the door, the sunlight slanting between the curtains and the blinds, making a bright patch behind them, and causing the black crapes to look faintly dusty. "I am surprised the police have not worked it out yet," Lally added, glancing at Charlotte. "But then I suppose they are not a very superior class of person, or they would not be employed in such work. I mean, if they were clever enough to do something better, they would, wouldn't they?" Charlotte could accommodate a certain amount of insult to herself and keep her temper, but insult to Pitt was different. Again her anger slipped out of control. "There are only a certain number of people who are willing to spend their time, and sometimes to risk their lives, digging into the sin and tragedy of other people's affairs and uncovering the violence in them," she said acidly, staring at Lally, her eyes wide. "So many people who look the picture of rectitude on the outside and pretend to civic virtue have inner lives that are thoroughly sordid, greedy, and full of lies." She looked from one to another of them, and was satisfied to see alarm, even fear, in some of their faces, most especially Prudence's. And seeing it, she instantly relented and was ashamed. It was not Prudence she had intended to hurt. But again there was no verbal retreat, only physical, and this time she excused herself, bade them farewell, and swept out, head high, twitching her skirts smartly over the step. A few moments later she was back in Aunt Vespasia's carriage, and once again going towards Stephen Shaw's lodgings. There were now far more questions she wished to ask him. Perhaps it really was all to do with radical political ideas, not merely Clemency's slum profiteers, but Lindsay's socialist beliefs as well. She had never asked him if Lindsay knew about Clemency's work, or if it had taken her to the new Fabian Society. It simply had not occurred to her. Mrs. Turner admitted her again with no surprise, and told her that the doctor was out on a call,
but she expected him back shortly, and if Charlotte cared to wait in the parlor, she was welcome. She was brought yet another pot of tea, set out on a brand-new Japanese lacquer tray. She poured herself a cup of tea and sat sipping it. Could Shaw really know anything that someone would kill to keep secret? Pitt had said little to her about the other patients he had investigated. Shaw seemed so certain all the deaths he had attended were natural. But then if he were in conspiracy with someone, he would say that. Was it possible he had helped someone to murder, either by actually providing the means, or simply by concealing it afterwards? Would he? She recalled his face to mind easily, the strength in him and the conviction. Yes, if he believed it to be right, she had no doubt he would. He was quite capable of exercising his powers. If ever a man had the courage of his convictions, it was Stephen Shaw. But did he believe it was right? Or could ever be? No, surely not. Not even a violent or insane person? Or someone with a painful and incurable disease? She had no idea if he was treating such a person. Pitt must have thought of all this too, surely. She had resolved nothing when some 30 minutes later Shaw burst in, half throwing his case into the corner and flinging his jacket over the back of the chair. He swung around, startled to see her, but his expression lit with delight, and he made no pretense of indifference. "Mrs. Pitt, what fortune brings you back here again so soon? Have you discovered something?" There was humor in his eyes, and a little anxiety, but nothing disguised his liking for her. "I have just been visiting the Mrs. Whirlingham," she answered, and saw the instant appreciation of all that meant in his face. "I was not especially welcome," she said in answer to his unspoken question. "In fact, Mrs. Clithridge, who called at the same time, has taken a strong dislike to me, but as a result of certain conversation that took place, several other thoughts come to my mind." "Indeed? And what are they?" "I see Mrs. Turner gave you some tea. Is there any left? I am as dry as one of poor Amos's wooden gods." He reached for the pot and lifted it experimentally. It was obvious from the weight that there was considerable liquid left in it. "Ah, good." He poured out her used cup in the slop bowl, rinsed it from the hot water jug, and proceeded to pour himself some tea. "What did Celeste and Angeline say that sparked these new ideas? I must admit the thought intrigues me." "Well, there is always money," she began slowly. "The Whirlinghams have a great deal of money, which Clemency must have inherited, along with Prudence, when Theophilus died." He met her eyes with total candor, even a black laughter, without a shred of rancor at her for the suggestion. "And you think I might have murdered poor Clem to get my hands on it?" he asked. "I assure you there isn't a penny left. She gave it all away." He moved restlessly around the room, poking at a cushion, setting a book straight on a shelf so it did not stand out from the rest. "When her will is probated, you will see that for the last few months she had been obliged to me even for a dress allowance. I promise you, Mrs. Pitt, I shall inherit nothing from the Whirlingham estate, except a couple of dressmaker's bills and a milliner's account, which I shall be happy to settle." "Given it all away?" Charlotte affected surprise. Pitt had already told her that Clemency had given her money away. "All of it," he repeated. "Mostly to societies for slum clearance, help to the extremely poor, housing improvement, sanitation, and, of course, the battle to get the law changed to make ownership easily traceable. She went through £30,000 in less than a year. She just gave it away until there was no more." His face was illuminated with a kind of pride and a fierce gentleness. Charlotte asked the next question without even stopping to weigh it. She had to know, and it seemed so easy and natural to ask. "Did she tell you why? I mean, did she tell you where the Whirlingham money came from?" His mouth curled downward, and his eyes were full of bitter laughter. "Where the old bastard got it from? Oh, yes. When she discovered it, she was devastated." He walked over and stood with his back to the mantel. "I remember the night she came home after she found out. She was so pale I thought she would pass out, but she was white with fury and shame." He looked at Charlotte, his eyes very steady on hers. "All evening she paced the floor back and forth, talking about it, and nothing I could say could take away the guilt from her. She was distraught. She must have been up half the night.
He bit his lip and looked downwards. And I'm ashamed to say I was so tired from being up the night before that I slept. But I knew in the morning she had been weeping. All I could do was tell her that whatever her decision, I would support her. She took 2 more days to decide that she would not face Celeste and Angeline with it. He jerked up again, his foot kicking against the brass fender around the hearth. What good would it do? They had no responsibility for it. They gave their whole lives to looking after and pandering to that old swine. They couldn't bear it now to think it had all been a farce. All the goodness they thought was there, a whited sepulchre, if ever there was one. But she told Prudence, Charlotte said quietly, remembering the haunting fear and the guilt in Prudence's eyes. He frowned at her, his expression clouded where she had expected to see something a little like relief. No, he was quite definite. No, she certainly didn't tell Prudence. What could she do, except to be plagued with shame, too? But she is, Charlotte said, still gently. She was filled with sorrow, catching some glimpse of how it would torment Prudence when her husband admired the bishop, almost to hero worship. What a terrible burden to live with, and never to let slip, even by hint or implication. Prudence must be a very strong woman with deep loyalty to keep such a secret. She must find it almost unendurable, she added. She doesn't know, he insisted. Clem never told her, just because it would be, as you say, unendurable. Old Josiah thinks the bishop was the next thing to a saint. God help him. The bloody window was all his idea. Yes, she does, Charlotte argued, leaning a little forward. I saw it in her eyes, looking at Angeline and Celeste. She's terrified of it coming out, and she's desperately ashamed of it. They sat across the table staring at each other, equally determined they were in the right, until slowly Shaw's face cleared, and understanding was so plain in him she spoke automatically. What? What have you realized? Prudence doesn't know anything about the Whirlingham money. That's not what she is afraid of, the stupid woman. Then what? She resented his calling her stupid, but this was not the time to take it up. What is she afraid of? Josiah, and her family's contempt and indignation. For what? She interrupted him again. What is it? Prudence has 6 children. He smiled ruefully, full of pity. Her confinements were very hard. The first time she was in pain for 23 hours before the child was delivered. The second time looked like being similar, so I offered her anesthetic, and she took it. Anesthetic. Suddenly she too began to see what terrified Prudence. She remembered Josiah Hatch's remarks about women and the travail of childbirth, and it being God's will. He would, like many men, consider it an evasion of Christian responsibility to dull the pain with medical anesthesia. Most doctors would not even offer it, and Shaw had allowed Prudence her choice, without asking or telling her husband, and she was living in mortal fear now that he might break his silence and betray her to her husband. I see, she said with a sigh. How tragic and absurd. She could recall her own pain of childbirth only dimly. Nature is merciful in expunging the recollection in all save a small corner of the mind, and hers had not been harsh compared with many. Poor Prudence. You would never tell him, would you? She knew as she said it that the question was unnecessary. In fact, she was grateful he was not angry even that she asked. He smiled and did not answer. She changed the subject. Do you think it would be acceptable for me to come to Amos Lindsay's funeral? I liked him, even though I knew him for so short a while. His face softened again, and for a moment the full magnitude of his hurt was naked. I should like it very much if you did. I shall speak the eulogy. The whole affair will be awful. Clithridge will behave like a fool. He always does when anything real is involved. Lally will probably have to pick up the pieces. Oliphant will be as good as he is allowed to be, and Josiah will be the same pompous, blind ass he always is. I shall loathe every moment of it. I will almost certainly quarrel with Josiah because I can't help it. The more sycophantic he is about the damned bishop, the angrier I shall be. And the more I shall want to shout from the pulpit what an obscene old sinner he was, and not even decent sins of passion or appetite, just cold, complacent greed and the love of dominion over other people. Without thinking, she put out her hand and touched his arm. "But you won't." He smiled reluctantly and stood immobile lest she move. "I shall try to behave like the model mourner and friend, even if it chokes me. Josiah and I have had enough quarreling, but he does tempt me sorely. He lives in a totally spurious world, and I can't bear his cant. I know better, Charlotte. I hate lies. They rob us of the real good by covering it over with so many coats of sickening excuses and evasions until what was really beautiful, brave, or clean is distorted and devalued." His voice shook with the intensity of his feeling. "I hate hypocrites, and the Church seems to spawn them like abscesses, eating away at real virtue, like Matthew Oliphant's." She was a little embarrassed. His emotion was so transparent, and she could feel the vitality of him under her hand as if he filled the room. She moved away carefully, not to break the moment. "Then I shall see you at the funeral tomorrow. We shall both behave properly, however hard it is for us. I shall not quarrel with Mrs. Clithridge, although I should dearly like to, and you will not tell Josiah what you think of the bishop. We shall simply mourn a good friend who died before his time." And without looking at him again, she walked very straight-backed and very gracefully to the parlor door and out into the hallway. Chapter 11. It had taken Murdo 2 days of anxiety and doubt, lurching hope and black despair, before he found an excuse to call on Flora Letterworth, and it took him at least half an hour to wash, shave, and dress himself in immaculately clean clothes, pressed to perfection, his buttons polished. He hated his buttons because they made his rank so obvious, but since they were inescapable, they had better be clean and bright. He had thought of going quite frankly to express his admiration for her, then blushed scarlet as he imagined how she would laugh at him for his presumption. And then she would be thoroughly annoyed that a policeman, of all the miserable trades, and not even a senior one, should dare to think of such a thing, let alone express it. He had lain awake burning with shame over that. No, the only way was to find some professional excuse, and then, in the course of speaking to her, slip in that she had his deepest admiration, and then retreat with as much grace as possible. So, at 25 minutes past 9, he knocked on the door of the Letterworth house. When the maid answered, he asked if he might see Miss Flora Letterworth, to seek her aid in an official matter. He tripped over the step on the way in, and was sure the maid was giggling at his clumsiness. He was angry and blushing at the same time, and already wished he had not come. It was doomed to failure. He was making a fool of himself, and she would only despise him. "If you'll wait in the morning room, I'll see if Miss Letterworth will see you," the maid said, smoothing her white-starched apron over her hips. She thought he was very agreeable, nice eyes, and very clean-looking, not like some she could name, but she wasn't for having him get above himself. But when he had finished with Miss Flora, she would make sure it was she who showed him out. She wouldn't mind if he asked her to take a walk in the park on her half-day off. "Thank you." He stood in the middle of the carpet, twisting his helmet in his hands, and waited while she went. For a wild moment he thought of simply leaving, but his feet stayed leadenly on the floor, and while his mind took flight and was halfway back to the station, his body remained, one moment hot, the next cold, in the Letterworth's elegant morning room. Flora came in looking flushed and devastatingly pretty, her eyes shining. She was dressed in a deep rose pink, which was quite the most distinguished and becoming gown he had ever seen. His heart beat so hard he felt sure the shaking of his body must be visible to her, and his mouth was completely dry. "Good morning, Constable Murdo," she said sweetly. Good morning, ma'am." His voice croaked and squeaked alternatively. She must think him a complete fool. He drew in a deep breath and then let it out without speaking. "What can I do for you, Constable?" She sat down in the largest chair, and her skirts billowed around her. She gazed at him most disconcertingly.
He found it easier to look away. Ma'am. He fixed his eyes on the carpet, and the prepared words came out in a rush. Is it possible, ma'am, that some young gentleman, who admired you very much, might have misunderstood your visits to Dr. Shaw and become very jealous, ma'am? He dared not look up at her. She must see through this ruse, which had sounded so plausible alone in his room. Now it was horribly transparent. I don't think so, Constable Murdo, she said after considering it for a moment. I really don't know of any young gentlemen who have such powerful feelings about me that they would entertain such jealousy. It doesn't seem likely. Without thinking, he looked up at her and spoke. Oh, yes, ma'am. If a gentleman had kept your company, socially, of course, and met you a number of times, he might well be moved to such passions that... He felt himself blushing furiously, but unable to move his eyes from hers. Do you think so? She said innocently. She lowered her eyes demurely. That would suppose him to be in love with me, Constable, to quite an intense degree. Surely you don't believe that is so? He plunged in. He would never in his wildest dreams have a better opportunity. I don't know whether it is, ma'am, but it would be very easy to believe. If it is not so now, it will be. There are bound to be many gentlemen who would give everything they possess to have the chance to earn your affections. I mean, She was looking at him with a most curious smile, half interested and half amused. He knew he had betrayed himself, and felt as if there were nothing in the world he wanted so much as to run away, and yet his feet were rooted to the floor. Her smile widened. How very charming of you, Constable, she said softly. You say it as if you really believed I were quite beautiful and exciting. It is certainly the nicest thing anyone has told me for as long as I can remember. He had no idea what to say, no idea at all. He simply smiled back at her and felt happy and ridiculous. I cannot think of anyone who might entertain such emotions that they could have harmed Dr. Shaw on my account, she went on, sitting up very straight. I am sure I have not encouraged anyone. But of course the matter is very serious, I know. I promise you I shall think about it hard, and then I shall tell you. May I call in a few days' time to learn what you have to say? He asked. The corners of her mouth curled up in a tiny smile. I think, if you don't mind, Constable, I would rather discuss it somewhere where Papa will not overhear us. He does tend to misunderstand me at times. Only in my best interest, of course. Perhaps you would be good enough to take a short walk with me, along Bromwich Walk? The weather is still most pleasant, and it would not be disagreeable. If you would meet me at the parsonage and, the day after tomorrow, we might walk up to Highgate, and perhaps find a lemonade stall to refresh ourselves. His voice would hardly obey him. His heart was so high in his throat, and there was a curious singing happiness all through his veins. I'm sure that would be most... He wanted to say marvelous, but it was much too forward. Most satisfactory, ma'am. He should get that silly smile off his face, but it would not go. I'm so glad, she said, rising to her feet, and passing so close to him he could smell the scent of flowers and hear the soft rustle of the fabric of her skirts. Good day, Constable Murdo. He gulped and swallowed hard. Good day, Miss Letterworth. An artist's model? Micah Drummond's eyes widened, and there was laughter in them, and a wry appreciation. Maud Dalgetty, was that Maud? Now it was Pitt's turn to be startled. You know of her? Certainly. Drummond was standing by the window in his office, the autumn sunlight streaming in, making bright patterns on the carpet. She was one of the great beauties, of a certain sort, of course. His smile widened. Perhaps not quite your generation, Pitt, but believe me, any young gentleman who attended the music halls and bought the odd artistic postcard knew the face, and other attributes, of Maud Racine. She was more than just handsome. There was a kind of generosity in her, a warmth. I'm delighted to hear she married someone who loves her and found a respectable domestic life.
I imagine it was what she always wanted, after the fun was over, and it came time to leave the boards. Pitt found himself smiling, too. He had liked Maud Dalgetty, and she had been a friend of Clemency Shaw. "And you have ruled her out?" Drummond pursued. "Not that I can imagine Maud caring passionately enough about her reputation to kill anyone to preserve it. There was never anything of the hypocrite in her in the old days. Are you equally sure about the husband, John Dalgetty? No evasions, Pitt." Pitt leaned against the mantel-shelf and faced Drummond squarely. "Absolutely," he said without a flicker. "Dalgetty believes passionately in total freedom of speech. That is what the idiotic affair in the field was about. No censorship, everything open and public. Say and write what you please, all the new and daring ideas you can think of. The people who matter most to him wouldn't cut him because his wife was on the stage and posed for pictures without certain of her clothes. But she would care," Drummond argued. "Didn't you say she works in the parish, attends church, and is part of an extremely respectable community?" "Yes, I did." Pitt put his hands in his pockets. One of Emily's silk handkerchiefs was in his breast pocket, and he had folded it to show slightly. Drummond's eyes had caught it, and it gave him a slow satisfaction, which more than made up for the cold early ride on the public omnibus, so he could add a few more pence to the economy for Charlotte's holiday. "But the only person who knew," he went on, "so far as I am aware, was Shaw, and, I presume, Clemency. And Clemency was her friend, and Shaw wouldn't tell anyone." Then a flash of memory returned. "Except in a fit of anger, because Josiah Hatch thinks Maud is the finest woman he's ever met." His eyes widened. "And he's such a rigid creature, with all the old bishop's ideas about the purity and virtue of women, and, of course, their duties as the guardians of the sanctity of the home, as an island from the vile realities of the outer world. I can well imagine Shaw giving the lie to that. As a piece of cant he couldn't abide. But I still think he wouldn't actually betray her. Simply tell." "I am inclined to agree with you." Drummond pursed his lips. "No reason to suspect Pasco. No motive we know of. You've ruled out Prudence Hatch, because Shaw would never betray her medical secrets." Drummond's eyes were bright. "Please convey my compliments to Charlotte." He slid down a little in his chair and rested his feet on the desk. "The vicar is an ass, you say, but you know of no quarrel with Shaw, except that his wife is titillated by the man's virility. Hardly enough to drive a clergyman to multiple arson and murder. You don't think Mrs. Clithridge could be so besotted with Shaw, and have been rejected, to the point where she tried to murder him in fury?" He was watching Pitt's expression as he spoke. "All right, no. Nor, I assume, would she have killed Mrs. Shaw in jealousy." "No, I thought not." "What about Letterworth over his daughter?" "Possible," Pitt conceded doubtfully. Letterworth's broad, powerful face came back to his mind, and the expression of rage in it when he mentioned Shaw's name and Flora's. There was no question he loved his daughter profoundly, and had the depth of emotion and the determination of character to carry through such an act, if he thought there were justification. "Yes, he is possible. Or he was. I think he knows now that Flora's connection with the doctor was purely a medical one." "Then why the sneaking in and out, instead of going to the usual surgery?" Drummond persisted. "Because of the nature of her complaint. It is personal, and she is highly sensitive about it. Didn't want anyone else to know. Not difficult to understand."
End of Track 16. This book will be continued on the next cassette. Track 17.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
Drummond, who had a wife and daughters himself, did not need to make further comment. "Who does that leave?" "Hatch. But he and Shaw have quarreled over one thing or another for years, and you don't kill someone suddenly over a basic difference in temperament and philosophy. Or the elderly Whirlingham sisters, if they really believed that he was responsible for Theophilus's death. And do they?" Drummond only half believed it, and it was obvious in his face. Would they really feel so strongly about it? Seems more likely to me they might have killed him to keep him quiet over the real source of the Whirlingham money. That I could believe. Shaw says Clemency didn't tell them, Pitt replied, although it seems far more likely to him also. But perhaps he didn't know she had. She might have done it the night before she died. I need to find what precipitated the first murder. Something happened that day, or the day immediately before, that frightened or angered someone beyond enduring. Something changed the situation so drastically that what had been at the worst difficult, but maybe not even that, suddenly became so threatening or so intolerably unjust to them, they exploded into murder. What did happen that day? Drummond was watching him closely. I don't know, Pitt confessed. I've been concentrating on Shaw, and he won't tell me anything. Of course, it is still possible he killed Clemency himself, set the fire before he left, and killed Amos Lindsay because somehow he had betrayed himself by a word or an omission, and Lindsay knew what he'd done. They were friends, but I don't believe Lindsay would have kept silent once he was sure Shaw was guilty. It was a peculiarly repugnant thought, but honesty compelled that he allow it. Drummond saw the reluctance in him. Not the first time you've liked a murderer, Pitt. Nor I, for that matter. Life would be a great deal easier at times if we could like all the heroes and dislike all the villains. Or personally, I'd settle for simply not pitying the villains as much as I do the victims half the time. I can't always tell the difference. Pitt smiled sadly. I've known murderers I felt were victims as much as anyone in the whole affair. And if it turns out to be Angeline and Celeste, I may well this time, too. The old bishop filled their lives, dominated them from childhood, laid out for them exactly the kind of women he expected them to be, and made it virtually impossible for them to be anything else. I gather he drove away all suitors, and kept Celeste to be his intellectual companion, and Angeline to be his housekeeper and hostess when necessary. By the time he died, they were far too old to marry, and totally dependent on his views, his social status, and his money. If Clemency, in her outrage, threatened to destroy everything on which their lives were built, and faced them not only with old age and total public disgrace, but a negation of everything they believed in and which justified the past, it is not hard to understand why they might have conspired to kill her. To them, she was not only a mortal threat, but a traitor to her family. They might consider her ultimate disloyalty to be a sin that warranted death. They might well, Drummond agreed. Other than that, you are left with some as yet unnamed slum profiteer, who was threatened by Clemency's uncovering work. I suppose you have looked into who else's tenements she was interested in. What about Letterworth? You said he's socially ambitious, especially for Flora, and wants to leave his trade routes behind and marry her into society. Slum profiteering wouldn't help that. He pulled a sour face. Although I'm not sure it would entirely hurt it either. A good few of the aristocracy made their money in highly questionable ways. Undoubtedly, Pitt agreed. But they do it discreetly. Vice they will overlook. Vulgarity they may accept, with reluctance, if there is enough money attached. But indiscretion, never. You're getting very cynical, Pitt. Drummond was smiling as he said it. Pitt shrugged. All I can find out about Letterworth is that his money was in the north, and he sold nearly all his interests. There never was any in London that I can trace. What about the political aspect? Drummond would not give up yet. Could Clemency have been murdered because of some other connection with Dalgetty and his Fabian tracts, and Lindsay the same? I haven't traced any connection. Pitt screwed up his face. But certainly Clemency knew Lindsay, and they liked each other. But since they are both dead, it is impossible to know what they spoke about, unless Shaw knows and can be persuaded to tell us. And since both houses are burnt to the ground, there are no papers to find. You might have to go and speak to some of the other members of the society. I will, if it comes to that. But today I'm going to Lindsay's funeral. And perhaps I can discover what Clemency did on her last day or two alive. who she spoke to, and what happened, that made someone so angry or so frightened that they killed her. Report to me afterwards, will you? I want to know. Yes, sir. Now I must leave, or I shall be late. I hate funerals. I hate them most of all when I look around the faces of the mourners and think that one of them murdered him, or her. Charlotte also was preparing to attend the funeral, but she was startled to have received a hand-addressed note from Emily, to say that not only would she and Jack attend, and for convenience would pick Charlotte up in their carriage at 10 o'clock, but that Great-Aunt Vespasia also would come. No explanation was given, nor when they arrived, since it was now 5 minutes past 9, would there be any opportunity to decline the arrangements or ask for any alternative. Thank heaven at least Mamma and Grandmamma are remaining at home. Charlotte folded the note and put it in her sewing basket, where Pitt would not find it, simply as a matter of habit. Of course he would ultimately know they had all attended, but there was no way she would be able to pretend to Pitt it was a matter of personal grief, although she had liked Lindsay. They were going because they were curious, and still felt they could discover something of meaning about Lindsay's death and Clemency's, and that Pitt might not approve of. Perhaps Emily knew something already. She and Jack had said they would probe the political questions, and Jack had made some contact with the Liberal party with a view to standing for Parliament when a vacant seat arose that would accept him as a candidate. And if he were truly serious about continuing Clemency's work, he might also have met with the Fabians and others with strong socialist beliefs. Not, of course, that they had the slightest chance of returning a member to the House, but ideas were necessary, whether to argue for or against. She was busy dressing her hair and unconsciously trying to make the very best of her appearance. She did not realize till she had been there half an hour, and was still not entirely satisfied, just what an effort she was making. She blushed at her own vanity and foolishness, and dismissed the wrenching thoughts of Stephen Shaw from her mind. "Gracie?" Gracie materialized from the landing, a duster in her hand, her face bright. "Yes, ma'am." "Would you like to come to Mr. Lindsay's funeral with me?" "Oh, yes, ma'am. When is it, ma'am?" "In about 1/4 of an hour. At least that is when we shall be leaving. Mrs. Radley is taking us in her carriage." Gracie's face fell, and she had to swallow hard on the sudden lump in her throat. "I haven't finished my work, ma'am. There's still the stairs to do, and Miss Jemima's room. The dust settles just the same, though she isn't there right now. And I isn't changed proper. My black dress isn't pressed right." "That dress is dark enough." Charlotte looked at Gracie's ordinary gray stuff working dress. It was quite drab enough for mourning. Really, one day when she could afford it, she should get her a nice bright blue one. "And you can forget the housework. It'll not go away. You can do it tomorrow. It'll all be the same in the end." "Are you sure, ma'am?" Gracie had never been told to forget dusting before, and her eyes were like stars at the thought of just letting it wait, and instead going off on another expedition of detecting. "Yes, I'm sure," Charlotte replied. "Now go and do your hair, and find your coat. We mustn't be late." "Oh, yes, ma'am. I will this minute, ma'am." And before Charlotte could add anything, she was gone, her feet clattering up the attic stairs to her room. Emily arrived precisely when she said she would, bursting in a wildly elegant black gown cut in the latest lines, decorated with jet beading, and not entirely suitable for a funeral, and that although the lace neckline was so high as to be almost to the ears, the main fabric of the dress was definitely a trifle fine, showing the pearliness of skin and an unmistakable gleam more fit for a soiree than a church. Her hat was very rakish in spite of the veil, and her color was beautifully high in her cheeks. It was not difficult to believe that Emily was a new bride. Charlotte was so happy for her she found it hard to disapprove, sensible though that would have been, and appropriate. Jack was a couple of steps behind, immaculately dressed as always, and perhaps a little easier now about his tailor's bills. But there was also a new confidence about him, too, not built solely on charm and the need to please, but upon some inner happiness that required no second person's approbation. Charlotte thought at first it was a reflection of his relationship with Emily. Then, as soon as he spoke, she realized it was deeper than that. It was a purpose within himself, a thing radiating outward. He kissed Charlotte lightly on the cheek, I have met with the parliamentary party, and I think they will accept me as a candidate, he said with a broad smile. As soon as a suitable by-election occurs, I shall stand. Congratulations, Charlotte said with a great bubble of happiness welling up inside her. We shall do everything we can to help you to succeed. She looked at Emily and saw the intense satisfaction in her face also, and the gleam of pride. Absolutely everything. Even holding my tongue, should it be the last resort. Now we must go to Amos Lindsay's funeral. I think it is part of our cause. I don't know why, but I am convinced he died in connection with Clemency's death. Of course, Emily agreed. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. The same person must have killed both of them. I still think it is politics. Clemency ruffled a great many feathers. The more I investigate what she was doing and planning to do, the more I discover how fierce was her determination, and how many people could be smeared with the taint of very dirty money indeed. Are you sure the Whirlingham sisters did not know what she was doing? No, not absolutely, Charlotte confessed. I don't think so. But Celeste is a better actress than Angeline, whom I find very hard to think guilty. She seems so transparent and so unworldly, even ineffectual. I can't think of her being efficient enough or cool-headed enough to have planned and laid those fires. But Celeste would, Emily pressed. After all, they have more to lose than anyone. Except Shaw, Jack pointed out. Clemency was giving away the Whirlingham money hand over fist. As it happens, she had given all her share away before she died. But you have only Shaw's word for it that he knew that. He may have thought little of what she was doing and killed her to stop her while there was still some left, and only learned afterwards that he was too late. Charlotte turned to look at him. It was an extremely ugly thought which she had not until this moment seen, but it was undeniable. No one else knew what Clemency had been doing. There had been only Shaw's own word for it that he had known all along. Perhaps he hadn't? Perhaps he had found out only a day or two before Clemency's death, and it was that discovery which suddenly presented him with the prospect of losing his extremely comfortable position, both financially, for certain, and socially, if she should make it public. It was a very good motive for murder indeed. She said nothing, a chilling, rather sick feeling inside her. I'm sorry, Jack said gently, but it had to be considered. Charlotte swallowed hard and found it difficult. Shaw's fair, intense, and blazingly honest face was before her inner eye. She was surprised how much it hurt. Gracie is coming with us. She looked away from them towards the door, as if the business of going were urgent and must be attended to. I think she deserves to. Of course, Emily agreed. I wish I thought we should really learn something, but all I can reasonably hope for is a strong instinct, although we might manage to ask some pertinent questions at the funerary dinner afterwards. Are you invited? I think so. Charlotte remembered very clearly Shaw's invitation and his wish that she should be there, one person with whom he could feel an identity of candor. She thrust it from her mind. Come on, or we shall be late. The funeral was a bright, windy affair with more than 200 people packing the small church for the formal, very stilted service conducted by Clithridge. Only the organ music was faultless, flowing in rich, throbbing waves over the solemn heads and engulfing them in the comfort of a momentary unity while they sang. The sun streamed through the stained-glass windows in a glory of color, falling like jewels on the floor and across the rigid backs and heads and all the variegated textures of black. Upon leaving, Charlotte noticed a man of unusual appearance sitting close to the back, with his chin in the air and seemingly more interested in the ceiling than the other mourners. It was not that his features were particularly startling, so much as the intelligence and humor in his expression, irreverent as it was. His hair was fiercely bright auburn, and although he was sitting, he appeared to be quite a slight man. She certainly had not seen him before, and she hesitated out of curiosity. "Is there something about me which troubles you, ma'am?" he asked, swiveling suddenly around to face her, and speaking with a distinctly Irish voice. She collected her wits with an effort, and replied with aplomb, "Not in the least, sir. Any man as intent upon heaven as you deserves to be left to his contemplation." "It was not heaven, ma'am," he said indignantly.
It was the ceiling that had my attention. Then he realized she knew that as well as he, and had been irking him on purpose, and his face relaxed into a charming smile. "George Bernard Shaw, ma'am. I was a friend of Amos Lindsay's. And were you also?" "Yes, I was." She stretched the truth a fraction. "And I am very sorry he is gone." "Indeed." He was instantly sober again. "It's a sad and stupid waste." Further conversation was made impossible by the press of people desiring to leave the church, and Charlotte nodded politely and excused herself, leaving him to resume his contemplation. At least half the mourners followed the coffin out into the sharp, sunny graveyard, where the wet earth was dug, and the ground was already sprinkled over with fallen leaves, gold and bronze on the green of the grass. Aunt Vespasia, dressed in deep lavender — she refused to wear black — stood next to Charlotte, her chin high, her shoulders square, her hand gripping fiercely her silver-handled cane. She loathed it, but she was obliged to lean on it for support as Clithridge droned on about the inevitability of death and the frailty of man. "Fool," she said under her breath. "Why on earth do vicars imagine God cannot be spoken to in simple language and needs everything explained to him in at least 3 different ways? I always imagine God as the last person to be impressed by long words or to be deceived by specious excuses. For heaven's sake, he made us. He knows perfectly well that we are fragile, stupid, glorious, grubby, and brave." She poked her stick into the ground viciously. "And he certainly does not want these fanfaronades. Get on with it, man. Inter the poor creature, and let us go and speak well of him in some comfort." Charlotte closed her eyes, wincing in case someone had heard. Vespasia's voice was not loud, but it was piercingly clear, with immaculate enunciation. She heard a very soft "Hear, hear" behind her, and involuntarily turned. She met Stephen Shaw's level blue eyes, bright with pain, and belying the smile on his lips. She turned back to the grave again immediately, and saw Lally Clithridge's look of steel-hard jealousy, but it aroused more pity in her than anger. Had she been married to Hector Clithridge, there would certainly have been moments when she too might have dreamt wild, impermissible dreams, and hated anyone who broke their fantastic surface, however ridiculous or slight. Clithridge was still wittering on, as if he could not bear to let the moment go, as though delaying the final replacing of the earth somehow extended a part of Amos Lindsay. Oliphant was restive, moving his weight from one foot to the other, conscious of the grief and the indignity of it. At the far end of the grave, Alfred Letterworth stood bareheaded, the wind ruffling his ring of white hair, and close behind him, her hand on his arm, Flora looked young and very pretty. The wind had put a touch of color into her cheeks, and the anxiety seemed to have gone from her expression. Even while Charlotte watched, she saw Letterworth place his hand over hers and tighten it a fraction. Over her shoulder to the left, at the edge of the graveyard, Constable Murdo stood as upright as a sentry on duty, his buttons shining in the sun. Presumably he was here to observe everyone, but Charlotte never saw his gaze waver from Flora. For all that he seemed to observe, she might have been the only person present. She saw Pitt only for a moment, a lean shadow somewhere near the vestry, trailing the ends of a muffler in the breeze. He turned towards her and smiled. Perhaps he had known she would come. For the space of an instant the crowd disappeared, and there was no one else there. It was as if he had touched her. Then he turned and went on towards the yew hedge and the shadows. She knew he would be watching everything, expressions, gestures, whose eyes met whose, who spoke, who avoided speaking. She wondered if anything she had learned and told him was any use at all. Maud Dolgetty was standing near the head of the grave. She was a little plumper than in her heyday, and the lines were quite clear in her face, but were all upward, generous, and marked by humor. She was still a beauty, and perhaps always would be. In repose, as she was now, there was nothing sour in her features, nothing that spoke of regret. Beside her, John Dolgetty stood very straight, avoiding even the slightest glance to where Quentin Pasco stood, equally rigid, doing his duty by a man he had liked, but quarreled with fiercely. It was the attitude of a soldier at the grave of a fallen enemy. Dolgetty's was the pose of a soldier also, but he was mourning a warrior in a mutual cause. Never once in the service did they acknowledge each other.
Josiah Hatch was bareheaded, as were all the men, and looked pinched, as if the wind bit into his bones. Prudence was not with him. Neither were the Whirlingham sisters. They still held to the belief that ladies did not attend the church funeral or the graveside. At last Clithridge wound to a close, and the gravediggers began to replace the earth. "Thank God," Shaw said behind Charlotte. "You are coming to the funeral luncheon, aren't you?" "Of course," Charlotte accepted. Vespasia turned around very slowly and regarded Shaw with cool interest. He bowed. "Good morning, Lady Cumming-Gould. It is most gracious of you to come, especially on a day so late in the season when the wind is sharp. I am sure Amos would have appreciated it." Vespasia's eyes flickered very slightly, with an amusement almost invisible. "Are you?" He understood, and as always the candor was on his tongue instantly. "You came because of Clemency." He had known he was right, but he saw it in her face. "It is not pity which brings you here, and you are right. The dead are beyond our emotions. It is anger. You are still determined to learn who killed her, and why." "How perceptive of you," Vespasia agreed. "I am." All the light vanished from his face, the frail humor like sunlight through snow. "So am I." "Then we had better proceed to the funerary meal." She lifted her hand very slightly, and immediately he offered her his arm. "Thank you." She accepted, and her hat almost sweeping his shoulder in its magnificent arc, she sailed down the path towards her waiting carriage. As had been done for Clemency, this gathering was held in the Whirlingham house also, from very mixed motives. It was impossible to do it as would have been customary in Lindsay's own home, since it was a mere jumble of scarred beams resting at violent angles amid the heaps of burned and broken brick. His dearest friend, Shaw, was in no better a position. He could hardly offer to hold it in Mrs. Turner's lodging-house. It was not large enough, and was occupied by several other people who could not be expected to have their house disrupted for such an event. The choice rested between the Whirlinghams and the vicarage. As soon as they realized that, Celeste and Angeline offered the use of their home, and of their servants to make all the necessary provisions. It was a matter of duty. They had not cared for Amos Lindsay, and cared still less for his opinions, but they were the bishop's daughters and the leaders of Christian society in Highgate. Position must come before personal feelings, especially towards the dead. All this they made plain, in case anyone should mistakenly imagine they supported anything that Amos Lindsay had said or done. They received everyone at the double doorway into the dining room, where the huge mahogany table was spread with every kind of baked meat and cold delicacy. The centerpiece was formed of lilies, with a heavy, languorous perfume, which instantly reminded Charlotte of somnolence and eventual decay. The blinds were partially drawn, because today at least the house was in mourning, and black crape was trailed suitably over pictures and texts on the walls, and around the newel posts of the stairs, and over the door lintels. The formal proceedings were very carefully laid out. It would have been impossible to seat everyone, and anyway, since Shaw had invited extra people as the whim took him, including Pitt, to the deep indignation of the Whirlingham sisters and the vicar, the servants did not know in advance how many there would be. Therefore the food was set out so that people might be served by the butler and maids, who were standing waiting discreetly just beyond the door, and then stand and speak with each other, commiserate, gossip, and generally praise the dead until it should be time for a few prepared words, first by the vicar, then by Shaw, as the departed's closest friend. And of course they could partake of a few of the best bottles of port wine, or something a little lighter for the women. Claret was served with the meal. "I don't know how we are going to learn anything now," Emily said with a frown of disappointment. "Everyone is doing precisely what one would expect. Clithridge looks incompetent and harassed. His wife is trying to compensate for him all the time, while being aware of you and Dr. Shaw. And if looks had any effect, your hair would have frizzled on your head and dropped out, and your dress would hang on your back in scorched rags." "Can you blame her?" Charlotte whispered back. "The vicar doesn't exactly make one's pulse race, does he?" "Don't be vulgar." "No, he doesn't. I would rather have the good doctor any day.
Unless, of course, he murdered his wife. Charlotte had no effective answer for that, knowing it could be true, however much it hurt. So she turned around sharply and poked Emily in the ribs, as if by accident. "Humph," Emily said in total comprehension. Flora Letterworth was on her father's arm, her veil drawn back so she might eat, and there was color in her cheeks and a faint smug smile on her pretty mouth. Charlotte was curious to know what had caused it. Across the room, at the far side, Pitt saw it too, and had a very good idea it had something to do with Murdo. He considered it highly likely that Murdo would not find it so difficult to pursue Miss Letterworth. In fact, he might very well discover that it happened in spite of any ideas of his own, and it would all be much easier than he had feared. Pitt was dressed unusually smartly for him. His collar was neat, his tie perfectly straight, at least so far, and he had nothing in his jacket pockets except a clean handkerchief. Emily's silk one was only for show, a short pencil, and a piece of folded paper so he might make notes if he wished. That was quite redundant, because he never did. It was something he thought an efficient policeman ought to have. He realized Shaw had invited him precisely to annoy Angeline and Celeste. It was a way of establishing that, although the function was held in the Whirlingham house, this was Amos Lindsay's funerary dinner, and he, Shaw, was the host, and would invite whom he chose. To that end, he stood at the head of the table, very square on his feet, and behaved as if the servants offering the baked meats and claret were his own. He welcomed the guests, especially Pitt. He did not glance once at the grim faces of Angeline and Celeste, who were in black bombazine and jet beads, standing behind him and a trifle to one side. They smiled guardedly at those they approved of, such as Josiah and Prudence Hatch, Quentin Pasco and Aunt Vespasia, nodded civilly to those they tolerated, like the Letterworths or Emily and Jack, and totally ignored those whose presence they knew to be a calculated affront, such as Pitt and Charlotte, although since they came separately and did not speak to each other, the sisters did not immediately connect them. Pitt took his delicious cold game pie, jugged hare, and brown bread and butter, and homemade pickle, liberally apportioned, and his glass of claret, finding them extraordinarily difficult to manage, and wandered around half overhearing conversations and closely observing faces, those who were speaking, and more particularly those who were alone and unaware they were being observed. What had been the precise course of events on the day or two before Clemency Shaw's death? Some time earlier she had discovered the source of the Whirlingham money and spread and given away her own inheritance almost entirely to relieve the distress of those who were the victims of appalling misery, either directly to assist them or indirectly to fight the laws which presently enabled owners to take their excess profits so discreetly that their names were never known, nor their public reputations smeared with their true behavior. When had she shared this with Shaw? Or had he discovered it some way of his own? Perhaps only when her money was gone, and they had had a furious quarrel? Or had he been wiser than that, and pretended to agree? No. If he had hidden his response, it must have been because he thought there was still a substantial majority of the money left, enough to be worth killing her to save. He looked across the heads of two women talking to where Shaw still stood at the head of the table, smiling and nodding, talking to Maud Dolgetty. He looked very tense. His shoulders were tight under the fabric of his black jacket, as if he longed to break into action, punch the air, stride backward and forward, do anything to use that wild anger inside him. Pitt found it hard to believe he would have contained his temper so well that Clemency, who must have known his every expression, inflection of voice, gesture, would not have understood the power of his rage, and thus at least some shadow of her own danger. What must she have thought when Josiah Hatch announced that there was going to be a stained-glass window put in the church dedicated to the old bishop, and depicting him as one of the early Christian saints? What an intolerable irony! What self-control had enabled her to keep silent? And she had done so. It had been a public announcement, and if she had given even the slightest hint that she knew some hideous secret, as a member of the family she would have been listened to, even if not entirely believed. Was it conceivable that everyone had kept silent about it? A conspiracy? He looked around the room at the somber faces. All were suitably grim for the occasion. Clithridge harassed and nervous, Lally smoothing things over, fussing around Shaw.
Pasco and Dalgetty studiously avoiding each other, but still padded out by bandages under their mourning clothes. Dalgetty's cheek stitched and plastered. Matthew Oliphant was speaking quietly, a word of comfort, a gesture of warmth or reassurance. Josiah Hatch's face was white, except where the wind had whipped his cheeks. Prudence was more relaxed than earlier, her fear gone. Angeline and Celeste were quietly angry. The Letterworths were still being socially patronized. No, he could not believe in a conspiracy among such disparate people. Too many of them had no interest in protecting the reputation of the Whirlinghams. Dalgetty would have delighted in spreading such a richly ironic tale, the ultimate freedom to speak against the established order of things, even if only to infuriate Pasco. And Amos Lindsay, with his Fabian socialist sympathies, would surely have laughed loud and long, and made no secret of it at all. No, assuredly nothing had been said when the window was announced, and all plans had gone ahead for it. Money had been raised, the glass purchased, and the artists and glaziers engaged. The Archbishop of York had been invited to dedicate it, and all Highgate and half ecclesiastical North London would be there at the ceremony. Pitt sipped his claret. It was extremely good. The old bishop must have laid down a remarkable cellar, as well as everything else. 10 years after his death, Theophilus's share gone, and there was still this quality to draw on for an affair which was not really more than a duty for Celeste and Angeline. The Whirlingham window must be costing a very considerable amount of money, and, according to the family, part of the purpose of it was to show the great regard in which the whole of Highgate had held the bishop. Therefore it was to be funded with public money, collected from the parish, and any other people whose remembrance of him was so clear that they wished to contribute. Who had organized that? Celeste? Angeline? No. It had been Josiah Hatch. Of course it would be a man. They would hardly leave such a public and financial matter to elderly ladies, and it would be more seemly if it did not come from one of the immediate family. That left the 2 grandsons-in-law, Hatch and Shaw. Hatch was a church sidesman, and had a reverence for the bishop that exceeded even that of his daughters. He was the old bishop's true spiritual heir. Anyway, the idea of Stephen Shaw working on such a scheme was ludicrous. He had disliked the bishop strongly in his lifetime, and now, on learning of the true source of his wealth, he whose daily work took him to the victims of such greed, despised him with a passion. Pitt wondered what Shaw had said to Hatch when Hatch asked him for a contribution. That must have been a rich moment. Hatch holding out his hand for money for a memorial window depicting the bishop as a saint, and Shaw newly aware that the bishop's fortune came from the wretchedness of thousands, even the exploitation and death of many, and his wife had just given away every penny she inherited to right at least a fraction of the wrongs. Had Shaw kept his temper and a still tongue? Pitt looked again across the crowd at that passionate, dynamic face with its ruthless honesty. Surely not. Shaw was banging the table, his glass high in his other hand. Gradually the buzz of conversation died, and everyone turned towards him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said in a clear, ringing voice, "we are met here today at the kind invitation of Miss Celeste and Miss Angeline Whirlingham to honor our departed friend, Amos Lindsay. It is appropriate that we say a few words about him, to remember him as he was." There was a faintly uncomfortable shifting of weight in the room, a creaking of whalebone stays, the faint rattle of taffeta, someone's shoes squeaking, an exhalation of breath. "The vicar spoke of him in church," Shaw went on, his voice a little louder. "He praised his virtues, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he praised a list of virtues which it is customary to attribute to the dead, and no one ever argues and says, 'Well, no, actually he wasn't like that at all.'" He raised his glass a little higher. "But I am. I want us to drink in remembrance of the man as he really was, not some hygienic, dehumanized plaster replica of him, robbed of all his weaknesses and so of all his triumphs. Really." Clithridge looked pale and dithered between stepping forward and interrupting physically, and the more restrained action of simply remonstrating and hoping Shaw's better taste would prevail. "I mean, don't you think—" "No, I don't," Shaw said briskly.
I hate the pious whimperings about his being a pillar of the community, a God-fearing man, and beloved of us all. Have you no honesty left in your souls? Can you stand here and say you all loved Amos Lindsay? Balderdash. There was an audible gasp of indrawn breath this time, and Clithridge turned around desperately, as if he were hoping some miraculous rescue might be at hand. Quentin Pasco was afraid of him, and was horrified by his writings. He would have had him censored, had he been able. There was a slight rustle and murmur as everyone swiveled to look at Pasco, who turned bright pink. But before he could protest, Shaw went on. And Aunt Celeste and Aunt Angeline abhorred everything he stood for. They were, and still are, convinced that his Fabian views are unchristian, and, if allowed to proliferate through society, will bring about the end of everything that is civilized and beneficial to mankind, or at any rate to that class of it to which we belong, which is all that matters to them, because it is all they know. It is all their sainted father ever allowed them to know. "You are drunk," Celeste said in a furious whisper which carried right around the room. "On the contrary, I am extremely sober," he replied, looking up at the glass in his hand. "Even Theophilus's best Burgundy has not affected me, because I have not drunk enough of it. And as for his superb port, I have not even touched it yet. The very least I owe poor Amos is to have my thoughts collected when I speak of him, although God knows I have enough provocation to get drunk. My wife, my best friend, and my house have all been taken from me in the last few weeks, and even the police, with all their diligence, don't seem to have the faintest idea by whom." "This is most undignified," Prudence said very quietly, but still her voice carried, so at least a dozen people heard her. "You wanted to speak of Mr. Lindsay," Oliphant prompted Shaw. Shaw's face changed. He lowered the glass and put it on the table. "Yes, thank you for reminding me. This is not the time or the occasion for my losses. We are here to remember Amos, truly and vividly, as the living man really was. We do him a hideous disservice to paint him in pastel colors and gloss over the failures and the victories." "We should not speak ill of the dead, Stephen," Angeline said, after clearing her throat. "It is most unchristian and quite unnecessary. I am sure we were all very fond of Mr. Lindsay, and thought only the best of him." "No, you didn't," he contradicted her. "Did you know he married an African woman? Black as the ace of spades, and beautiful as the summer night. And he had children, but they are all still in Africa." "Really, Stephen, this is quite irresponsible." Celeste stepped forward and took him firmly by the elbow. "The man is not here to defend himself." Shaw shook her loose, bumping her abruptly. "God damn it, he doesn't need a defense," he shouted. "Marrying an African is not a sin. He did have sins, plenty of them." He flung his arms expressively. "When he was young, he was violent. He drank too much. He took advantage of fools, especially rich ones. And he took women that most certainly weren't his." His face screwed up with intensity, and his voice dropped. "But he also had compassion, after he'd learned pain himself. He was never a liar, nor a bigot." He looked around at them all. "He never spread gossip, and he could keep a secret to the grave. He had no pretensions, and he knew a hypocrite when he saw one, and loathed all forms of cant." "I really think," Clithridge began, flapping his hands as if he would attract everyone's attention away from Shaw. "Really, You can pontificate all you like over everyone else." Shaw's voice was very loud now. "But Amos was my friend, and I shall speak of him as he really was. I'm sick of hearing platitudes and lies, sick and weary to my heart of it. You couldn't even speak of poor Clem honestly. You mouthed a lot of pious phrases that meant nothing at all, said nothing of what she was really like. You made her sound as if she were a quiet, submissive, ignorant little woman who wore her life away being obedient, looking after me, and doing useless good works among the parish poor. You made her seem colorless, cowardly of spirit, and dull of mind. She wasn't." He was so furious now, and so torn by grief, that his face was suffused with color, his eyes were bright, and his whole body trembled. Even Celeste dared not interfere. "That was nothing like Clem. She had more courage than all the rest of you put together, and more honesty.
With difficulty, Pitt tore his attention from Shaw and looked around at the other faces. Was there any one of them reflecting fear of what Shaw was going to say next? There was anxiety in Angeline's face, and distaste in Celeste's, but he could not see the dread that would have been there had they known of Clemency's discovery. There was nothing in Prudence's profile either, and nothing in the half-outline of Josiah, except rigid contempt. God knows how she was born a Whirlingham, Shaw went on, his fist clenched tight, his body hunched as if waiting to explode into motion. Old Theophilus was a pretentious, greedy old hypocrite, and a coward to the last.
How dare you?
Celeste was too angry to consider any vestige of propriety left.
Theophilus was a fine, upright man who lived honestly and charitably all his life. It is you who are greedy and a coward. If you had treated him properly, as you should have, both as his son-in-law and as his doctor, then he would probably be alive today. Indeed he would, Angeline added, her face quivering. He was a noble man, and always did his duty.
He died groveling on the floor, with fistfuls of money spread all around him, tens of thousands of pounds. Shaw exploded at last. If anybody killed him, it was probably whoever was blackmailing him. There was a stunned and appalled silence. For deafening seconds, no one even drew breath. Then there was a shriek from Angeline, a stifled sob from Prudence.
Dear heaven,
Lally spoke at last.
What on earth are you saying?
Letterworth demanded.
This is outrageous.
Theophilus Whirlingham was an outstanding man in the community, and you can have no possible grounds for saying such a thing. You didn't find him, did you? Who says there was all this money? Perhaps he had a major purchase in mind. Shaw's face was blazing with derision. With 7,483 pounds in cash? Perhaps he kept his money in the house, Oliphant suggested quietly. Some people do. He may have been counting it when he was taken by a seizure. It was a seizure he died of, wasn't it? Yes, it was, Shaw agreed. But it was flung all over the room, and there were 5 notes clutched in his hand, thrust out before him, as if he were trying to give it to someone.
End of Track 17. Track 18.
Highgate Rise, by Anne Perry.
That is a monstrous lie.
Celeste found her voice at last.
Quite wicked, and you know it. He was utterly alone, poor man. It was Clemency who found him and called you.
Clem found him and called me, certainly, Shaw agreed. But he was lying in his study, with the French doors open onto the garden, and who is to say she was the first person there? He was already almost cold when she arrived.
For God's sake, man,
Josiah Hatch burst out. You are speaking about your father-in-law, and the Mrs. Whirlingham's brother. Have you no decency left at all? Decency. Shaw turned on him. There's nothing indecent in speaking about death. He was lying on the floor, purple-faced, his eyes bulging out of his head, his body chill, and 500 pounds in treasury notes held so fast in his hand we couldn't remove them to lay him out. What is indecent is where the bloody money came from. Everyone began to shift uncomfortably, half afraid to look at each other, and yet unable to help it. Eyes met eyes, and then slid away again. Someone coughed. Blackmail? Someone said aloud. Not Theophilus. A woman giggled nervously, and her gloved hand flew to her mouth to suppress the sound. There was a sharp sibilance of whispering, cut off instantly. Hector? Lally's voice was clear. Clithridge looked red-faced and utterly wretched. Some force beyond himself seemed to propel him forward to where Shaw stood at the head of the table, Celeste a little behind him and to his right, white to the lips and shaking with rage. Ahem! Clithridge cleared his throat.
Ahem!
He looked around wildly for rescue and found none. He looked at Lally once more, his face now scarlet, and gave up.
I am afraid I was the one with Theophilus when he died. At least shortly before. He
cleared his throat violently again, as if he had some obstruction in it.
He sent a message for me to come to him with one of the
choir boys who had, He looked imploringly at Lally and met implacable resolve. He gasped for air and continued in abysmal misery. I read the message and went over to his house straight away. It sounded most urgent. I found him in a state of great excitement, quite unlike anything I had ever seen. He shut his eyes, and his voice rose to a squeak as he relived the utter horror of it. He was beside himself. He kept spluttering and choking and waving his hands in the air. There were piles of treasury notes on his desk. I could not even hazard a guess how much money. He was frantic. He looked very unwell, and I implored him to allow me to send for the doctor, but he would not hear of it. I am not sure he even grasped what I was saying. He kept on insisting he had a sin to confess. Clithridge's eyes were rolling like a frightened horse, and he looked everywhere but at the Whirlinghams. The sweat broke out on his brow and lip, and his hands were wringing each other so hard his knuckles were white. He kept on thrusting the money at me, and begging me to take it, for the church, for the poor, for anything, and he wanted me to hear his confession. His voice trailed away, too agonized at the memory to find words any more, as if his throat had closed. "Lies," Celeste said loudly. "Absolute lies. Theophilus never had anything to be ashamed of. He must have been having a seizure, and you misunderstood everything. Why in heaven's name didn't you call the doctor yourself, you fool?" Clithridge found his tongue again. "He was not having a seizure," he said indignantly. "He was lunging after me, trying to grasp hold of me and force me to take the money, all of it. There were thousands of pounds, and he wanted me to hear his confession. I was mortified with embarrassment. I have never seen anything so horrifying in my life." "What in God's name did you do?" Letterworth demanded. Clithridge swallowed convulsively. I ran. I simply fled out of that ghastly room, through the French windows, and across the garden, all the way back to the vicarage." "And told Lally, who promptly covered up for you, as usual," Shaw finished. "Leaving Theophilus to fall into a seizure and die all by himself, clutching the money. Very Christian." Still honesty moderated contempt. "Not that you could have saved him." Clithridge had collapsed within himself, guilty, hideously embarrassed, and overcome with failure. Only Lally took any notice of him, and she patted him absently, as she would a child. "But all the money?" Prudence demanded. She was confused and appalled. "What was all the money for? It doesn't make sense. He didn't keep money at home. And what happened to it?" "I put it back in the bank where it came from," Shaw answered her. Angeline was on the edge of tears. "But what was it for? Why would poor Theophilus take all his money out of the bank? Did he really mean to give it all to the church? How noble of him! How like him!" She swallowed hard. "How like Papa, too. Stephen, you should have done as he wished. It was very wrong of you to put it back in the bank. Of course I understand why, so Prudence and Clemency could inherit it all, not just the house and the investments, but it was still very wrong of you." "God Almighty!" Shaw shouted. "You idiot woman! Theophilus wanted to give it to the church to buy his salvation. It was blood money. It came from slum tenements, every penny of it wrung out of the poor, the keepers of brothels, the distilling and gin mills, the masters of sweatshops, and the sellers of opium in narrow little dormitories where addicts lie in rows and smoke themselves into oblivion. That's where the Whirlingham money comes from. The old bishop bled every drop of it out of Lisbon Street, and God knows how many others like it, and built this damn great palace of complacency for himself and his family." Angeline held both her hands to her mouth, knuckles white, tears running down her face. Celeste did not even look at her. They were quite separate in their overwhelming shock and the ruin of their world. She stood strong-faced, staring into some distance beyond everyone present, hatred and an immense, intolerable anger hardening inside her. "Theophilus knew it," Shaw went on relentlessly.
and in the end, when he thought he was dying, it terrified the hell out of him. He tried to give it back, and it was too late. I didn't know it then. I didn't even know that ass Clithridge had been there, or what the money was for. I simply put it in the bank because it was Theophilus's and shouldn't be left lying around. I only discovered where it came from when Clemency did, and told me. She gave it all away in shame, and to make whatever reparation she could. That's a lie. Satan speaks in your mouth. Josiah Hatch lunged forward, his face scarlet, his hands outstretched like talons to grip Shaw by the throat and choke the life out of him, and stop his terrible words forever. You blasphemer! You deserve to die. I don't know why God has not struck you down, except that he uses us poor men to do his work. Already he had carried Shaw to the ground with the fierceness of his attack and his own despair. Pitt charged through the crowd, which was standing motionless and aghast. He thrust them aside, men and women alike, and grasped at Hatch's shoulders, trying to pull him back, but Hatch had the strength of devotion, even martyrdom if need be. Pitt was shouting at him, but he knew even as he did so that Hatch could not hear him. "You devil!" Hatch spoke from between his teeth. "You blasphemer! If I let you live, you'll soil every clean and pure thing. You'll spew up your filthy ideas over all the good work that has been done. Plant seeds of doubt where there used to be faith. You'll tell your obscene lies about the bishop and make people laugh at him, deride him where they used to revere him." He was weeping as he spoke, his hand still scrabbling at Shaw's throat, his hair fallen forward over his brow, his face purple. "It is better that one man should die than a whole people wither in unbelief. You must be cast out. You pollute and destroy. You should be thrown into the sea, with a millstone round your neck. Better you'd never been born than drag other people down to hell with you." Pitt hit him as hard as he could across the side of the head, and after a brief moment of convulsing, wild arms flailing and his mouth working without sound, Josiah Hatch fell to the ground and lay still, his eyes closed, his hands clasped like claws. Jack Radley pushed his way from the side of the room and came to Pitt's aid, bending over Hatch and holding him. Celeste fainted, and Oliphant eased her to the ground. Angeline was weeping like a child, lost, alone, and utterly bereft. Prudence was frozen, as if all life had left her. "Get Constable Murdo," Pitt ordered. No one moved. Pitt jerked up to repeat his command, and saw out of the corner of his eye Emily going towards the hallway and the front door, where Murdo was patrolling. At last life returned to the assembly. Taffeta rustled, whalebone creaked. There was a sighing of breath, and the women moved a little closer to the men. Shaw climbed to his feet, white-faced, his eyes like holes in his head. Everyone turned away except Charlotte. She moved towards him. He was shaking. He did not even attempt to straighten his clothes. His hair was standing out in tufts, his necktie was under one ear, and his collar was torn. His jacket was dusty, and one sleeve was ripped from the armhole, and there were deep scratches on his face. It was Josiah. His voice was husky in his bruised throat. Josiah killed Clem, and Amos. He wanted to kill me. He looked strained, and there was confusion in his eyes. "Yes," she agreed, her voice soft and very level. "He wanted to kill you all the time. Lindsay and Clem were only mistakes, because you were out of the house. Although perhaps he didn't mind if he got Amos as well. He had no reason to suppose he was out, as he did with Clemency." "But why?" He looked hurt, like a child who has been struck for no reason. "We quarreled, but it wasn't serious." "Not for you." She found it suddenly very painful to speak. She knew how deeply it would hurt him, and yet she could not evade it. "But you mocked him." "Good God, Charlotte, he asked for it. He was a hypocrite. All his values were absurd. He half worshipped old Whirlingham, who was a greedy, vicious, and thoroughly corrupt man, posing as a saint, and not only robbing people blind, but robbing the destitute. Josiah spent his life praising and preaching lies. But they were precious to him," she repeated. "Lies. Charlotte, they were lies." "I know that." She held his gaze in an uncompromising stare, and saw the distress in his. the incomprehension, and the terrible depth of caring. It was a bitter blow she was going to deal him, and yet it was the only way to healing if he accepted it. But we all need our heroes and our dreams, real or false. And before you destroy someone else's dreams, if they have built their lives on them, you have to put something in their place. Before, Dr. Shaw. She saw him wince at her formality. Not afterwards. Then it is too late. Being an iconoclast, destroying false idols, or those you think are false, is great fun and gives you a wonderful feeling of moral superiority. But there is a high price to speaking the truth. You are free to say what you choose, and probably this has to be so, if there is to be any growth of ideas at all, but you are responsible for what happens because you speak it. Charlotte? But you spoke it without thinking or caring, and walked away. She did not moderate her words at all. You thought truth was enough. It isn't. Josiah, at least, could not live with it, and perhaps you should have thought of that. You knew him well enough. You've been his brother-in-law for 20 years. But now there was no disguising any of his sudden newfound pain. He cared intensely what she thought of him, and he could see the criticism in her face. He searched for approval, even a shred, understanding, a white, pure love of truth for its own sake. And he saw at last only what was there, the knowledge that with power comes responsibility. You had the power to see, she said, moving a step away from him. You had the words, the vision, and you knew you were stronger than he was. You destroyed his idols without thinking what would happen to him without them. He opened his mouth to protest again, but it was a cry of loneliness and the beginning of a new and bitter understanding. Slowly he turned away and looked at Josiah, who was now regaining his senses and being hauled to his feet by Pitt and Jack Radley. Somewhere in the hallway, Emily was bringing Constable Murdo in, carrying handcuffs. Shaw still could not face Angeline and Celeste, but he held out his hands to Prudence. "I'm sorry," he said very quietly. "I am truly sorry." She stood motionless for a moment, unable to decide. Then slowly she extended her hands to him, and he clasped them and held them. Charlotte turned away and pushed between the crowd to find Great Aunt Vespasia. Vespasia sighed and took Charlotte's arm. "A very dangerous game, the ruin of dreams, however foolish," she murmured. "Too often we think because we cannot see them that they do not have the power to destroy, and yet our lives are built upon them. Poor Hatch, such a deluded man, such false idols, and yet we cannot tear them down with impunity. Shaw has much to account for." "He knows," Charlotte said quietly, raw with regret herself. "I told him so." Vespasia tightened her hand on Charlotte's. There was no need for words. End of Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.